Good morning, everyone. I would like to advise all the parties here today that the meeting is being recorded via audio and video, and by participating in the proceedings today, you are consenting to this recording. We're going to take a moment or two now to allow our virtual and in-person attendees to join the hearing, so thank you for your patience. We will get started in a moment. All right, good morning, everyone. The time is now 9:20 a.m. and we are going to proceed. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to the Fair Plan Investigatory hearing on behalf of California Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara. My name is Lucy Wang, and I'm the Deputy General Counsel of Litigation with the California Department of Insurance. Next slide. Today is Wednesday, July 13th, 2022. The purpose of this hearing is to address concerns of California consumers, organizations, businesses, and brokers about the Fair Plan's role as the insurer of last resort. This hearing will continue until everyone in attendance, in person or virtually, has had an opportunity to comment until about 5 p.m. Any oral comments or written comments will become part of the public record for these proceedings. I would like to take this opportunity to remind everyone to please turn your cell phones to silent. The microphones in this room are very sensitive, so please refrain from sidebar conversations to limit background noise so that our court reporter and participants attending virtually will be able to hear the public comments from each participant. Next slide, please. Today's hearing concerns how the Fair Plan can strengthen its daily operations, governance, business practices, and coverage offerings to enable it to meet the changing needs of our California consumers, organizations, businesses, and brokers. This public investigatory hearing is convened pursuant to California Insurance Code, Section 12924. Next slide. The notice of public hearing was included in the department's June 10th mailing, and copies are available on the department's website. Attendees may email cdiregulations@insurance.ca.com, cdiregulations@insurance.ca.gov if you need a copy of the notice sent to you. This email will be referenced periodically in our slides in case anyone needs the exact spelling later. For those attending in person, a limited number of our notices are available in the back of the room. Next slide. The purpose of this hearing is to receive comments from the public regarding the FAIR Plan. Any interested person may comment in today's hearing. The public hearing is a hybrid meeting. Attendees were invited to attend in person or virtually, as well as telephonically via Zoom. Any interested person may submit written comments, which may be in addition to or in lieu of presenting oral comments today. If you are submitting written comments as well as oral comments, we ask that your oral comments complement or supplement your written materials. For the benefit of all who wish to speak today, we ask that you please do not repeat your written comments verbatim. Written and oral comments will be given equal consideration as we review the public input for these proceedings. The department and the FAIR Plan will not provide responses to questions or comments during this public hearing. All written comments must be submitted today, Wednesday, 13th, 2022, to Abigail Meraz at insurance.ca.gov. And that is spelled ABIGAIL.MERAZ at insurance.ca.gov. For reference, Ms. Meraz's email address is also on the second page of the notice. Next slide. During the public comment portion of this hearing, in between speakers, I will be announcing the name of the next speaker orally. For those of you who are attending virtually, during the public comment part of this hearing, you may view the name of the current speaker as well as see the order of the upcoming speakers by clicking on View Options and selecting Side-by-Side mode, located towards the top of your Zoom screen. I will now review the different ways in which you may share comments at today's hearing. If you are attending this hearing virtually, please use the Zoom raised hand feature to indicate your interest in making a public comment. Please note that lowering and raising your hand will affect your position in the queue, so please keep your hand raised until you are called on to speak. When it is your turn to comment, you will be transitioned from being an attendee to a panelist. When this transition occurs, your Zoom screen will disappear for a few seconds as though you have been dropped from the hearing's virtual format. However, within 5 seconds, a message on your screen will indicate you are rejoining the hearing via the Zoom virtual format, and you will be immediately placed back in as a panelist. Once this transition occurs, you will have the ability to unmute yourself and turn on your video if you choose. When you begin speaking, please feel free to announce your name and affiliation if you would like to identify yourself. If you are attending this hearing via telephone and you wish to make comments orally, please email your name and telephone number that you are using to attend the hearing to cdiregulations@insurance.ca.gov. And for those of you attending the hearing in person, if you indicated that you wish to speak on the sign-in sheet that you filled out before entering the hearing room, your name will be called when it is your turn to speak. Please see CDI staff in the back of the room if you would like to add your name to the public commentator list. Thank you for joining us again. We encourage all participants to submit comments in writing to ensure that you are able to convey all the points you would like the commissioner to consider with regard to the FAIR Plan. And again, as a reminder, should you wish to submit written comments, we ask that you please submit them via email to abigail.meraz@insurance.ca.gov before the end of today. At this point, it is my privilege to introduce our California Insurance Commissioner, Ricardo Lara.
Thank you. Good job, Lucy. The new reality of hosting meetings now, right? Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Department of Insurance investigatory hearing of the FAIR Plan. Over the past 3 years, I've met with consumers, business owners, organizations, and local leaders across the state on the issue of availability and reliability of insurance. During these meetings, I've heard many concerns about the fair needs of our homeowners and our business owners in need of insurance as our state continues to face climate intensified wildfires. As California faces a changing landscape, given the impact of climate change, more and more Californians are faced with potentially having to turn to the FAIR Plan as the insurer of last resort to meet the insurance needs of themselves and their families. The FAIR Plan was established 50 years ago as a critical insurance safety net. However, I believe the FAIR Plan has not kept pace with California's changing consumer insurance needs, and I believe that it must continue to progress to protect consumers today and in the future. You know, the intent of the legislature and the governor in creating the FAIR Plan was to ensure access and availability of property insurance for California consumers during a time of unrest of the 1960s was a response to a long shadow of racism and lack of opportunity. At the same time, California endured wildfires that claimed numerous lives, including those of 12 firefighters, members of El Caricio Hot Shots in 1966. Those living in urban and brush fire areas faced a serious threat of cancellation of insurance coverage by insurance companies. Then the legislature and the governor stepped in to guarantee coverage when insurance companies would not write a policy by creating the FAIR Plan in California. The law authorizing the FAIR Plan passed by an urgency vote in the legislature in 1968. And it also made insurance companies, not taxpayers, responsible for ensuring access to coverage under the oversight of the insurance commissioner position. For the past 50 years, the FAIR Plan has played a critical role in protecting consumers and supporting a fair and competitive insurance market. We are at a new time, however, of growing challenges linked to climate change and wildfires, and the FAIR Plan's mission still rings true to this day. We are here today because of our continued concerns that the FAIR Plan is not meeting its mission of ensuring access and availability of insurance for those Californians who need it. I've heard from business owners and homeowners alike in wildfire-affected areas that need to purchase FAIR Plan policies and yet cannot get the FAIR Plan to even get or answer their calls. Some businesses and homeowners cannot get coverage they need from the FAIR Plan alone, so they have to purchase a difference in conditions insurance policies, which may or may not fill gaps in coverage and may also be very, very cost prohibitive. Today is really an opportunity to hear from California homeowners, businesses, organizations, stakeholders who say the FAIR Plan needs to better serve Californians. My Department of Insurance has identified areas where the FAIR Plan can and must do better. I've also invited the FAIR Plan to address the efforts it is making on behalf of our consumers. Our goal here is really to discuss the various areas of concern and to explore solutions, both short-term and long-term. We have a model for today's previous investigative hearings on homeowners insurance availability and affordability that I held on October 19, 2020. That hearing, in that hearing, the local community meetings that I had Yeah, looks like we have the connection again. Again, the legislature and the governor intended that the insurance commissioner and the insurance industry have defined yet distinct roles in the oversight of the FAIR Plan. We will explore this relationship further in the department's presentation later this morning. The history of the FAIR Plan really reflects an ability to grow in order to meet the changing demand of consumers and our businesses that depend on the last depend on it as the last resort of insurance. Sorry, now my computer went. Right. Got it. As insurance commissioner, I've taken repeated actions to really evolve the FAIR Plan to meet the changing needs of consumers and businesses. My department convinced the FAIR Plan to expand residential coverage limits for the first time in 2 decades. My department has ensured implementation of AB 3012, requiring the FAIR Plan to develop a clearinghouse to plan policies and provide the opportunity for admitted insurers to offer homeowners insurance policies to FAIR Plan policyholders. Strongly supported SB 11, authored by my good friend, Senate Insurance Committee Chair Susan Rubio, and signed into law again by our governor last year. Because of this groundbreaking law, the FAIR Plan now covers agribusiness, and we continue to work with the California Farm Bureau Federation and other agricultural are available to farmers, ranchers, vintners who need them. I ordered the FAIR Plan to offer a more comprehensive homeowners policy, in addition to its current dwelling fire coverage, with a more traditional homeowners features, such as coverage for water damage, theft, and loss of use. Lastly, I ordered the FAIR Plan to increase its combined coverage limits under its Division 1 commercial property program from 4.5 million to 8.4 million, and under its Division 2 business owners program from 3.6 million to 7.2 million. These coverage limits had not been raised for at least 25 years, while costs have nearly doubled during that time in California. So the FAIR Plan's history shows that it can change with the times to meet California's consumers' changing needs. Some of the changes that I just mentioned have been long overdue, with still some more changes we feel that are needed. It is my hope that my investigatory hearing today provides an important opportunity for us to work together towards additional solutions for a FAIR Plan that benefits really every Californian. And with that, I would like to turn over things to our Deputy Commissioner and Special Counsel to the Insurance Commissioner, Brian Henley.
Thank you, Commissioner Lara. So I will go ahead and share my screen, and Lucy, if you could just let me know once the screen is sharing properly.
You are good, Brian.
Thank you. Let's proceed then. Again, as Commissioner Lara said, my name is Brian Henley. I'm Special Counsel to the Insurance Commissioner, and it's my pleasure to welcome you all to this investigatory hearing concerning the California FAIR Plan Association. There are 2 objectives for this investigatory hearing today, and Commissioner Lara, who has called for this investigatory hearing, will work now with the public to do 2 things. First, to address the concerns of California's consumers, as well as organizations and businesses, and the broker and producer community relating to the FAIR Plan and its critical role to be the state's insurer of last resort. That's the first purpose of today's hearing. The second purpose is to examine how the FAIR Plan can do better to strengthen its daily operations, to enhance its governance and business practices, and provide expanded coverage offerings that will enable it to meet the changing needs of the California community, both consumers, organizations, businesses, and producers. As many of you know who have been following the Insurance Commissioner and the Department of Insurance since the Commissioner started on day 1 in 2019, when he first came in as our Insurance Commissioner, he's been working to deal with wildfire issues, among other things, to protect consumers. Just after 2018, when we had deadly wildfires in places like Paradise, Commissioner Lara took office in 2019. Since that time, he's met directly with thousands of Californians over wildfire issues. As he mentioned earlier today, he held the first ever investigatory hearing addressing wildfires and insurance in October of 2020. In listening to consumers during that hearing and in other opportunities, he now is responding directly to consumers' concerns and the concerns raised by those consumers to take a number of actions on behalf of Californians, both through his executive authority, but also through legislative action. Some of those are identified here on this slide. For example, Commissioner Lara, using a law that he wrote when he was in the legislature, issued one-year moratoriums on insurer-initiated non-renewals for wildfire risk using the state law he authored in 2018. That law and the commissioner's actions under that law have protected more than 4 million policyholders to date. Second, he created the Safer from Wildfire Partnership, which is a coordinated partnership with representatives from the governor's administration and from our emergency services and fire protection services agencies to help create home and property hardening mitigation measures that are standard, uniform, science-based, and designed to incentivize through insurance practices and elsewhere, better, safer mitigation of wildfire risk throughout our state. Third, Commissioner Lara has introduced regulations that will require transparency for wildfire risk score models that insurance companies use for both homes and businesses. Those transparency requirements definitely add to and enhance the wildfire partnership standards that were adopted through the commissioner's actions in coordination with the governor's administration. Fourth, Commissioner Lara is using his executive authority under Proposition 103 to seek expanded coverage in submitted rate filings that insurance companies submit to the commissioner through the prior approval process in Proposition 103. Fifth, Commissioner Lara continues to partner with both the governor as well as the state legislature to pass bills that he sponsors to increase payouts to consumers, to maximize coverage, add evacuation benefits, and add disclosures for wildfire survivors. Sixth, the commissioner continues to push for consistent and reliable coverage that consumers and businesses can depend on from the FAIR Plan, which again is the insurer of last resort. Due to his actions, non-renewals fell 10% based on the latest data that we have, and several of the state's largest insurance companies have now expanded their coverage areas. Just a high-level background, and Commissioner Lara touched upon this already, so I'll be brief, but the history of the FAIR Plan, it was created both in California, but in other states nationwide to make sure that insurance access is available for all. As Commissioner Lara mentioned, it was following civil unrest and fires during the 1960s, where homeowners were unable to obtain insurance due to some insurance companies' discriminatory practices where they would not write basic property insurance in high-risk urban areas. That led to the creation in California and in other states of a FAIR Plan. Both the governor and the state legislature established the Fair Access to Insurance requirements, or FAIR Plan, to provide that basic property insurance when it couldn't be obtained through the traditional insurance market. That's a market that we all use from day to day. It's also known as the admitted insurance market, but it's the insurance companies that most of us throughout the state get our insurance through. That's the market for consumers. It's the same market for businesses, that traditional insurance market. Under existing law, all traditional market insurers are licensed in the state to do business. They are also required to participate and support the FAIR Plan financially to ensure it can cover the claims of any losses of Californians. I'll just touch upon this slide briefly, but it gives you a good example of, I mentioned other states have FAIR Plans available nationwide. So you see the states in blue, these are states that have a FAIR Plan type program today. Again, as Commissioner Lara has mentioned, and I will repeat, the FAIR Plan's mission is to protect consumers. Under California law, there are 4 interrelated purposes for the FAIR Plan. First, the FAIR Plan must assure stability in the property insurance market. Second, the FAIR Plan must assure availability of property insurance for both businesses and residents of California. Third, the FAIR Plan must encourage and maximize the use of the traditional insurance market, and the FAIR Plan should exist only as the insurer of last resort. Fourth, it is the responsibility of the FAIR Plan to equitably distribute among traditional insurers what are needed to provide that basic property insurance to all qualified properties in the state. It's important also to focus on how big the FAIR Plan is. Again, it's the insurer of last resort. So in a perfect world, there are few policies written in the FAIR Plan, and most policies are written in the traditional market. And as we see from this slide, that is actually this case in California. Based on the 2020 homeowners market, you see that out of the marketplace, 98% of Californians today get their residential insurance through the competitive traditional market, not through the FAIR Plan. Only 2.5% of those policies came from the FAIR Plan. Commissioner Lara has been working to help create this competitive insurance market to give consumers the power to make the best decisions for their needs. As we know, many types of businesses, it may be that insurance is a best practice, but for some businesses, it's more than a best practice. It's required by law. So just like many of us who own cars or drive cars have to have insurance by law, so too do some businesses. One example is residential care facilities for the elderly that have statutory requirements to carry minimum insurance limits. It's because of these legal requirements imposed upon Californians that the FAIR Plan is so essential to the support of the state. Because if a business or a homeowner cannot get insurance, the insurer of last resort, the FAIR Plan must be there for those consumers. And as I've mentioned, and as Commissioner Lara mentioned, due to wildfires in the more recent years, the need for the FAIR Plan has certainly grown. Again, over 98% of Californians currently do not need to use the FAIR Plan to get their coverage, but for those who do, there are a number of policyholders, especially in the wildland urban interface, where we have seen the FAIR Plan market grow in recent years. The FAIR Plan, of course, is the only insurance vehicle in California that is required by law to sell residential and commercial property insurance in all areas of the state. So Commissioner Lara, recognizing the importance of the FAIR Plan, continues to work with the FAIR Plan to help create that competitive insurance market to give consumers that power to create and make the best decisions for their own needs. Let's talk a minute about the oversight responsibilities of the FAIR Plan and the commissioner's role, as well as the insurance industry's role. As this slide shows, there are different responsibilities between the insurance commissioner and the FAIR Plan governing committee, which is made up of insurance companies. So let me talk about that. Traditional market insurers are required, as I mentioned before, to participate in the FAIR Plan under the general supervision of the insurance commissioner. So the FAIR Plan then issues policies on behalf of its insurance member companies. Each insurance member company participates in the profits, the losses, and expenses of the FAIR Plan in direct proportion to the market share of the business that insurance company or those insurance companies write in the state. Traditional market insurers are responsible for the day-to-day operations of the FAIR Plan, and they handle those operations by virtue of their membership on the governing committee of the FAIR Plan, which is reflected here on this slide. The insurance commissioner then has the ultimate authority to exercise final approval on things that the FAIR Plan wishes to do moving forward. Again, I want to emphasize the nature of the FAIR Plan governing committee. It is composed of members from various insurance companies, but also the public. However, one important distinction that needs to be made: under existing law, only members of the FAIR Plan that represent insurance companies are permitted to vote on the governing committee. So while the governing committee consists of 13 total members, the 9 voting members are all insurance company representatives who are elected annually from member companies and who serve for 1 year or until a successor is elected. Not more than one participating insurer within a holding company can serve on that governing committee. In addition to those 9 voting insurance company members I spoke of, there are 4 other non-voting members. Those members include a representative of insurance agents, a representative of insurance brokers, a representative from the surplus lines brokerage, and 1 representative from the public. And by way of today, just to share what the governing committee is comprised of today, insurance companies like State Farm, TOPA, Liberty Mutual, CSAA Insurance Group, Auto Club of Southern California, California Casualty Management Company, and others are presently on the governing committee. In terms of its responsibilities and operations, the governing committee oversees the FAIR Plan's day-to-day operations. The governing committee issues a plan of operations and submits it to the commissioner for approval. The FAIR Plan, through its governing committee, may amend the plan of operation at any time, but those amendments are subject to the commissioner's approval. And also, the FAIR Plan must provide an annual report of its operations to members and also to the Department of Insurance. As we've mentioned, the traditional market insurers are required to participate in the FAIR Plan under the commissioner's supervision. The commissioner, however, provides an essential role in terms of the oversight of the FAIR Plan. So again, as we've talked about before, to reiterate, but to be brief on it, the commissioner approves the FAIR Plan's operations. The commissioner may withdraw approval of a plan of operations and may issue an order for the FAIR Plan to submit a new or revised plan. And Commissioner Lara has done just that on occasion when necessary. The commissioner may order additional coverages that the FAIR Plan must provide, and the commissioner may inspect the FAIR Plan at any time. The commissioner uses other tools to handle the oversight responsibilities in order to protect consumers, and we're going to talk about those now for a few minutes. These are highlighted here. Some of the examples are holding hearings, such as the hearing we're holding today, issuing legal orders, which I've mentioned before. We've mentioned that the commissioner sponsors legislation relating to the FAIR Plan. Additionally, the commissioner engages in market conduct and operational financial examinations of the FAIR Plan to make sure the FAIR Plan is doing what it is required to do. And lastly, the commissioner investigates consumer complaints. Let's talk a little more about these actions briefly. Again, some of the oversight actions the commissioner has taken includes the commissioner, when he took office, discontinued the practice of the FAIR Plan from before, where it would dole out its surplus budget directly back to insurance member companies without prior approval from the commissioner. That practice ended under Commissioner Lara. Similarly, Commissioner Lara ordered the FAIR Plan to offer a more comprehensive homeowners policy, a choice for consumers, in addition to the current dwelling fire coverage, an option for a more comprehensive homeowners policy directly from the FAIR Plan, with additional coverage for water damage, theft, and additional living expenses. Also, Commissioner Lara expanded the FAIR Plan's residential and commercial coverage limits for the first time in more than 2 decades. And we're going to talk a little bit about some of the examination actions that the commissioner has taken. One example is a report that was adopted in April of last year regarding the FAIR Plan's rating and underwriting practices. This particular examination I'm speaking about now focused on non-renewals and termination of residential dwelling policies and the use of brush rates for commercial policies that were in excess of what was filed with the department. Some of the major findings that the FAIR Plan was found to have engaged in this examination were that it had used vague underwriting guidelines, allowing for inconsistent action in terms of determining when properties were eligible for coverage. The FAIR Plan also used criteria and risk features that were not relevant to exposure and losses or perils insured under the policy when making eligibility decisions. The FAIR Plan engaged in inconsistent actions when deciding whether insurers were allowed time to correct a deficiency identified during an inspection of a property prior to terminating coverage. Some of the major findings for commercial policies were that the use of brush rates were 50 to 60% higher on average than the rates that were filed and approved with the Department of Insurance. Additionally, there were inconsistent evaluation of proximity to brush to determine whether brush rates apply to commercial properties. So I've spoken a bit about the first examination from April of last year. Let's talk a little bit about other oversight actions and examinations the commissioners engaged in. There are a number of active issues involving the FAIR Plan that the commissioner and his staff are currently examining and working with the FAIR Plan to improve. All of the reports regarding these examinations are publicly available on our website. So let's talk a little bit about an operational exam that was adopted in June, just last month, June of 2022. This operational exam came out of reports received regarding delays in payments of claims, poor customer service, and poorly managed operations. Consumers had a number of claims against the FAIR Plan, including claims that the FAIR Plan had failed to adopt and implement reasonable standards for the prompt investigation and processing of claims, that the FAIR Plan had failed to accept or deny claims within a 40 calendar day period as required by law, that the FAIR Plan failed to provide written notice of the need for additional time or information every 30 calendar days as the law requires. There were findings that the coverage and time limits and disclosure of benefits were poorly disclosed to consumers in accordance with law. They were not effectively disclosed. There was a failure to respond to communications within 15 calendar days as the law requires. There was also a failure to provide applicable notices describing relevant California laws to consumers relating to a declared state of emergency, no later than 15 calendar days. There are also other failures in terms of maintaining documents, notes, and work papers. All of these are findings from this recent examination, and the department continues to work now with the FAIR Plan to correct those. Additionally, another discovery recently is that the department has not been offering fire suppression discounts to residential property owners, despite the fact that in 2011, the FAIR Plan received approval and authorization to start providing those fire suppression discounts, and yet no discounts have been provided to date. Let's talk about some other examination actions that the commissioner's undertaken. This market conduct examination I'll speak about now relates to an exam that was adopted in May of 2022. In this case, the commissioner's exam targeted examination issues relating to complaints received about FAIR Plan's handling of claims for smoke damage. The department received 173 complaints between 2017 through March of 2021 concerning homeowner and dwelling fire claims. This examination focused on FAIR Plan's processing of those claims for smoke damage and contract language that had been applied and used to excuse denial of or reduce payment for smoke damage concerning wildfires, regular fires, and other dwelling claims within that review period. The focus here on this examination was whether the FAIR Plan provided coverage against the peril of fire consistent with Insurance Code Section 2071, as they are required to do. The FAIR Plan did acknowledge its shortcomings with regard to its handling of customer complaints and claims. And the FAIR Plan has stated its intention to take corrective action to work on the identified shortcomings. The FAIR Plan has made an additional number of claim payments of $156,866 and counting, based upon the department's work that uncovered and discovered these violations. Just to drill down a little bit more, because this is an important issue, I want to speak more about why this examination took place, why it relates to smoke claims. As I mentioned before, we initiated the examination because of the complaints we received regarding smoke claims. And again, because of the way the FAIR Plan was interpreting its contract language to justify reduced payments or denial of claims for smoke. This was focused on, as I said, Insurance Code Section 2071. The overall conclusions of this examination, as I've mentioned, really focused on the fact that the FAIR Plan's policy form language as utilized provided less coverage than the coverage required under the standard form fire policy, which is Insurance Code Section 2071, because it was limiting coverage for fire loss through its definition of, quote, direct physical loss, and was interpreting that to mean actual loss or physical damage evidenced by permanent physical changes to the covered property. Our examination found multiple claims, in fact, 59 claims where this definition was utilized, and therefore coverage for fire loss was improperly restricted or limited by the FAIR Plan. Additionally, this examination identified a large number, 296 examples, of additional violations in how the FAIR Plan was processing and adjudicating claims in general. These failures included the failure to communicate with claimants timely and with sufficient detail regarding delays in processing and the need for additional information. The failure to conduct and diligently pursue a fair and objective investigation of the claim, the failure to pay accepted claims timely, and the failure to pay within the regulatory timeframes established by law, denying claims in writing in some cases, failing to deny those claims in writing as required by law, failing to maintain documentation to justify amounts of adjustments claimed due to depreciation, and other examples. As the department identified these issues and concerns regarding smoke claims handling and other issues, the FAIR Plan did not present any solutions to address the failure to issue a policy that is substantially equivalent to the standard fire policy or its improper limitations to coverage for fire loss pertaining to smoke damage. Obviously, the department disagrees with Fair Plan's position on this issue. And even though the Fair Plan is committed to no corrective action at this stage, the department will continue to work with the Fair Plan to ensure compliance. In 2021, the department directed the Fair Plan to resubmit policy language after finding that its policy forms limiting smoke claims were in violation of California law. With regard to the Fair Plan's interpretation of the definition of, quote, direct physical damage as somehow requiring, quote, permanent physical changes in a property to get coverage, the department continues to work further with the Fair Plan on this interpretation of the policy language, as the department believes the Fair Plan's interpretation simply fails to comply with California law. Protecting California consumers is the top priority of Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara. Using every legal and regulatory tool available, the commissioner and the department will continue to hold insurance companies accountable for their actions, including the Fair Plan. Let's talk now a little bit about some of the other things the commissioner is doing with regard to the legislature and the governor to address Fair Plan reform. As is shown on this slide, in 2019, the commissioner ordered the Fair Plan to offer policyholders with the option to pay monthly installments, as well as pay by credit card using electronic funds transfers without additional fees. In 2020, the governor signed AB 3012, which Commissioner Lara alluded to earlier, which created the clearinghouse for residential property owners. In 2021, Governor Newsom signed SB 11, which now requires the Fair Plan to provide commercial coverage to farms and agribusiness. This is an important bill that clarified existing law to make it clear that yes, indeed, farms and agribusinesses can and should be covered under the Fair Plan. There are a number of things that the Fair Plan needs to do to fulfill its intended purposes. To provide insurance to homeowners and businesses unable to obtain coverage in the admitted market, that's a key for the Fair Plan. The Fair Plan must broaden its application of its underwriting criteria to ensure coverage for consumers that need it. The Fair Plan must eliminate obstacles for brokers and producers when securing coverage that their clients need. The Fair Plan must offer more coverage and higher policy limits to California homeowners and businesses. It must increase commercial policy limits to meet specific business needs. It must follow through and implement the commissioner's orders to provide more comprehensive homeowners insurance. And the Fair Plan must expand its own personnel and resources as necessary to meet consumers' needs and to make those structural and operational changes based upon findings from the department's own operational report in order to achieve the goals of the Fair Plan as the law intends. To go into a little more depth regarding unfair declinations, let's speak for a minute about those. Again, with regard to these issues, you see that consumers and businesses have been turned away, as we found, due to restrictive, vague, and inconsistent application of underwriting rules, which has to stop. The Fair Plan must address and eliminate the application of unfiled guidelines and unapproved filings to deny coverage. The Fair Plan has to work with the department to establish clearer underwriting guidelines. And for Californians who are unable to find insurance in the traditional market, the Fair Plan needs to be there for both residences and business owners so that they can purchase insurance through the Fair Plan when they need to. As we've heard, the brokerage community, the producer community has also asked the Fair Plan to provide more coverage at higher limits, and we'll probably hear from some brokers today. Not all brokers necessarily have access to what's known as a difference in conditions policy, also known as a wrap-around policy, to provide that extra coverage that currently the Fair Plan doesn't provide through its basic property product. But not all brokers have access to that. Even worse, it's hard for brokers to determine whether there is actually a basic property insurance coverage when they write a difference in conditions policy. That is a problem because consumers may think they are covered by purchasing a difference in conditions policy when they are not covered for risk of fire loss because they don't have also this Fair Plan basic property insurance policy. The need to purchase two policies has created confusion and problems for consumers, and it must stop through the Fair Plan offering that comprehensive homeowners policy that the commissioner has ordered. The Fair Plan's notices also to producers have mandated strict eligibility factors. These strict eligibility factors foisted upon brokers disincentivize brokers from writing Fair Plan business, and that must stop. The need to increase business coverage needs for specific businesses tailored to their needs. We've spoken about this before, so I'll just touch upon it briefly here. Again, some businesses have statutory requirements in order to have minimum limits of insurance coverage that the FAIR Plan must be there to provide if they can't get in coverage on the regular market. An example, as we've talked about, is residential care facilities, which are subject to a 1 million per occurrence and 3 million aggregate liability insurance requirement by law. That's a minimum limit required by law that they must carry. If those businesses cannot get that insurance on the regular market, the FAIR Plan must be there and must provide the coverage in those amounts in order for those businesses to operate. Similarly, homeowners associations have similar challenges with the FAIR Plan. They need higher FAIR Plan commercial coverage limits due to the unique risks and exposures that homeowners associations have. Suffice it to say, and I've said it before, but it's worth saying again, the FAIR Plan's bare bones dwelling policy is not enough. Homeowners need that additional coverage to get water damage coverage, theft, liability, and additional living expense coverage from the FAIR Plan directly. The FAIR Plan, in turn, can save consumers from having to purchase these two policies, the difference in conditions policy and the basic policy at once, which obviously cost consumers more and potentially leave coverage gaps. Currently today, there is no legal barrier to stop the FAIR Plan from complying with the Commissioner's order to offer a more comprehensive policy. Even though the FAIR Plan did challenge in court the Commissioner's order for this comprehensive FAIR Plan policy, in April of 2021, the trial court upheld the Commissioner's authority to require the FAIR Plan to offer this insurance, including liability coverage, if that coverage is related to the property. It's time for the FAIR Plan to offer that coverage. Let's turn for a minute to talk about other states that have comprehensive FAIR Plan coverage like the kind that Commissioner Lara has directed the FAIR Plan to provide in California. There are a number of states that have this comprehensive coverage comparable to the traditional market. Those are the states on the screen here: Kansas, Illinois, Louisiana, Massachusetts, Michigan, Rhode Island, the state of Washington, and the District of Columbia. Another way in which the FAIR Plan must improve is they must strengthen their organizational structure and operations. The law permits the FAIR Plan to assess all of its insurance company members in amounts sufficient to operate the facility. But to date, the FAIR Plan has not issued an assessment to its members for additional operating capital since 1993 and 1994. Instead, they prefer to seek permission from the Insurance Commission to increase its rates to pass anticipated increased costs directly to California businesses and consumers, rather than through assessments of the insurance companies themselves, which are the governing body of the FAIR Plan. The FAIR Plan has outsourced many of its functions to independent contractors, which ultimately costs more money and delivers poorer results for the FAIR Plan's operations. For example, the FAIR Plan raised concerns over underwriting for expanding homeowners coverage because they purported to have a lack of expertise to handle liability, theft, and water claims. Outsourcing is intended to be a temporary solution for a company faced with unexpected growth. It is not a long-term solution. We hope the FAIR Plan would agree that outsourcing these functions cannot be a long-term solution. As noted previously, the governing committee has not adopted a strategic plan. The FAIR Plan must develop with a 3 to 5 year strategic plan, including an assessment of underwriting, staffing, contracting needs consistent with expected growth, along with depopulation efforts. This strategic plan must also assess training and development needs of newly hired staff and contractors. The FAIR Plan's underwriting manual, which includes personal lines, dwelling fire, and commercial property guidelines, does not appear to have been updated since 2019. Examples of updates needed for recent statutory changes include revising the definition of actual cash value as the law now requires, and noting the 75-day notice requirement to consumers for non-renewal actions, which doesn't exist in the FAIR Plan's current underwriting guidelines. A proposed commercial underwriting manual for commercial property risks has been drafted to be effective February of 2022 and includes underwriting guidelines for newly eligible farm risks. Regarding the organizational structure and operations of the FAIR Plan, the final point I want to make here is that reinsurance adequacy, there are significant findings regarding how the FAIR Plan has structured its reinsurance. Currently, the FAIR Plan does not have a multi-year reinsurance strategy, as our operational report found. The FAIR Plan must develop a multi-year reinsurance strategy in connection with the capital and liquidity plan. This strategy should include quantitative benchmarks of desired or optimal reinsurance protection over a multi-year period. To the extent the FAIR Plan's reinsurance return period continues to be lower, and it is far lower than desired, then the determination should be disclosed and supported. The reinsurance strategy must be regularly monitored. It must be consistently reported to reinsurance subcommittees and to the governing committee. Furthermore, the FAIR Plan must continually approach the department and pass on its reinsurance and not ask to pass on those reinsurance costs to homeowners and commercial policyholders. Every time the FAIR Plan has asked to pass on those reinsurance costs, the department has repeatedly denied those requests and is not going to allow a pass-through of reinsurance to reinsure a reinsurer itself, which is what the FAIR Plan is. It is made up of all the traditional insurance companies that reinsure the FAIR Plan. Consumers will not pay for the reinsurance on top of the reinsurers that make up the FAIR Plan. In closing, let's talk about next steps for a minute. The Department of Insurance will continue to collect today both verbal and written testimony in today's hearing to hear from the public about these issues. The department and the commissioner will ensure that the FAIR Plan handles smoke damage claims in a compliant manner going forward and will engage in further discussion with the FAIR Plan regarding its own interpretation of policy language and the standard form fire policy. The department will ensure that the FAIR Plan complies with recommendations from the department's operational assessment to strengthen operational management practices and address those financial challenges that we've identified for the FAIR Plan. And lastly, we will continue to identify additional solutions. And as we identify those, we will share those with stakeholders in the public. So thank you. That concludes the presentation from the department regarding the investigatory hearing of the FAIR Plan. Lucy, with that, I'd like to turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Bryant. At this point, the time is 10:10, and we are going to take a 15-minute break, so we will reconvene at 10:25. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. The time is 10:28. At this time, we are going to hear from those who wish to provide public comments. This is our morning session, so there will be a second opportunity this afternoon. Please be sure to speak clearly and slowly so that we may hear all of your comments, and note that these proceedings are being transcribed by a court reporter. If you speak too quickly, the court reporter may need to interject, and we may need for you to restate some or all of your comments. And we advise that all public commentators are aware of the fact that this is a hybrid meeting. So we will be toggling between in-person speakers as well as virtual speakers. So please be patient with us. For those of you who will be speaking in person, we ask that you please come to the front table and be seated in front. Oh, no names have been called yet, sir. On the Zoom, you will see that we are inputting the names of the speakers, and we will have a queue of showing who is going to come up next, but there will be a delay because of the fact that it's being broadcast virtually.
Eventually, all this will be seamless. I think this is how we're gonna conduct hearings from now on. Right?
Great. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Our first speaker is Tom Stinson on behalf of Assembly Member Marie Waldron.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for having me, and thank you for inviting the Assemblywoman. She was prepared to speak about 40 minutes ago, but then she had an urgent meeting she had to go to, so she's asked me to step in for her. Basically, what I want to bring up is the urgency we're experiencing in this district involving cancellations of fire insurance. When you enter the 75th Assembly District, you enter a designated high fire risk area. And we're getting inundated with phone calls from constituents who've been canceled and who don't know where to turn. And including myself, including Assembly Member Waldron. She says she has been canceled 3 times, once when she lived in Escondido and twice where she now lives in Valley Center. She's been on the FAIR plan, and she says she felt it was anything but fair at more than 3 times the market rate for bare bones coverage, and feels that California should not be penalized where they choose to live. And of course, fire insurance protects your most basic asset. In some cases, people's life savings are tied up in their homes. And if they can't insure that, they are in big trouble. I personally have had my fire insurance canceled. I was able to renew. My son's fire insurance was canceled. He was able to renew. That's now been canceled. He's now himself trying to get on the FAIR plan. So we have millions of Californians in urban and rural areas extremely concerned about this situation. We have a community north of Escondido. We've been called by realtors, insurance agents from there who told us that they can't reinsure anybody, that they're being told by every client that when their insurance comes up for renewal, they're canceled. So this is a huge problem, and we need really to do something about it. It's extremely urgent. 7 out of 10 insured homes in San Diego County are located in zip codes where insurers increase the amount of policies and that they dropped over the past few years. Our most destructive fire last year was in Hamul and in Alpine, and which insurers have been fleeing. Around 16% of the policies have been canceled in those areas. Obviously, we need to do something. People are getting desperate, so we need help, and we're ready, willing, and able to work with the insurance commissioner about possible solutions. So again, thank you for letting Assemblywoman and myself speak to you about this urgent issue this morning. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stinson.
Is the supervisor?
Good morning. My name is,
Supervisor, we're just making sure.
no problem. Sounds good. Privileged to be here.
Our next speaker is El Dorado County Supervisor, Ms. Wendy Thomas.
Good morning, Commissioner Lara, distinguished guests, and California residents across our state. These are unprecedented times. A home of one's own is still the cornerstone of the American dream. A business crafted and forged through ingenuity and perseverance is the lifeblood of this land of opportunity. And yet both are being severely threatened by the lack of inability of residential and commercial property owners to secure the insurance they need in order to protect their personal investments that we rely on for our golden state to thrive. That said, as was announced this morning, I recognize that not every state in our nation has the critical safety net of an insurance of last resort. So it is on a foundation of gratitude that I come before you today to offer my insights and recommendations so that we can come together and fully protect our residents and our businesses, no matter where they live in our vast and beautiful state. I have been asked this morning to share my personal experience. My family came to California for the gold rush, settling in Placerville in 1850. In 1980, my parents built a commercial shopping center that has been the cornerstone of one of the business districts in Placerville. We have a mix of large national tenants and small local mom and pop businesses. We even have a Tesla charging station, and it's the last one on your way to Lake Tahoe, I might add. This April, despite robust vegetation management and even a new metal roof, we received a notice of non-renewal like so many of our neighbors, and we scrambled to find insurance. Our broker turned over every rock and was told that if we had to secure the FAIR plan, it would take about 3 to 5 days. We received our last denial for traditional insurance 9 days before our policy expired. By the time we finally secured the FAIR plan, our commercial shopping center was left uninsured for 15 days. That was frightening. The FAIR plan was also secured at an exorbitant rate for inferior coverage. However, we breathed a sigh of relief, believing we were covered. Just last week, our mortgage company called and let us know that the FAIR plan is not one of their recognized providers, and we are scrambling to understand what our options are. Once again, we're terrified. This shopping center provides critical sales tax dollars for the city of Placerville. My parents have personally owned and managed it for over 40 years. It's their legacy, successfully weathering many recessions and even the move from brick and mortar to online retail. And yet we risk annihilation if affordable and appropriate insurance is not available. As I have talked with local brokers and residents, I'm finding that what our experience is a common experience. As noted today, the insurance climate in California has to be fixed in order for California to truly thrive. On to the recommendations. Let us start with customer service of the FAIR Plan. Insurance brokers do not have a manual. There's just a website that is woefully inadequate to address all of the insurance intricacies. Furthermore, there is no one knowledgeable or accessible to talk to explore coverage options. If a mistake is made on an application or a change in coverage is needed, you start over with a new application, wasting valuable time. There needs to be a way to ask a question or amend an application and continue to move forward in the process, not go to the bottom of the pile. I found it shocking that a customer's signature is not required to bind a policy, making property owners at the mercy of their agent's knowledge and ethics for sufficient coverage. This is especially problematic if agents do not have access to complete information. Discounts and incentives for home hardening and defensible space must be built into the FAIR Plan. Manufactured and mobile homes need to have access to full replacement value, not just actual cash value. This affects California's most vulnerable residents. Finally, limits of $3 million for homeowners and $8.4 million for commercial property owners is still completely inadequate to protect California's high-value real estate market. I also understand that the FAIR Plan filed a rate of increase last summer. And while that has not yet been approved, I understand that if that goes into effect, El Dorado County is looking at a 45% increase in coverage. Let me provide some context on that. Our traditional full coverage insurance policy in our shopping center was $27,000 a year. Our new FAIR Plan is $84,000, and we still need to have supplemental insurance to be fully covered. Families across our state are already struggling under the exorbitant cost of housing, and seniors on fixed incomes are finding it nearly impossible to have adequate insurance that they can actually afford. The alternative is to underinsure your property and pray you never use it. Last year, when the Caldor fire ravaged El Dorado County and the entire town of Grizzly Flats was destroyed, 40% of our residents in Grizzly Flats were either uninsured or underinsured. And with FEMA denying individual assistance, those families have no way to rebuild their lives. That is a heartbreaking situation that must be rectified. As an El Dorado County Supervisor, I am here to raise the voice of rural California. We may not hold the sway or attention commanded by our large metropolitan neighbors, but we are critical to California's way of life. El Dorado County is your playground. We have Lake Tahoe, the American River, the Desolation Wilderness, and our rich agricultural regions. You rely on our lodging options, our recreational opportunities, and our charming historic hometowns to add value to your quality of life. California needs us to thrive. In return, El Dorado County and all of my rural neighbors need your protection. The bottom line, homeowners and businesses in the foothills are finding they have little option other than the FAIR Plan. This is the most critical issue that must be addressed. Fix the FAIR Plan and enable it to be a critical safety net as the insurance of last resort. But let it stay in its lane. Then we must incentivize and make it possible for the traditional insurance market to operate successfully in all areas of California, even rural and fire-prone areas. It is imperative that homeowners and businesses have choices and access to insurance coverage they need at a price they can afford. A person's entire life revolves around their home or their business. There is perhaps no greater issue than to ensure that those assets are fully and fairly protected. For those of us that are affected by this, We are literally in a state of crisis. Thank you all for taking a really hard look at the issues and deficiencies within the insurance arena in California and making the changes necessary to ensure that all of California is protected, no matter where they call home. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Amador County Supervisor Jeff Brown.
One thing that Supervisor Thomas and I both have in common is we're next door to each other. We've both gone through the Caldor fire. That fire was 8 miles away from my home. Now, Amador has just gone through the Electra fire. Both of those fires could have been, let me rephrase that. Electra fire could have been so much worse. We'd lost no homes or businesses in the Electra fire. But that was because of the weight of response of CAL FIRE, Amador Fire Protection District, and neighboring fire protection districts. We need to be able to look at this as a whole picture. It is not just insurance. Why is this happening? Because we have had homes burn. We have had the Paradise Fire, all these Dixie Fire. Caldor Fire got out of control because we did not have the weight of response to get into the area because the Dixie Fire was responding. Weight of response is a big, huge part of this for California, for the rural areas. Now, I'd like to also show my own aspect of housing and cost of homes. I've been very lucky to have State Farm and have kept my State Farm. I just got my renewal this year, $2,800. I have a 3,000 square foot home with a very large shop. I have a person, Cindy Worthington, who is a widow, who has a 1,296 square foot home built in 1973. Her total cost is $7,000 a year for insurance. For a widow on fixed income, what does she do? Where does she go with this? One of my suggestions to go along with this is when you get a non-renewal, is the insurance company that is non-renewing, possibly put that reserve that they've been paying into for so many years over into the FAIR plan. I had so many people through AAA, Farmers, all these other different companies, that they've been with. You stay with one company and you've been there with that company for years for most people on insurances. 45 years with AAA, and then they non-renew you. So they put an amount of money into their reserve. And I know that each of the insurance company has to have an amount of a reserve to cover and be ready for this. If you can't buy insurance, is that going to decrease our property taxes? So that decreases our capability of having fire and sheriffs for our counties. It's an incredible amount of, areas that we need to start thinking about outside just the insurance picture. This is something that is whole. California now has the forest task force. I'm wondering if you need to have a representative at that task force to think about outside the box that we're playing with nowadays. On Monday, because of the Electra fire, I hadn't had a chance to write up a speech, to be honest. Everything I'm talking to you is right off the cuff. But I had asked my neighbors and friends off of social media to send me an email. I had over 64 emails sent to me. Don Miller, renewal in 2021, 2105. Renewal 2022, 3,995. Dan Shocker, April of 2019, $2,000. This year, 3,500. And I can continue this on forever. You know, here is John Souter. He's running $6,000. You know, the amount that people are paying is going to, you know, just make it to the point that they can't have insurance. And that is unacceptable. You know, this is something that we've needed to take care of. And it's becoming a point that this picture is going to blow up, you know, where the rural area can't support itself. And, you know, for Amador County, El Dorado County, we're both the venues that everybody loves to go to. You know, and then that's all going down the the mother lode. If we don't have these venues, you know, last year we closed El Dorado National Forest to everybody. You know, do we do that forever to prevent this? You know, there's so many answers that are not met, that we need to make sure that we take care of this problem. One of the things, the last thing I wanted to say is the FAIR Plan has become a monopoly. Government has been known to break monopolies. We need to change this. I understand that we need the FAIR Plan. I understand that this is out there, but we need to have FAIR Plan 1, FAIR Plan 2, FAIR Plan 3, something in this aspect that somebody has a choice. We've always had choices, but now you have no choice. If you get denied, you're done. You're on the FAIR Plan. So please think about breaking up this monopoly and changing it somehow. Thank you.
Supervisor, would you mind submitting those emails to the department?
No, some of them did not. They just wanted their names heard, but they would rather not. But I can send it to Julia.
Perfect. Just to make sure if there's any follow-up that our consumer team can do to
Okay.
help the individual.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Brown. Our next speaker is Joe Prudetto, who will be speaking on behalf of Riverside County Supervisor Chuck Washington.
Commissioners, thank you for your patience as we work out some of the technical parts of this Zoom call. I am Joe Prudetto, speaking on behalf of Supervisor Washington, who had hoped to be with you this morning, but had to attend to another meeting. Supervisor Washington has represented the Southwest area of Riverside County for nearly 30 years. First as a councilman for the cities of Temecula and Murrieta, and now as county supervisor. Currently, he serves as first vice president of CSAC, another position that exposes him to the thoughts and concerns of residents, businesses, and elected officials up and down the state. Supervisor Washington's district includes the beautiful community of Idlewild. It's a mountainous community with rural areas surrounding it. And Despite the snow-peaked hills in the winter, the area has grown increasingly dry in the spring, summer, and fall. This has increased the risk of fire and made insurance more expensive and harder to get. The coverage that residents are able to get is reported to be less coverage for more cost. Some residents are reporting that they are unable to get private insurance companies to provide insurance at any cost. So how much worse off are those who can't bear any cost? When private insurance companies are unwilling to provide coverage or raise rates to the point of being unattainable, the FAIR Plan is there to fill the void. Residents in our mountain community are serious about fire safety and preventing fires. And I'd like to highlight the work of the Mountain Fire Safe Council that is responsible for inviting us to participate in this hearing. That is an organization that goes after grant money to help residents create defensible spaces and to prevent fires. Despite this effort, these residents get no relief. And we encourage the FAIR Plan to consider providing incentives for fire prevention to reward and incentivize more of this behavior. The rising fire danger and increasing costs of fire insurance are creating dangerous situations, forcing residents and businesses to contemplate going without fire coverage. I'd like to highlight one resident in our district that was priced out of fire insurance. She turned to the FAIR Plan, where she was forced to pay nearly double what her earlier private policy premiums were. As conceived, the FAIR Plan is the insurance of last resort, but as private insurers leave the market, the FAIR Plan is becoming the plan of only resort. And this is increasingly the case, and we urge you to make the FAIR Plan more accessible to residents of California, especially those with fixed and low incomes. We are also going to submit written statements that the supervisor planned to share. And we want to thank you for our opportunity to address the commission and share the concerns of residents in the mountain communities of Riverside County and those throughout the state that are also suffering the risks of losing and being priced out of fire insurance as fire risks become more severe and more pertinent. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you. Our
Good
next,
morning, Commissioner, Laura, and Department of Insurance staff. My name is Jim Houston. I'm the administrator for the California Farm Bureau. From its beginnings, the California Farm Bureau Federation has worked to protect and to promote family farms and ranches and to find solutions to problems facing ag and rural communities. Many may not know, but the California Farm Bureau was actually founded in 1919 when delegates from 32 county farm bureaus met in Berkeley to create the statewide organization, which was initially housed at the University of California campus. And you couldn't get you couldn't get a cooperative extension advisor in your county unless you formed a farm bureau. So they eventually, those 32 farm bureaus got together and formed the statewide organization. Today, the California Farm Bureau is the largest member-driven organization, agricultural organization in the state. We have over 22,000 farms and ranches as members. They are predominantly small and mid-sized farms, and in fact, they skew a little bit smaller than the overall California ag. So we sort of overrepresent small and mid-sized farms in our organization. I mean, we have over 31,000 total members. So that includes, truck drivers and PCAs, consultants, food retail, et cetera, folks who simply support the ag and food industry. Our members run from, all the way down south, right on the Arizona, Mexico, California border. So they farm that area. And then we go all the way up to the Oregon border with members on our board that represent each area of the state. Collectively, the ag industry produces, anywhere between 40 to 50 billion in direct farm gate value. Certainly, with the drought situation and the economics that are going around outside of just the wildfire impact, have diminished that. But the UC Ag and Natural Resources recently put out a report about a year and a half ago that showed that agriculture contributes a collective 300, and the working lands contribute a collective $330 billion to the ag economy. More importantly, as we've seen recently, agriculture feeds not just California, the most populated state in the country, but also provides healthy, fresh nuts, fruits, and vegetables to a large portion of the country. We represent about 50% of the vegetables that are grown, that are sold in the country, and about 35 to 40% of the fruit that's sold in our country. So with recent attention being paid to food prices, the availability of food, supporting Californians and farmers and ranchers really supports the health and wellness of Californians, of Americans, and citizens of the world. Why can we do this? We are in a Mediterranean climate, and we have the best soils on the world. And all of this is to say that, what's at stake here with respect to the energy, or with respect to the insurance market. We are dealing right now with fewer inputs, less water, less fertilizer, less energy, less employees. And so having to deal with the insurance crisis on top of that really puts a strain on our businesses. And farmers are not like other businesses, right? Farmers have to find their water source, they have to maintain their equipment, they have to fight their pests, they have to measure their soil and plant health. They've got consultants out to take samples to really fine tune what the health of the plant and what the health of the soil are. Me personally, I have a little garden in my house, and what I do is nothing compared to the sophistication and scale of what farmers and ranchers are doing, and they've got it all on the line. Most of us, we're salaried folks, or maybe we're run a business that gets regular, periodic income. You maybe get paid twice a month, once a month. Farmers get paid once a year. Maybe twice a year on some crops, but generally once a year. And so they have to take operating loans out to operate. And honestly, the bigger you are, the more well capitalized you are, the easier it's going to be to get that financing. The newer and less capitalized you are, the harder it is. But regardless of your status, regardless of your success, you cannot get capital if you do not have insurance. You simply cannot operate a farm if you do not have insurance. And so without that borrowed capital, much of California's agriculture simply won't get planted because they're not paid until after the harvest is sold. So they've got to carry this risk all throughout the year, hoping that they got a product. And weather can happen, pandemics can happen, so there's a tremendous amount of risk involved. And so risk management obviously is part and parcel with that, and that's sort of what brings us here today. So obviously we've had the drought, which has put increased pressure on both the ability to grow food, right? Food grows where water flows, but also this has dried out our forests, and all the damage associated with wildfire and the spreading collapsed the insurance market. Then we had to turn to the FAIR plan, and this is sort of the tale of what we are seeing. So, first of all, thank you. Thank you to Commissioner Lara. Thank you to the Department of Insurance staff. Thank you to the FAIR Plan. Thank you to the insurance industries, of everybody trying to get together. Thank you to the legislature and Senator Rubio for getting together to try and tackle this problem. Because 2.5 years ago, there was no insurer of last resort, right? The FAIR Plan made the decision that they didn't apply to farms, and so we had to work to get them to make farms even eligible for the FAIR Plan. So as we implement SB 11, we need to make sure of a couple or three things specifically. The first is that it starts with the FAIR Plan making sure that insurance brokers are familiar with the FAIR Plan and its safety net role. Right? So Farm Bureau members have reported that they'll go and talk to the same broker that has provided them the non-renewal, but not been able to advise them about the availability of the FAIR Plan or what their FAIR Plan options are. So it's sort of, you get the non-renewal, you go to the agent, say, what do I do? The agent might contact the insurance company, whoever that is, and the insurance company may or may not respond. But that broker is not necessarily telling the farmer or rancher, hey, in the absence of that, here's the FAIR Plan and here's what it can provide. So education of those agents is critically important. This should not be hard to do since the FAIR Plan consists of the same companies that operate in the admitted marketplace. A simple notification about the FAIR Plan at the time of non-renewal provided by the same broker. I mean, it honestly should be normal operating procedure today. And it does happen in some instances, but it's just not ubiquitous. So having policies or procedures in place to make sure that happens will certainly alleviate a lot of the anxiety about the farmer and rancher who receives the non-renewal, and also expedite the acquisition of FAIR Plans. Because once our members locate a broker that is familiar with a FAIR Plan, the next challenge is securing a policy, right, that occurs during the application process itself. And so trying to get insurance once you've sort of identified the FAIR Plan is a bit of an issue. So applicants, so our members, farmers and ranchers, state that it takes almost a full business week to receive a response from the FAIR Plan once it's emailed to a response from the FAIR Plan once they've emailed the initial application. They have reported that they have been denied coverage after that initial application, but others have stated that they've been advised they need to schedule an inspection. So there's inconsistencies. Inspectors have to travel to the locations and survey a business that they're unfamiliar with because they're not in the business of farming, and there's certain aspects of farming that are lost. For example, a member that grows apples, right? We've got Apple Hill coming up here. Encourage everybody come fall to go to Apple Hill and pick your fresh apples. But they produce apple cider at this business. And he was just denied coverage, right? Because the inspector thought that the apple cider presses were for wine production and found the application in error. So after weeks of explaining this to the FAIR Plan, that the inspector, God bless him, but he didn't understand the farming operation, the policy was finally priced. But we've got 3 weeks, a month where the operator is operating without insurance. And these places, they've got people coming in. That's what their lifeline is. And so if they don't have people coming in, if they don't have product going out, they're out of business. So other members have stated that they have brokers who are well aware of the FAIR Plan, but it still takes weeks to submit applications, communicate with the FAIR Plan staff, and receive a priced product to purchase. So, as we said, this impacts farms and it impacts rural communities where the delay in the response from the FAIR Plan can put not just farming operations under stress, but can hold up real estate transactions, loans, and other normal business activity. People are coming out to process, people are coming out to harvest, consultants, etc. All of those are held up as this operation is in limbo waiting for its FAIR Plan pricing. So this forces farmers that move towards the FAIR Plan to invest more time in managing the risk, finding brokers, meeting inspectors, communicating details of their business to the FAIR Plan staff. And all of this is time away from the farm and the core function of the business, which is really hard. So the more time they can spend to their business, the better. The California Farm Bureau, encourages the FAIR Plan to make sure that it staffs the FAIR Plan like it does in the admitted marketplace. Our members' time is very valuable, and we operate, subject to nature. So literally, you have a narrow window to plant or to prune or to weed. And if you have weeks delay in the planting, your whole operation's done. So it's really critical that we get these prior to planting so that the operation can proceed and get things. You got to plant it at the right time. It's got to have the certain duration for the product, for the fruit or the product to mature and then be harvested. So the customer service needs in the fair plan are no different than the customer service needs in the admitted marketplace. And so reconciling those two, as challenging as it may be, is a necessary function for the fair plan to be successful. Other real world cases indicate that SB 11 implementation, fair plan implementation, could be improved by making sure that agriculture is well understood by the fair plan. The fair plan does not offer comprehensive policies, right? So where a product like wine is stored on the premise in stainless steel containers, those can't be insured, but bottled, boxed, and crated wine can be covered. As folks hopefully appreciate wine. It does not get bottled immediately after production, like a soda or something, right? It takes time in bulk storage for that product to age and gain the taste that California wines specifically are now famous for the world over. But many of our members each season have tens of millions of dollars, literally, in bulk stored wine that is totally exposed because the fair plan has made a determination about policies that do or do not fit within the business that they're protecting. So other members have tried to obtain coverage for valuable oak barrels, but could not find fair plan staff that understood the difference between the value of barrels distinct from the wine stored within. And for those of you who don't know, barrel making is like a big deal in wine country, right? I mean, you've got American oak, you've got French oak, and some of these barrels, if you want a French oak barrel, I mean, it's about how you cut the wood, and they're very fine artisans that do this over hundreds of thousands of years learning this technique, and it's can be $800 to $1,200 just for one barrel. And so ensuring that is a critical, there's a significant investment in those barrels. And so finding a way to make sure those are protected is a critical step for the fair plan to tackle. And lastly, the commercial property program in SB 11 in terms of the fair plan limits. So the commercial property program was increased from 4.5 million to 8.4 million. And under the business owners program, it was increased from 3.6 to 7.2. And we really appreciate the effort to better enable our members to protect the full values of the business. But as we've explained, and as you sort of hopefully can tell from the preceding examples, high-value crops like wine grapes, or where the farm may also have an impressive tasting room or production facilities, the current limits are just too low. In other instances, our members report widely different premiums for similarly valued businesses. So where one business could face 10 times the premium cost for the same exact coverage. And we estimate that up to 25% of our members' businesses in the areas of California that are experiencing high fair plan rate participation, right? So there's areas where there's a lot of people in the fair plan. They need a commercial property program and business program coverage cap of 20 million each. And need those programs to have increased breadth of coverage, overall products in the farming operation, namely, the bulk storage that we've been talking, or that I've been talking to on the premises. Look, Farm Bureau members make significant expenditures to protect their capital investments. Often, even prior to being non-renewed in the admitted market, these business owners, they take property-intensive fire mitigation measures. They clear brush, they're trimming, they're managing their land. Farm Bureau members participate in community-wide fire mitigation measures in order for rural communities to earn third-party fire-safe designations like FireWise USA. I've got at least 3 people on my board that are, volunteer fire captains in their areas. And so hearing our members, especially the Napa ones, talk about fire and how they manage fire is really, really fascinating. I know, you've hopefully got an opportunity to do that. But these folks are sophisticated actors in the fire space. Now, in the admitted market, the Department of Insurance...
Mr. Houston?
Oh, yeah.
I just want to let you know you're almost at the 15-minute mark. So if you could prepare a few concluding remarks. Thank you. Simply because we have a lot of speakers who like to present today.
Okay, sorry. I'll wrap it up. I hope that I've made clear what's at stake in the farming industry, what needs to happen sort of in terms of the fair plan improvement. But just to summarize, we need to, don't staff the fair plan. We need to make sure that the fair plan is staffed like the admitted markets, that the caps are raised to 20 million, and that there are a process in place so that when a non-renewal occurs, that the broker is familiar with the fair plan, notifies the farmer or rancher that the fair plan is available, the fair plan is adequately staffed, right, to handle that, and then the coverage limits are sufficient to cover the entire operation. If those three things happen, there will be significant improvements for the agriculture industry. I apologize for taking so much time, but really appreciate y'all listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gabriel Valencia.
So you go like that. Somewhere I have a doppelganger.
My old age.
No problem. Are we ready to go?
We are. Thank you, Mr. Valencia.
Great. My name's Gabriel Valencia. I represent the California Collaboration for Youth. And before I go in to tell you everything that we do and the types of proposals we have, I just want to say thank you, Insurance Commissioner Lara, for what you've already done. And as I've sat in this room this morning, seeing how you've gathered the data already, it seemed like you know everything that's going on, really, and what needs to be done. And so I think the heart of the matter is to drive home how significant it is. And I'll preface and end my conversation with you and this group today by saying, for us, it will be a matter of affordability. And I know that definition alone means different things to different people. So first, let me introduce you to the California Collaboration for Youth. We are an advocacy group who shapes public policy positively in the state of California. So that includes organizations like the American Camp Association, the Christian Camp and Conference Association, the Western Area of Independent Camps, Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, Campfire, and I don't want to forget anybody because they'll all be mad, but there's a number of other organizations. And essentially, those organizations have a lot of rural camps and campsites. That's part of the beauty of camping. Those organizations in California are roughly about 2,000 camps that serve as many as 3 million children each year come to our camps. And the camps range in size and breadth and scope and in focus. Some of our camps are small feel. They're maybe $1 million, and some of them are much larger, 50 million and more. Some of our camps serve specialty groups, teaching them how to prepare for college. Some of them are faith-based camps, just having a good time canoeing, swimming, and doing these things that you see on movies from time to time. And some of our camps have a very special niche, and that is they serve the communities with disabled kids. Some of them serve populations where the parents are incarcerated. Some of them serve kids in foster care who have been abused. And our camps do so much good. Some are for-profit, some are nonprofit. And so as we began to think, what is the solution here that we're looking for? There were about 6 insurers in Southern California up until 2019 when they started moving away, and they left abruptly, and it felt like a divorce for a lot of our camps who were loyal. For 30 years, they had an insurer, and then somewhere between 30 and 90 days, their insurer advised them, because you're in a wildfire prone area, we're out, go find somebody else. And so our folks began looking, and we're grateful for the FAIR Plan and how it has served, but truthfully and honestly, it isn't affordable. And it's not as though we can even raise rates for our constituents when they're already doing it because of donors. or grants and things like this. And not only that, but when you have camps that are larger than $8 million in property, and I thank you for getting the rates higher, but they still don't meet the needs. So it is true. My neighbors and myself, I operate a camp when I'm not wearing my CCFY hat in San Bernardino. And in that national forest, there are 55 camps. And all of us who are insured, with a couple of exceptions, some are self-insured, have reverted to the FAIR plan. Some cannot afford the FAIR plan because if they go with the FAIR plan, they will get 1/3 of the coverage that they need for 3 times the price. And so people are making a decision. Do we continue to operate camp, or do we get fire insurance? So we've tried to think about what are the solutions. And I know we're limited in scope here today, but I do have some of those types of solutions that I'd like to be able to propose. And again, knowing it's the insurance of last resort, and I do know my friends across the country don't have a FAIR plan. So we're grateful to be in a place that if you can afford it, by all means, take advantage. But we don't think currently that the premiums are at all affordable. As others have testified before, we are paying somewhere between 3 times to 10 times what it used to be. Some of our camps have been asked, in order to get a reduced rate, all you need to do is go cut 200 feet past your boundary. Well, many of our camps are in the forest, and to get permission to cut down tall trees would impact the forest. We could never get permission to cut down 200 feet beyond our boundaries. And so there's a surcharge for us to not be able to do that. And it's quite costly. We also think that having broader coverage or blanket coverage like we used to have with our other insurer would be very helpful. I was speaking with someone this morning, and he said that with the amount of coverage he can get, his initial quote back at the $3 million coverage, he has $18 million in buildings. Pick 2 or 3 buildings that you want to cover. And he said, they're kind of like children. Which one do I think I want to save in the event of a fire? We can't choose which. We don't know which way the forest fire will come. So we need a blanket coverage like we used to have. As far as raising the limits of coverage, someone said $20 million just before. Maybe that's the limit. I don't know. That would still cut out a whole lot of other camps, but certainly raising that coverage. And let me say again, doing so affordably, I think is important. I recognize that we need to do a lot of funding hardening and brush clearance and understory clearance and things like that, but there's no funding to be able to do that. We would love to see funding made available and get that to our camps who couldn't otherwise afford to do that. I've been speaking with our insurers all the way to the top, a number who've left California, and I said, we need competition and we need you back. What can we do? He said, well, we need to go before the insurance commissioner and get fast track new programs so that we can recommend how we can come in. One of the programs that we've been talking about is why not have, like earthquake insurance, a catastrophic wildfire coverage, and let camps decide. But we need to cover our whole property against the normal sorts of things like an incident to a building or water damage or whatever else we used to have covered, so that we can continue to operate without those concerns. We understand the threat if a wildfire is approaching, that it may not be a solution to everybody, whether that means a higher deductible, and it probably would, to have a catastrophic damage sort of thing. We'd love to see this offered, because especially that $50 million camp says, I know if a wildfire is coming, there's nothing I can do. We'll make a decision then, but I need the whole camp covered, and I need property insurance the way it used to be. So another couple of practical things, and then I'll be done here. But we used to have a loss of business income. Many of our camps are along a highway or a route that gets closed for a fire that's nowhere near that camp facility. And we could get shut down for a week or 2, and it has happened in times past. And we used to have a loss of business income insurance portion. We don't have that with the FAIR plan. Also, that actual cash value would be important to us. It's kind of strange, but the El Dorado fire in Southern California approached my property, and just a short while back, and the firefighters made their line. So part of my backyard is burnt, but they saved my home. And a month ago, I received a notice saying you won't be renewed. And I'm thinking there's nothing left to burn. Now's the time to insure me. So how do we get insurers, once they come back, to stay? And if they do stay and they decide we need to leave, we're going to need a whole lot more than 90 days to find a solution and a new insurer. So I don't know how we can do that. I know you can't compel people. I'd love to see some of the other insurers come back and make the marketplace something that the consumers have the ability to choose what's best for them. Currently, it isn't, and it costs way too doggone much. So if you could help in any way, it more affordable to us means even the little guy who's running foster camps, who doesn't have a whole lot of money, needs help and assistance. So thank you for seeing and hearing us all today. We appreciate you and the work you're doing, and happy to provide you with plenty of stories and insights. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to, Mr. Valencia, I know something that I talked to Diana about, and I know we're from this roughly the same neighborhood, although we don't like to admit it.
Oh, well,
Boyle
you're on the other
Heights.
side of the tracks.
Boyle Heights and East LA. But I was mentioning that when we first heard about this issue, it was really personal to me because I got to camp for the first time ever in 6th grade. And it was life-changing.
Yes.
To come from an inner city to be able to appreciate nature like we do now in El Dorado and Placer counties. It was something that I'll never forget. And we have to make sure that other California children from throughout the entire state have that, maintain that opportunity for them. It is words can't describe the doors that it opened and the perspective that it gives you. And so I know we moved quickly to try to move those coverage limits. We know they're not enough. And this is why your testimony today, and of course, Diana and everybody, is critical and it's important. So we really appreciate you taking your time coming to talk about your experiences.
Thank you.
And now I'd like to introduce Diana Kelly.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you to your staff for inviting me to speak today. As President and CEO of the California Outdoor Hospitality Association, I represent industries that include RV parks, campgrounds, outdoor resorts, and glamping properties. I could have stayed up here with Mr. Valenzuela because we have so much in common. But you know, that's no surprise and it's no secret that there's been a substantial uptick in the amount of people that want to spend time outdoors over the last couple of years. People have actually discovered that camping isn't just a tent in the dirt, but there are many, many ways to get outdoors, to camp and to experience nature. We have more people interested in doing that than we actually have spaces for them available. So our industry right now is being tasked with expansion. I'm constantly hearing we need to build more campgrounds. How do we build more campgrounds? But one of the greatest barriers to actually expanding that industry is the ability to obtain affordable and secure insurance coverage. Many of our projects are being abandoned at the feasibility stage due to the fact that the cost of insurance is so prohibitive of actually continuing their projects. And we know that as an industry, we have a substantial risk, right? Those beautiful backdrops come with certain exposures that don't necessarily occur in the city. But I think there's also a serious misconception that only these heavily forested, fire-prone zones are receiving these substantial increases and decreases in coverage. As an example, I have a park that's located on an estuary in the town of Pismo Beach. So we're not in a fire-prone neighborhood right there. Last year, they paid $78,000 for a package policy. This year, their a la carte policy is $404,000. Many of my properties, many of my members would not be able to accept an increase like that. We have several members that are choosing to self-insure. In other words, go without coverage because they can't afford it. And others are choosing just to sell their properties altogether because they cannot continue to operate their business. We can't raise rates, campground rates enough to make up for these types of increases, unfortunately. And along with that comes a substantial decrease in coverage. You know, we've all talked about it. Everybody's been saying the same thing. Yes, there's this decrease in coverage. You know, a broad form policy has 11 different perils. You move to the FAIR plan and you're down to, 4. And one of those being business income. And as Mr. Valenzuela stated, business income covers a direct loss to a covered peril. But what happens when we have properties that are affected by smoke? What happens when I have a campground that has an 80% cancellation rate in the busiest month of the year, and they're only open 6 months? And now they've lost tens and thousands of dollars from 1 month of smoke, of just having smoke in the air and people canceling. There's also this perception with the consumer that when there's a fire, and people from out of state think as soon as there's a fire in Redding, like the entire state's on fire, right? So we're not going to San Diego because there's a fire up here. We know that that's not the case, but those types of things have a substantial, effect on our industry, right? So smoke being the biggest, though. When we have to close down for that amount of time, there's a huge financial loss. And I know that business income isn't designed that way, but maybe it should be. Maybe we need to start thinking outside the box to protect some of these additional, coverages that these businesses need. We also recognize that the FAIR plan wasn't really designed to replace all of the standardized, carriers, but at this point, it does need to be reevaluated to provide at least similar coverage to what the businesses had before. And without the substantial increases that we're seeing. Many people have also said that the process of applying to the FAIR plan is difficult and cumbersome and exhaustive. So here you have a small business owner that is 24/7 deep in their business at the busiest time of the year. And now they have to drop everything and go through an exhaustive application process, stop running their business, to try to find immediate coverage because they've just been declined, not by 1, but maybe 2 or 3, as other people have stated. And that's a very, very difficult process. So yes, while the FAIR plan needs to be updated, we also recognize that it's not necessarily the replacement for an overhaul of the entire system, and bringing some of those carriers back that can actually provide coverage, not these a la carte policies that are so expensive, but package policies that actually provide reasonable coverage for our members and for the industry in general. So we appreciate that you are taking the time to actually look into not just the FAIR plan, but the insurance industry as a whole. And we'd also love to see ways to offer up legislation about fire mitigation and management. Our members do a lot to try to protect their businesses. But like Gabriel said, if we're backed up to the national forest, they can't go in and start cutting trees. So what they do the best that they can within their own property, but they're not receiving any discounts or not receiving any benefits from that. They're doing it to protect their business because that's what they do. They're doing it to keep their campgrounds clean, to provide a better experience for the camping consumer, but we're not getting any benefit from that. So along with, bringing some of those other carriers back in, we'd also love to see some types of rebates or discounts or, a process for these members who are actually taking steps to do fire mitigation practices. And then, of course, legislation to, again, provide resources for those types of practices as well. So I am here to answer any further questions on the campground industry. But again, I want to thank you all for your time today and appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly.
Good morning. My name is Doug Subers, and I'm the Director of Governmental Affairs for the California Professional Firefighters. The California Professional Firefighters is a state affiliate of the International Association of Firefighters and represents more than 30,000 professional firefighters and emergency medical personnel statewide. First, I would like to thank Insurance Commissioner Lara and the team at the Department of Insurance for holding today's investigatory hearing regarding the California Fair Plan Association. Over the last several years, California firefighters have been called on to respond to devastating wildfires with courage and determination. These demands continue to increase on our firefighters, but we appreciate the leadership of the Insurance Commissioner, Governor Newsom, and the legislature on their work to respond to these challenges and consider the increasing resources needed to respond to wildfires.
Excuse me, this is the court reporter. May I please ask Mr. Subers to slow down just a touch for clarity's sake? Thank you.
Absolutely. Sorry about that. In addition to responding to these fires, many of our members also live in areas that are subject to high or very high fire threat. Regrettably, in recent years, several of our members have lost their homes to wildfires while they themselves were on the fire lines performing their sworn duties to protect life and property. Availability and affordability of insurance are priorities for the CPF to ensure we can protect our members and the communities they serve. We know that many California firefighters rely on the FAIR Plan for their fire coverage on their homes. With this in mind, we support efforts to continue to strengthen the offerings and services by the FAIR Plan to ensure that Californians that must rely on the FAIR Plan as the insurer of last resort can effectively and affordably gain access to the insurance they need to protect their homes and their families. Expanding and strengthening offerings will help limit the need for consumers to access policies from a variety of insurers, and we hope can ultimately decrease the cost of accessing this insurance. Continually improving the FAIR Plan consumer experience will also benefit our members and others that are often seeking FAIR Plan coverage after non-renewal of their previous coverage. In addition to strengthening the FAIR Plan to support and protect CPF members, we also believe that there should be consideration of the role the FAIR Plan can play in providing incentives, discounts, and supporting steps their policyholders can take to harden their homes and strengthen community wildfire resilience. We know that wildfire resilience is multifaceted and relies on a variety of stakeholders, but we should identify all opportunities to reduce fire risk. In closing, we would like to thank you for hosting this hearing and allowing CPF to provide comment today. We appreciate the leadership of the Insurance Commissioner in responding to our wildfire challenges, including the Safer from Wildfires partnership and work around transparency and wildfire risk models. We stand ready to work with the Insurance Commissioner, Department, and other stakeholders as you continue to consider mechanisms to strengthen the FAIR Plan. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Subers. Our next speaker is Ms. Amy Bach.
Good morning. I think it's still morning. I am Amy Bach, the Executive Director, one of the founders of the nonprofit United Policyholders. This year marks United Policyholders' 31st year as a nonprofit that advocates for fair insurance practices and helps solve problems that impede consumers' ability to be indemnified in case of loss through insurance products. I want to commend Commissioner Lara and CDI staff for the comprehensive California Fair Plan Market Conduct Exam of 2017 through 2021 smoke claims that was summarized in a May 2022 exam report, and for convening today's hearing. We also want to commend the Commissioner and CDI staff for their ongoing, longstanding efforts to bring Fair Plan's products up to basic coverage standards, and the current efforts to eliminate the need for people to have to shoulder the financial burden of paying for both a Fair Plan policy and a difference in conditions premium in order to adequately protect their homes and assets. Our organization is in the field all the time, working with consumers, working with your team, and a lot of the testimony we've been hearing about today, none of it is new to us. These are the things we know have really brought more and more people into this as stakeholders because of the changes that we're seeing in the marketplace and the reduced options that people have in the private market. We sincerely hope the exam report, Judge Strobel's July 2021 minute order, and today's testimony will result in redress for the unacceptable claim handling that United policyholders, the consumers we serve, and our stakeholder partners have been observing and reporting on an ongoing basis for many decades. The time is now. We hope the result will be concrete CFP improvements voluntarily adopted by the Fair Plans Governing Committee and management in compliance with both the judge's orders, but also with insurance industry best practices. I think we're really all getting the very clear picture that this is an entity that has to pull its socks up. It's got to really make some very important changes at this time in order to avoid either having it be taken over or having the legislature completely, I'm forgetting the word for when something gets taken over, but whatever it is, it would be great to avoid that. Okay, it's our hope that today's hearing and related proceedings will result in strengthening our state's insurer of last resort to where it sells basic adequate coverage, respects the commissioner's authority, and pays covered claims fairly, promptly, and in full. As today's hearing notice so aptly stated, the FAIR Plan must be held to the highest standards of service and consumer protection and continue to evolve with the changing times to fulfill its mission of financially protecting real property assets, promptly and fairly indemnifying its customers in the event of loss under the terms of the policies they sell. Obviously, we're grappling with a lot of issues here. We're grappling with affordability issues. We're grappling with issues of producers, maybe not doing the diligent searches, or we're grappling with obviously the affordability issues are crippling both to individuals and businesses. But what I really am focusing on here today is the structure of the FAIR Plan, the way it's being run. We all heard that bombshell this morning about the fact that the entity seems to be relying on rate increases instead of assessing its member companies, which doesn't make any sense and explains a lot of the problems that we're seeing. So I just want to give a few positives. The California FAIR Plan is a vital backstop. We've heard this for the private competitive home insurance marketplace, allowing people to meet their mortgage obligations. It facilitates home ownership and sales, provides essential safety net without burdening taxpayers at large. Obviously, many of us in this field have looked at the Florida Citizens, Louisiana Citizens, Texas Windstorm, trying to see what are the things that other state-run insurers of last resort have done either less well than us, or better than us. I think that our FAIR Plan is invaluable to the California economy, just the way that it was designed, maybe not the way it's being run, but the recipe for the way it was designed. So I'm not calling for some sort of radical redesign of the program. I think I'm more calling for a redesign of how it's being managed and how it's prioritizing its operations. The recipe spreads property damage risk across all licensed and admitted insurers, which I think is a good thing. During availability crises such as the one we're navigating now, it's more invaluable than ever. I think the recipe, it's a fair way requiring all California licensed and admitted insurers to take a modest amount of risk they don't otherwise want, but only in proportion to their overall voluntary market share, I think is a very sound concept. In comparison to TWIA, Florida Citizens, the rates the FAIR Plan has been charging have been determined generally to be actuarially sound, and there's been a minimum of legislative involvement in their operations. In some ways, its structure is a model for effective risk spreading and sharing, right? Not necessarily premium setting and claim handling, but certainly the way that it's supposed to be financed. The basic financial protection a FAIR Plan policy provides has helped many thousands of wildfire victims repair and rebuild. And with the enhanced coverages ordered by yourself, Commissioner Lara, a FAIR Plan policy will be an even more effective safety net and recovery tool for homeowners in regions throughout the state. I'm not addressing the commercial issues. Those are a whole nother world of challenge. I'm really speaking right now about homeowners. You've heard it. We've heard it. More and more people are going bare. More and more people are losing homes and not having that safety net. We can't have that. So California, one last fair positive, the Fair Plan's immediate past president, Annalise Javon, and Representative Phil Irwin, who's with us today, have been very cooperative with my staff by contributing to our online and print educational materials and our webinars, helping consumers navigate the situation, helping them understand the options Fair Plan currently offers. Mr. Irwin assisted with 2 shopping help webinars that we curated and hosted to help homeowners who've been non-renewed and need help replacing coverage. And of course, all the resources that your agency provides, and I know you've enhanced those, are very much part of our program of telling people to go to your website, find the list of companies that may be an option for them before they go to the Fair Plan. Now to the needed improvements. The Fair Plan has to improve its operating transparency and accountability, the quality of its products, the quality of its claim handling, its customer service, and its respect for the authority of the Department of Insurance. I think it's appalling that there is ongoing litigation between the 2 entities since you're in theory supposed to be on the same team. As set forth in the market conduct exam report published in May 2022, significant improvements in claim handling have to be made, as well as compensation to people whose claims were handled improperly. And you'll be hearing more about that from my colleague Dylan Schaefer later in the day. The exam report findings mirror the complaints that United Policyholders routinely gets, that Fair Plan customers cannot reach anybody, they can't reach their adjuster, they can't reach their adjuster supervisor, there seems to be no there. And if the Fair Plan needs more staff and funding to meet its obligations to its policyholders, that should be management's priority. They need to become more customer-centric, similar to the improved procedures that the National Flood Insurance Program adopted after being widely criticized for improper claim handling in the aftermath of Superstorm Sandy. Now, as far as transparency, the governing board essentially operates behind closed doors. It's almost impossible to find the names of its current members, let alone access meeting minutes, operating procedures, or any information that would help a member of the public or an advocate such as myself determine how they are really functioning. Given, and this is a really important point, given that the board is comprised primarily of insurance executives whose own companies rejected risks that are now in the Fair Plan, it's logical to assume that on some level, they have less concern about Fair Plan customer satisfaction than the customers they competed to acquire. And you'll hear Fair Plan representatives say, we're not an insurance company, we're an association. And for a while, I didn't understand why they made such a big deal. And then I sort of grasped they don't want to think of themselves as an insurance company, but to everybody else, that's what, in a sense, that's what they are. So they have to reduce, here's the next few points, and I'll try to wrap up as quickly as I can. The Fair Plan has to reduce its reliance on private insurance defense attorneys for management and claim handling. Instead of adopting measures to improve customer satisfaction, the Fair Plan is continuing to finance hardball litigation, such as the California Fair Plan Association versus Marlene Garnes, the California Fair Plan Association versus Ricardo Lara, the appeal that's currently pending, in which our organization is supporting your agency's position as to making the policies more fundamentally, basically adequate. Next point, the Fair Plan must start processing smoke damage claims properly and paying for necessary mitigation and restoration promptly and fairly. You're going to hear more about that from my colleagues. The Fair Plan, as ordered by your agency and your general counsel quite some time ago, the Fair Plan should have already revised its policy language related to smoke damage to bring it into compliance with Section 2071 of the California Code requirement regarding the bottom, the floor, that a policy has to cover the peril of fire. Smoke is fire debris. The two are inseparable. The language purporting to only cover smoke damage that can be seen or smelled unaided is illegal, plain and simple. You've told them that. They need to hear it. The Fair Plan should be leading by example. We've heard a little bit about this from the last witnesses, by educating its customers on wildfire risk reduction and by adjusting its rates to reward those who follow the action steps endorsed by the Interagency Partnership, the Institute for Home and Business Safety, and my organization's RAP working group. Given that the majority of their risks now are in WUI and brush regions, the FAIR Plan should be leading the way in facilitating and rewarding wildfire risk reduction. Given the extent to which private insurers have retreated from insuring homes throughout the state, it's clear that the FAIR Plan Association's market share will continue to grow for the foreseeable future. It still feels manageable. I get very nervous about their numbers. We all do. The numbers are still manageable. We don't have an out of control situation, but we got to get it under control. And I know that's what you're trying to do today. So just one more point. The FAIR Plan should be selling basic essential coverage. The DIC situation is a mess. The rapidly growing DIC market is creating confusion, inefficiencies, coverage gaps, and then the additional expenses and broker fees that result from having two policies instead of one. These are the very problems the homeowners package policy was created to solve so many years ago. As to commercial coverage, our concerns are largely the same. Businesses need the same coverages they typically purchase in the admitted market. For many businesses, the typical BOP business owners package was filling their needs. Other businesses now, ag, construction, need the same basic coverages. We're not saying the FAIR Plan should be out there selling guaranteed replacement, bells and whistles, fancy add-ons. No, they shouldn't, right? It's all about basic, but it has to be adequate. And the FAIR Plan coverage should reasonably mirror those basic commercial coverages that are widely available. Policyholders in the FAIR Plan are paying premiums that are aligned with the loss history of the coverages provided, the same as policyholders in the voluntary market are paying for their coverages. There is no reason for coverage limitations to continue for the most basic of coverages and perils. Now, in conclusion, and I know you know this, there needs to be collaboration, not litigation, between the FAIR Plan and CDI. California leads the nation in so many ways. There's no reason our insurer of last resort cannot be a model program. Today, more than ever, we need the FAIR Plan to be just that. I thank you for your time and all the work that you and your staff are doing. I look forward to hearing the responses of FAIR Plan management here today and my consumer advocate colleagues. I know we can do this, and I thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bach. Our next speaker is Doug Heller.
Good morning. I am Doug Heller, and I'm the Director of Insurance for Consumer Federation of America. I'm going to focus my remarks today on governance and accountability at the organizational level of the FAIR Plan, because the unaffordability, bad customer experiences, and other problems that Amy just spoke about, that the department and others have talked about this morning, they don't happen in a vacuum. They happen because there has been a lack of accountability for the FAIR Plan and too little regard for the interests of California consumers who are supposed to be protected by it. My testimony is informed in part by my role as an appointed and voting member of the California Automobile Assigned Risk Advisory Committee, known as the CARP Board. Like the FAIR Plan Governing Committee, the CARP Board manages an insurance market of last resort in California. Our responsibilities are to individuals and businesses that struggle to find or afford automobile insurance in the private market. And while ours is a smaller book of business than the FAIR Plan, I think there are some important governance differences that should be considered as the department, the legislature, and the governor's administration contemplate what to do about the problems facing Californians who desperately need the FAIR Plan to work well. The CARP Board is statutorily comprised of 8 insurance company members and 6 public members appointed by the insurance commissioner, all of whom are voting members. Of those public members, 2 are insurance producers and 4 are, like myself, consumer representatives. The department also has a voting seat on the board. Now, I'd be happy to make the case that there should be even more public representation on the CARP board, but I believe that because of the diverse interests represented among the voting members, the CARP board has been productively engaged in ensuring that the interests of consumers who come to us as a last resort are always part of the discussion and integral to the decision-making process. And to the credit of the carriers, who are my colleagues and have a built-in majority on the board, the consumer perspective is recognized as an essential one when decisions are made. That does not mean that I have always agreed with every decision our board has taken, but the board creates an opportunity for consumer interests to be heard and for negotiations to be had. And that has made the auto insurance residual market, and particularly the low-income auto insurance program that CARP oversees, made those more responsive to Californians in need of auto insurance than the FAIR Plan has been for Californians in need of property coverage. The FAIR Plan, as Amy mentioned, is governed by a board whose voting members are exclusively representing the insurance industry. The only one public member not affiliated with the insurance industry does not have a vote, and nor do the producer representatives on the board. That is to say, the decision-making of the FAIR Plan is conducted exclusively by the very insurance companies that have been loud and clear that they don't care to serve swaths of California residents and businesses. It is no surprise then that the results for consumers have not been what they should be. Now, the failures of the FAIR Plan to meet the needs of consumers or to respect the rules of California law or the Department of Insurance is driven by a lack of meaningful accountability or even debate. As the recent operational assessment of the FAIR Plan shows, there is a stunning lack of transparency at the plan and a distressing lack of planning. In various ways, it is less transparent, less engaged, and less financially secure than similar plans in other catastrophe-prone states. Now, the market conduct exam of the FAIR Plan issued this spring regarding smoke damage is even worse, and among the most devastating exams I have ever reviewed. The sheer volume of consumer rights violations is staggering and deeply troubling. These problems at the governance level and in the management and functioning of the FAIR Plan highlight some critically important changes that must be made. First of all, the legislature needs to step in and bring more accountability to the FAIR Plan, first by improving and diversifying the voting membership of the board, so this is not an industry-controlled organization that operates in the shadows. In the meantime, the governor's office can do more to strengthen the role of its appointees, even without voting power, so that these public members have more resources to be more effectively engaged and more vocal about the practices of the plan, and to insist on more transparency and accountability of the FAIR Plan to the customers in California who need it so. These problems also highlight the need for the Department of Insurance to take more precautions when dealing with both the FAIR Plan and the insurers that run it. I realize that this spring's market conduct exam of the plan revealed illegal form changes approved by the department as a result of what appears to be dishonesty and misleading responses by the plan during the regulatory phase. That may well be the case, and certainly the FAIR Plan should be held accountable for misbehavior regardless of whether or not or how they might have snuck illegal changes through the regulatory process. But the lesson here, and it's larger than just the FAIR Plan, is that the department cannot be so forgiving and trusting of carriers in the regulatory process. There was obviously a granting of the benefit of the doubt that should not have been granted and shouldn't be granted when carriers come in with changes and promises about the alleged consumer benefits of those changes. I think it's obvious at this point that changes by the FAIR Plan to issues like the handling of smoke claims are changes that represent larger insurance industry objectives rather than just the parochial ideas of the FAIR Plan board and staff. And that brings me back to the governance issue in my conclusion. In this hearing, we're talking about the lives and financial security of hundreds of thousands of Californians. Leaving the FAIR Plan solely in the hands of insurance companies that are already refusing to do business with our residents was a mistake that has to be corrected. In the short term, it is crucial to hold the FAIR Plan accountable to ensure that Californians get the property insurance they need and the coverage they paid for. But in the long term, the oversight and governance of the FAIR Plan must be fixed. So I thank you for the opportunity to present today, and I look forward to the rest of the hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Heller. And we will have one final speaker before we take a lunch break. Our next speaker is Mr. Stephen Young.
Good morning, Commissioner, honored guests. For the record, my name is Steve Young. It's my privilege to serve as General Counsel of the Independent Insurance Agents and Brokers of California. I'm very honored to have the opportunity to provide comments on the concerns that our membership has reported with Fair Plan operations. We are a trade association representing several hundred agencies and brokerages with several tens of thousands of individual licensed producers. We do business in virtually every city and town in California. Our members write all types of insurance, but we are predominantly a property and liability insurance-based organization. And it probably goes without saying that our members have been severely impacted by the enduring crisis of availability and affordability in property insurance. Insurers have, that many of them at least, have the freedom to go do business in other states, but our members aren't going anywhere. And not only are they struggling financially because they do not have insurance products to sell, but in many ways, the emotional toll that our members report to me is even greater because they cannot help their policyholders and their neighbors adequately protect their homes and businesses. For many of our members, the Fair Plan has been an absolute godsend as the only market for basic property insurance for many of their customers. And we're deeply appreciative to the Fair Plan for the tremendous job it has done in the face of unprecedented volume of applications and the unprecedented burden that's been placed on it. We've been very delighted with the leadership that we've seen from new President Victoria Roach and the team that she's assembled. And we know that they are working to solve many of the operational problems, which I'm going to talk about in just one moment. Before I do that, though, Commissioner, I don't envy you, your job. I think you've got the hardest job of any constitutional officer in California. And I can tell you that in my 30 plus years in this position, I have never seen a set of issues that is more intractable or that has so many incredibly complicated root causes. We are dealing with the confluence of severe drought, severe global warming, significant forest mismanagement by federal and state officials, utility company negligence in many ways and deferred maintenance, massive population growth and building in the wildland urban interface areas, escalation in property values, and now inflationary pressure. Property insurance historically has been a hugely profitable line of insurance for companies because losses were predictable and total losses rarely occurred. But what we've seen in California and in other states with this wildfire catastrophe exposure is that no longer can this type of insurance be written for partial loss. We feel as if we have crossed a Rubicon in which prices will never be as low, and they can never be as low as they once were because the magnitude of this catastrophic wildfire exposure is so tremendously huge. We come today with 6 specific suggestions for the Department of Insurance. We have submitted a 6-page statement, which everyone in the room will be delighted to know I'm not going to read here. I will summarize. I know lunch awaits, but the first and most important thing, Mr. Commissioner, that you can do to improve the operation of the California Fair Plan is to help restore the health of the private insurance market. We would urge you, and look, we appreciate the fact that no regulator wants to approve rate increases. And Commissioner, you're probably going to be really mad at me for what I'm about to say. But you deserve a lot of credit, and your department does, for approving a number of small rate increases that insurance companies have filed. There has been a far greater willingness of the department to approve rate increases that are justified and actuarially needed than perhaps some of your predecessors have done. So you deserve credit for that. And I know you probably don't want anyone saying you've increased rates, so we'll strike that comment from the record now. But we appreciate that. But more can be done. And the fact is, because these exposures are so huge right now, any efforts by the department to suppress rate adequacy will prolong this crisis. We believe there are two things that we would commend you to do to help restore the health of the private standard market. First, support creation of a joint underwriting authority that would allow for catastrophic wildfire surcharges subject to your approval and where actuarially justified in the wildland urban interface areas where the risk of wildfire catastrophe is highest. Number two, we believe you should permit insurers to include reinsurance costs and prospective loss modeling tools in their rate filings, just as the FAIR Plan does now, just as the California Earthquake Authority does, and just as insurers in most other states are allowed to do as well. We believe that these two actions could, in and of themselves, dramatically restore the health of the private market and encourage insurers to come back in to write and non-renew, especially in these WUI areas, just as soon as the department was able to approve the rate filings that they filed. So we commend that to you for your consideration. The FAIR Plan, again, we appreciate the tremendous challenges that they face, but there are several things that we would commend to them and to you. The first is, our members report the same thing that we've heard from other witnesses today, which is that they cannot get answers to their questions on a timely basis when they have problems. They can't get them resolved quickly. And more often than not, when there is a problem, time is of the absolute essence. So anytime a question is not resolved, coverage cannot be effected. Brokers, of course, have no ability to actually bind coverage. Only the FAIR Plan can do that, and the FAIR Plan will implement policies or affect them only when all of the application requirements are fully documented. So we strongly support the FAIR Plan leadership's recognition, pardon me, of their need to upgrade customer and broker service. The next complaint and the next suggestion we would have is very closely related to that. And that is that the FAIR Plan needs to implement technology that will permit better electronic interface, not only for communicating with FAIR Plan CSRs, but also for uploading and downloading all of the documents that are attendant to these applications. Brokers spend an awful lot of money on agency management software systems, which permit accurate, highly efficient data exchanges between insurance companies and consumers. And, the FAIR Plan knows it needs to do this. It's working on how to do it, but the sooner that can be done, the better. It's not exactly 1990 calling and it wants its fax machines back, but it's pretty close to that. The next thing, Commissioner, we would say in our testimony here is that there are two particular aspects of the FAIR Plan contracts for both the dwelling property and the commercial coverages that our members report to me as very significant problems. We explain these in some detail in the written testimony, so I'm not going to go into it in great detail here, but I do want to at least mention it briefly. The first problem concerns the co-insurance clause in the contract. Right now, for the benefit of those who perhaps aren't as conversant as some with the FAIR Plan contracts, the plan will ensure that coverage A exposures on either an actual cash value basis, which subjects claim payments to depreciation, or a replacement cost value basis, which has this co-insurance clause. And the way it works in brief is that if you have a structure that has a higher replacement cost than the maximum combined limit, the homeowner is subject to a pro rata reduction in coverage. So for example, if you have a property that at the time of a loss has a $4 million replacement cost, because the FAIR plan can only cover $3 million on a combined basis, the FAIR plan will pay only 75% of the loss in the event of a total loss. That's not fair. It's not fair to the homeowner. It creates an nightmare for brokers who are selling these policies. And so we would commend and encourage you to either eliminate or greatly limit the application of this co-insurance clause on replacement cost policies. The second part of the insurance contract, the FAIR plan issues that is very confusing, very problematic, is called the other insurance clause. It exists in both the dwelling and the commercial policy. And without going into what that says or what we think it means, the larger objective that we would commend to the department and to the FAIR plan is that it needs to be absolutely clear explicitly that the FAIR plan is primary in losses, that the first dollar of claims are paid by the FAIR plan, not by the insurers that provide supplemental or other coverage gaps, either difference in condition or the other wraparound policies. What we are told is that because there is ambiguity in the way the contracts are written right now, insurers are less willing to provide these wraparound DIC supplemental limits policies. So we would encourage the department to either eliminate or modify the other insurance clauses to make sure that there's no question about the primary nature of FAIR plan policies. And the last comment I'll make just very briefly is that we appreciate very much the commissioner's focus on these issues. We know that Californians are suffering because the property insurance market is so disabled right now. And we appreciate the ingenuity back of your proposal to have the FAIR plan write an HO3 or more robust property coverage. We do not agree with that particular approach. We feel as if the FAIR plan policy is sort of like a Pinto, a Ford Pinto, and requiring them to write these other policies is like taping some fiberglass panels on it and calling it a Corvette. The fundamental limitations within the existing FAIR plan structure and the contracts are so great that we feel it is far better, it's far more prudent to make the changes to the contract in the FAIR plan that we've suggested to restore the health of the private market. And by doing that, the FAIR plan will of necessity depopulate. There'll be more consumer choices in the standard market and lower costs, we believe, at least within reason for consumers. Again, Commissioner, we appreciate your advocacy on these efforts. We appreciate the relationship that we've been able to build with the new FAIR plan leadership and have great confidence in their ability to make operational improvements and changes. And IEB Cal and our membership stand ready to assist you, Mr. Commissioner, and the Department of Insurance in any way we can on these issues going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. At this time, we're going to take a break. We will reconvene at 1:15. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, and welcome back, everyone. This is just a reminder that our hearing today is being recorded and is a hybrid hearing, so we will have public comments from persons in attendance and virtually. So thank you again for your patience as we transition between live and virtual speakers. However, first, before our afternoon comment period, we have a presentation from the California Fair Plan.
Ready? Here.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioner Lara, California Department of Insurance staff, members of the public. My name's Cedric Snow. I serve on the California Fair Plan Association's Executive Committee. I'm the Risk Management Executive at CSAA Insurance Group, which is headquartered in Walnut Creek, California. We appreciate being able to be here to speak with you today. And California is facing unprecedented challenges related to climate change, and we are deeply concerned about the insurance crisis that has been fueled by historic ongoing wildfire risk. The FAIR Plan remains ready to work collaboratively with the legislature, the governor's office, the California Department of Insurance, our customers, and other stakeholders. It will take a collective effort of policymakers, regulators, consumers, insurers, and policyholders to help move the state forward, because the FAIR Plan strives to continue to be part of the solution to address the increasing risk of wildfire in our state, consistent with the FAIR Plan's mission, but we can't be the only solution. With that, I'd like to turn it over to the FAIR Plan President, Victoria Roach, for more about the FAIR Plan's role in the insurance market and our support for solutions to the ongoing crisis.
Thank you, Cedric. Good afternoon, Commissioner, CDI staff, and other guests. Let me share a little bit about myself before I get started here. So I grew up in Southern California, and I've worked in the insurance industry for over 30 years. My prior couple of positions before I came to the California Fair Plan were as a director of underwriting and a director of product management for Farmers Insurance.
Hello and good afternoon. This is Brian Henley with the California Department of Insurance. We're having some technical difficulties, but the team is working on them, so we will bring you back into the proceedings as soon as we can. Thank you.
Can you hear my microphone?
Yes.
Great. Can I get a thumbs up, Catherine, if we have Ms. Roach start her presentation from the beginning of her presentation? Okay. I apologize, Victoria. I think
Are
we
we gonna
should
start over?
I think you should start over simply because it's being recorded. And so the court reporter, I want to make sure that we got all of it.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you.
Okay. So I wanted to start by sharing a little bit about myself and my background here. So I grew up in Southern California. I've worked in the insurance industry for over 30 years. My prior positions before coming to the California Fair Plan included the Director of Underwriting and the Director of Product Management for Farmers Insurance. I've been with the Fair Plan just about 2.5 years and in my current position for about 4 months now. So I'm sorry, now I got all messed up. Sorry about that. So I've been in my current position about 4 months. What I can tell you is, as the insurer of last resort, the California Fair Plan is committed to providing consumers with basic property insurance when that insurance is not available in the normal market. We are also committed to finding collective solutions to move California forward. The emphasis has to be on collective, though. While the California Fair Plan can and should be part of the solution, we cannot be the whole solution to the crisis facing the Californians today. Our goal today is to educate about the current state of the Fair Plan. We heard a lot of comments and opinions this morning, some misconceptions about our role in the industry. We hope to clear some of those up today. The Fair Plan was established in 1968 by the legislature as the insurer of last resort. Some of the proposed changes will actually significantly change that role and turn us into an insurer of first resort. Before we make those decisions and implement those actions, it's important to take a step back and look at the potential consequences of the actions that are being proposed. If we go to slide 2. Actually, you know what? You could stand slide 1. Sorry. So there's no quick fix, right? We need to continue to work collectively to help consumers, regulators, policymakers, and stakeholders understand those consequences. We're committed to working together to be part of the solution within the industry. As we go through our slides, please note we are not able to discuss matters of ongoing litigation, and we cannot address specific policy or claims questions or concerns. Okay, slide 2, please. As we talk about the Fair Plan and our role in the industry, it's important to talk about the types of insurance carriers available to consumers today. The 3 chevrons you see here represent 3 types of insurance carriers who offer homeowners coverage in the market. Per the law in the state of California, this is the order consumers should be using those resources. So first is the voluntary market. There are 118 insurers who write comprehensive homeowners policies in California. These policies typically include perils such as water, theft, and liability. When a consumer cannot find insurance within that group of companies, there are also surplus line carriers available. We have over 132 in the state who also provide a variety of different coverages and types of policies for property owners. And then there's the California Fair Plan. When coverage is unavailable in the first 2 areas, that's when consumers can come to the California Fair Plan and buy basic property insurance. We cover fire and other named perils as designated by the statute that created us and the California Insurance Code. When consumers need more than what the California Fair Plan can offer, the differences in conditions policy is readily available from the voluntary carriers, and they will offer the supplemental coverages to make the consumer whole. We move to slide 3, please. To put our role in the marketplace in perspective, let's talk about how the FAIR Plan was established and why. So the legislator created the FAIR Plan in 1968, following the Watts riots and brush fires of the 1960s. The purpose of the FAIR Plan, as defined by the insurance code, is 1, to assure stability in the property insurance market. 2, to assure availability of basic property insurance. And 3, to encourage maximum usage of the normal market, which includes both the voluntary carriers and the surplus line brokers. It's important to note that while established by the legislator, the FAIR Plan is not a state agency and it's not a public agency, which also means we are not funded by the public or the taxpayers. All insurers who write homeowners insurance in the state of California are automatically members of the California FAIR Plan. We have a governing committee made up of representatives from these companies, as well as a representative of the brokers, a representative of agents, a representative of surplus lines brokers, and a representative of the public. The FAIR Plan continues to grow in size as consumers find themselves without coverage. As a result, we have doubled in size in the last 3 years. While this is an extraordinary growth rate, we need to keep in mind we only represent about 1.7% of the market in the state of California. As we look at our role as defined by the statute, we emphasize the point that we can be part of the solution, but not the only solution to the insurance crisis in California. Next slide, please. We recognize that the market has changed since 1968, and we continue to evolve as the insurer of last resort within the parameters set forth in the statute. The FAIR Plan has worked collaboratively with legislature and the California Department of Insurance to address the challenges facing Californians. Over the years, we have worked with the department to offer coverage throughout the state of California. When we were first established, we only offered coverage in certain zip codes throughout the state. We eliminated the need for brokers to submit proof of 3 declines before they could bring their consumer to the California FAIR Plan for coverage. We've increased coverage limits. We've improved wildfire risk scoring to include property characteristics and give consumers credit for some of the home hardening that they have done. I'm going to stipulate that is with the Department of Insurance right now in our current filing as we move to a new tool called Zesty, which will be a tool we'll use for wildfire scoring. And we've introduced a discount for homes located in Firewise designated communities. Most recently, when it became apparent that California farmers weren't able to obtain coverage for their farms, we worked directly with farm and wine growers in California. We worked with policymakers, the governor's office, the Department of Insurance, and stakeholders. And together, SB 11 was passed to provide farmers the necessary insurance they couldn't get in the voluntary market. We had similar success working with the legislature and the department to establish a clearinghouse. Often customers come to the California FAIR Plan and then they're not diligent about going out and looking for coverage back in the market because the assumption is they can't get it. The clearinghouse allows a transition for the consumer back into the voluntary market as the member companies work with the brokers to get them moved into the voluntary market. So we've established why the legislature created the FAIR Plan, our role in the industry, and how we have worked collaboratively with the legislature, the Department of Insurance, and stakeholders to stay relevant within the mandate, the statute that creates us as the insurer of last resort. Given our role and the type of risks we insure, and you've heard it this morning, affordability and price becomes an issue. I'm going to turn it over now to Phil Irwin, who is the Fair Plan Public Relations Representative, to talk about why price could and should be higher at the Fair Plan for our policies. Phil? Next slide, please.
Greetings. I live in El Dorado County, which is deemed roughly 95% in the WUI by carrier standards today. I proudly represent the California Fair Plan as a public relations representative, a broker, and an advocate for consumers and my customers in the WUI. Since the campfire, I have spent virtually every day on the phone from the beginning to end, searching for the best insurance options and discussing dynamics in the WUI and the current and future state of insurance in these markets. In August 2019, I attended an informational hearing at the Capitol to listen to feedback on the California Fair Plan and thank them personally for existing, because without them, many of my customers would not have insurance at this time. Like those who live in the WUI in Nevada and Colorado who do not have a California Fair Plan. Soon after that hearing, I joined the Fair Plan. Since then, I've been in this role, I've attended and taken part in events across the entire state for town hall meetings, Rebuild Paradise Foundation, Fire Safe Councils, Fire Alliance groups, Firewise groups, real estate groups, and United policyholders to provide updates and education on the Fair Plan. 100% of the time, I walked away from those meetings feeling I was able to provide the clarification and answers the public was looking for. Simply put, the Fair Plan is a high-risk pool. While other insurers have a mix of low and high-risk properties spread across a broad area, properties in the Fair Plan's high-risk pool are in concentrated areas, which means that the risk of a disaster affecting many policyholders at the same time is much higher compared to other insurers. Unlike the private market, the Fair Plan, as a last resort insurer, does not have the ability to pick and choose which properties go into the risk pool. The result is high risk, high concentration. DIC policies make the consumer whole while keeping the Fair Plan true to the law and allowing consumers to retain their multi-policy discounts on other policies such as auto and umbrella. Looking at the infographic comparison, the California's triangles in the red represent our highly concentrated high-risk policies, and Insurer A, private, has a healthier balance of low to moderate risk as well as higher risk policies. Insurer A is not likely to insure properties in the parts of California at highest risk of wildfires, even though the risk of wildfires is increasing throughout our states. As an example, to help illustrate the Fair Plan's risk pool, the Fair Plan will cover a house on a mountain with no fire stations nearby, while a private insurer will likely decline covering that house. It is important for consumers to understand the very basic nature of insurance pricing and risk when they come to the Fair Plan. Higher risks generally equate a higher price. So there's enough money in the pool to cover the risk. Here are some analogies. A driver who is arrested for speeding will pay more insurance than a driver who does not speed. An older, less healthy person will pay more for life insurance. A person who lives in a floodplain will pay more for insurance. With these analogies in mind, a second vacation home in a wildfire area should cost more to insure than a modest home in an inner city neighborhood that is not a wildfire area. We hope that this slide and our presentation on the issue will help educate the public on why a Fair Plan policy generally costs more and should cost more than private insurance. Now I turn it back to Victoria to share how this affects the consumers that are covered by the Fair Plan and those who are not.
Thanks, Phil. Okay, if we could go to the next slide, please. What we want to do is take a look now as what it means for us in the Fair Plan and the consumers at large when we talk about the higher rates and what we need at the Fair Plan to be relevant in the market. As stated earlier, we are not funded by the public or by taxpayers. Rather, the FAIR Plan is funded through our policies we sell to our customers. By statute, if those funds are not sufficient to cover the FAIR Plan losses and expenses, the FAIR Plan has the right to issue assessments to all of its member companies. Basically, we send them a bill. Assessments to member companies become an indirect tax on policyholders who are not insured by the FAIR Plan. In the mid-1990s, the legislature, in response to concerns about the assessments, passed AB 1754. What you see on the slide is an excerpt from the analysis done on that bill. I can't see it to read it. So I'm gonna emphasize the crux of this in the last sentence, and I'm going to read it to you because it's really important to understand. The author believes that this bill is necessary to protect the solvency of the FAIR Plan and to remove what is in effect an indirect tax on property owners by making the FAIR Plan rates actuarially sound and by capping the exposure of the FAIR Plan. So what does that mean? Actuarially sound rates simply mean that the rates for our policies are high enough that the FAIR Plan has enough money to pay the expected cost of claims as determined by the actuaries, plus the administrative expenses for the program year. So the legislator enacted this law to ensure that the California FAIR Plan rates are enough so assessments aren't necessary, and policyholders of our member companies don't receive an indirect tax to subsidize the FAIR Plan policyholders. If the rates are not actuarially sound, Californians who live in inner cities, including Oakland, Watts, East LA, would essentially subsidize more affluent policyholders who own homes in Malibu Hills, Lake Arrowhead, Lake Tahoe, and help keep their rates lower by paying more for the insurance in the inner cities. This is contrary to the intent of AB 1754. Next slide. So I want to take you through an illustration of how this works. Please note this is hypothetical. It's not a real life situation, but I'm going to walk you through what would happen. So if we put a filing in for actuarially sound rates and the department only approved 50% of the FAIR Plan's rate need, then it ends up that the FAIR Plan is not going to have enough money to cover our expenses and our losses, particularly in years where wildfire is excessive. What that means is we don't collect enough premium, and that consumers outside of those wildfire areas are subject to that indirect tax and will pay more for their insurance to subsidize the losses in the wildfire areas. Next slide, please. So what can the FAIR Plan do? One of the things the FAIR Plan can do is to mitigate the need for assessments by purchasing reinsurance. With reinsurance, the FAIR Plan shares the risk of catastrophic losses with the reinsurers. This, in turn, helps stabilize the voluntary market. How do they do that? Without reinsurance, the FAIR Plan is more likely to assess insurers in the voluntary market, forcing those carriers to take on risks, the additional risks of the California FAIR Plan. For many companies, this financial burden will be too great, and they may result in them pulling out and no longer writing insurance in the state. As the pool gets smaller, the indirect on the consumer grows. Another piece of this is the rate-making process itself. If the cost of that reinsurance cannot be included in the rate-making process, then the FAIR Plan will not have actuarially sound rates and will not be able to cover all of our expenses and our losses, as per provided in AB 1754. Consumers of the FAIR Plan consumers not insured with the FAIR Plan will continue to subsidize those who live in wildfire areas. So you've heard me talk about the role of the FAIR Plan, how we can be part of the solution, but not the only solution to the challenges in California. Now I'd like to introduce Sherry Scott. Sherry is a principal and consulting actuary with Milliman. She will talk to us about our rate needs and other actions the California Department of Insurance can do to help consumers.
Thank you, Victoria. Can you hear me fine?
Next slide, please.
So my name is Sherry Scott, and I'm a principal with Milliman. Milliman is one of the world's largest independent actuarial consulting firms. I've been working with the FAIR Plan for roughly 4.5 years now, assisting them with reviewing rates and reviewing their rate level and performing rate level analysis. And I'm here today to help share with this group how we can help the Californians with these ongoing wildfire challenges. I too live in California. I too have a home that is subject to wildfire exposure. So I share in all of their interests today in trying to solve the problem. One of the things that we can do is to help stabilize the FAIR Plan's rates. What does that mean? It means that we can approve and help install actuarially sound rates as intended by Assembly Bill 1754 without a subsidy or that indirect tax on consumers that Victoria was just speaking about. How can we do that? I reviewed the FAIR Plan filings, rate filings of the last 25 years, and I noted that pre-2017, those rate filings demonstrated that the rates explicitly included net cost of reinsurance. They also included cost of capital, as well as the CDI was helping during these filings that I reviewed prevent the rates from dropping below voluntary market levels and becoming a competition to the voluntary market. Post 2017, what I've experienced in the filing analysis that I performed is for the FAIR Plan is that the CDI has not permitted the net cost of reinsurance to be included in the rates. And as a result of that, as well as some other suggestions I have during today's presentation, there has been a hindrance to the FAIR Plan from achieving actuarially sound rates that do not fall below the voluntary market and compete with it. The rates today, based on my analysis, are most inadequate for wildfire exposed properties. And as the number of wildfire exposed properties that are insured at inadequate rates by the FAIR Plan grows and that mix changes, the overall FAIR Plan rate level becomes more inadequate. And as that becomes more inadequate, the deficiency within the FAIR Plan's current rates grows. And what has happened recently is it's become so inadequate that to a level where the certified public accountant declared that the FAIR Plan's rates are grossly inadequate after completing an independent audit and had to set up a premium deficiency reserve. And the most recent actuarial rate review that I performed, the non-wildfire exposed properties are subsidizing the wildfire exposed properties that are insured by the FAIR Plan. And what happens is that the California property owners, including those not in wildfire areas across the state, are absorbing that subsidy and that indirect tax as the volume of FAIR Plan property owners that are paying inadequate rates grows, both through that assessment that will happen as well as within the FAIR Plan. So what can we do to help the situation? Some members this morning spoke about trying to improve the voluntary market and access to voluntary market insurance. That would definitely help. In addition, with respect to the FAIR Plan in particular, the CDI can help the FAIR Plan avoid that indirect tax that's called out in Assembly Bill 1754. And I have a couple suggestions on how that might be helpful. Number one, approving the actuarially sound rates that are both in compliance with AB 1754 and the California Insurance Code. I understand it's code 10100.2A1. And that will help stabilize the rates. And let's talk about how we stabilize those rates for the non-wildfire exposed property increases. We've heard today that even non-wildfire exposed properties have been experiencing year-on-year rate increases. And that's because they're paying for those as the number of inadequate wildfire exposed rate properties increase at the FAIR Plan. So some of the things we can do collectively, including with the CDI, is right now the CDI rate template requires that 20 years of wildfire losses be included when you're calculating rate adequacy. And it could move or shift towards using CAP models to evaluate that overall rate need. The CAP models are currently in use by the California Earthquake Authority in their rate level analysis that the CDI reviews and approves. And that would produce more accurate results, and it would provide a more responsive, reflective nature of what the actual catastrophe exposure is. Also include the net cost of reinsurance. It's also permitted by the California Earthquake Authority. In addition to that, I'm suggesting that we think about how we can modernize the filing process. Since 2017, the filings have taken over a year to complete the review, for the CDI to complete the review of their filing. And what's happened is some of that data used in that analysis and those rate filings has become outdated. And it's caused the FAIR Plan 2017. And since 2017, what has happened is with this, when the data becomes so outdated, what happens is the FAIR Plan needs to withdraw their filing, refresh that data, and resubmit it because it's now stale and it's no longer relevant for the current actuarial rate need. And they actually had to do that. They had a filing submitted in 2020 and for commercial rates, and this was a rate decrease, mind you, trying to provide rate relief to Californians. And because it took so long to review, it was roughly 15 months to review it. They withdrew that filing, we refreshed it, we resubmitted a new filing. And that new filing has been with the CDI, I believe, for 7 months now. So the one thing the CDI can do to provide relief immediately is to review the filings that are currently open, submitted by the FAIR Plan. There's the commercial filing's been open and it's been submitted 7 months ago. And the dwelling fire one was submitted 10 months ago. And we really don't want those rates or that analysis to become outdated and have to refresh it again. So just a quick hit there, opportunity for everyone. And finally, to help simplify the filing process for the FAIR Plan, as well as for the voluntary market, I'll start with the FAIR Plan. Number one, we talked about approving those two filings really quickly. And in addition, some of the objections that are being provided throughout the filing review process have some questions about topics that are really unrelated to the rate filing and might provide an opportunity to move those questions to a market conduct or some other venue so that the filing can get reviewed more quickly and get approved more quickly. And the CDI might consider a file and use approach for the FAIR Plan first. And I'm going to explain why I think that might be helpful to the CDI. If you could please skip to the next slide. To start on the next slide, I want to start by saying that the California homeowners rate filings in the past year have increased to 341 days on average for approval. And I'm going to explain what I'm showing you here. There's 3 charts. The one on the left shows you non-rate filings. Those are rule filings, form filings, things not related to rates. The one on the right shows you the rate filings. And as you can see on the left, the number of filings, which is the orange bar, have increased dramatically that have been submitted to the CDI over the past 4 years. And these are 4 years ending 3/31 of each year. And so the volume of filings that the CDI is grappled with trying to review has increased for those. Mind you, while those have increased, the number of rate filings have decreased. And so what we did is overall, the number of filings has stayed the same, but the complexity of these filings has increased as well. So the CDI is grappling with trying to get through all of these filings and the complexity increase of these filings. So what has happened is the number of average days to complete the review has increased only slightly when you look at on the left top hand chart, where you see the number of non-rate filings. It's increased roughly 25 days. On the right top side of the chart, you can see the number of rate filings. Those have increased from 191 days on average 4 years ago to 341 days to seek approval, to complete the review. And like I said, it's probably due mostly to some complexity and other drivers there and volume of work that the CDI is grappling with. And the whole industry is grappling with right now during these unprecedented times. And on the bottom left, I tried to evaluate what have other states done to help solve this problem. So the bottom left, you can see these are just rate filings now. And the yellow bar is the average days to complete a review for all states combined, except for California. And you can see it has increased over the last 4 years. It's increased roughly 17 days. And you can see I've pulled out here Florida, which is in green, and Texas, which is in gray. I pulled them out for a particular reason. Number one, because they're both catastrophe exposed states. So it's very important to emphasize that the CDI has a tough job reviewing these filings because this is a catastrophe exposed policy. And so that requires a lot more complexity. And Florida and Texas both have that same situation with catastrophe exposed insurance policies. And you'll see that both of those states have completed, they have increased. For Florida, you can see that it's increased to 108 days to complete the review in the most recent year. And Texas, it's 109 days. It's roughly stayed flat for Texas. What is similar about those two states is that they're both file and use states. And California, on the other hand, you can see the blue bars, it has increased dramatically. It's increased the average number of days to review and complete the filing has been 191 days 4 years ago, increased to 341 days as of the end of March 31st, 2022. And so adopting a file and use process will allow some relief to the CDI to be able to turn their attention, both for the voluntary market as well as the FAIR Plan, to being able to deal with the more complex issues at hand. So it's just something to consider for the state. So I wanted to offer those thoughts and suggestions, and I'm going to turn it back to Victoria.
Thanks, Sherry. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's go back to this theory of the insurer of last resort and things we've heard about this morning. So as we mentioned earlier, we need to take a look at what would happen if we moved the FAIR Plan from our current role as defined by the statute of insurer of last resort to, in fact, an insurer of first resort. First of all, that would mean we'd become competitors with the voluntary market. Instead of people going through the voluntary market and looking for insurance and us maximizing the use of the market and assuring the stability within the market, we would become part of that problem in that we would start competing with those voluntary carriers. We've heard a lot this morning about different ideas for improving the FAIR Plan, for changing our role in the industry. And while some of those obviously have merit, some of them are things we need to look at for further consideration. We need to understand the potential consequences of what we're looking at doing. So what does it mean to become the insurer of first resort? We heard things like expansion of limits, expansion of coverages, suppression of rates. So what happens if we do those things? On the surface, they all sound like good ideas. But if you look at the inverted triangle on the screen, it kind of takes you through what the potential consequences of those actions would be. The first thing is as we become an insurer of first resort, as I said, we're looking again at an assessment and indirect tax to the policyholder, which leads to insurers opting out of writing insurance in California homeowner market, and the market shrinks, giving the consumer fewer choices in the market rather than expanding the number of choices they have. In essence, we've created an unavailability crisis for consumers. Phil talked about this a little bit, but it's good to reiterate that the FAIR Plan is not different when it comes to charging rates than other markets, right? A driver with a DUI wouldn't expect to pay the same rates as a driver with no tickets or accidents. A young adult wouldn't expect to pay the same rate for life insurance premium as an older consumer. And in the homeowner's world, a person living in a moderate inner city home wouldn't expect to pay the same as someone living in a wildfire area, nor would they expect to pay more for their insurance to subsidize those who live in the wildfire areas. When consumers start coming to the FAIR Plan because the rates are lower than the voluntary market, we need to take a step back. The properties are not the same risk level, so why should the costs be the same or lower? The answer lies in AB 1754. The California FAIR Plan must have actuarially sound rates to avoid an indirect tax to all consumers and mitigate the need for assessments to member companies so carriers don't become unable or unwilling to offer homeowners insurance in the state of California. Next slide, please. I want to emphasize that we agree that the landscape has changed since 1968. The FAIR Plan continues to work with the legislature, the governor's office, the Department of Insurance, and other stakeholders to address the changes in the climate and the need for change in the insurance industry. So here are some of the recent things we've worked on. With the Department of Insurance, we've raised commercial coverage limits. We worked with the legislature and the department and other stakeholders to pass SB 11 so that the FAIR Plan could now cover farm risks. We worked on AB 3012, which allows for the clearinghouse so we can continue to offer consumers coverage within the voluntary market instead of staying with the California FAIR Plan. And AB 1816, which allows for write-out credits to incentivize insurers to write in high-risk areas. In addition to those collaborations, we also continue to look at our internal operations and look for ways to improve the service we provide to brokers and consumers at the FAIR Plan. We've moved our claims handling to FAIR Plan employees, where in the past, a lot of those claims were handled by independent agents. We now are handling claims internally and using independent adjusters more sparingly. Obviously, that change has taken time, especially given the current market and recruiting for employees. But that move is being done now. We've reduced customer service wait times on the phones for brokers and customers. We've dedicated product staff for continuous product analysis. We're implementing a new policy, billing, and claims system, which will be up and running toward the end of 2023. Another thing we've done that I want to point out is we now offer online broker training. So we heard a need from the brokers that there needs to be more training on the California FAIR Plan, on the coverages we offer, how we differ from the standard market. So we created an online training course that brokers can take and get continuing education credit for. So we continue to look for ways to stay relevant as the insurer of last resort within the parameters set forth by the statute. And then last slide, please. So we've covered a lot of material here today. There's a couple of things to remember. I think we've stated it a couple of times. Other people this morning have stated it several times, but it bears stating again. These are unprecedented times. As the insurer of last resort, the FAIR Plan is committed to providing basic property insurance to consumers unable to get coverage in the normal insurance market. We have had many successes working collaboratively with the department, legislators, the governor's office, and stakeholders to address the needs of consumers. And we are ready and committed to continue to working collaboratively to find and be a part of the solution for Californians in the insurance crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roach. I think the commissioner has a question for you.
I have just a couple, maybe two questions from the presentation. And if you can answer them now, we can, because I know we just,
I appreciate that.
I want to be fair.
I appreciate that.
Because as I'm trying to jot down all these notes.
Of course.
And so just appreciate time to respond. You and the other Fair Plan representatives have represented that AB 1754 prohibits subsidization of rates for the Fair Plan policyholders. And when my council looked at the 1996 bill, the term subsidization doesn't appear anywhere in the law. And also stating that the policyholders should pay for the reinsurance cost. And you once again cite AB 1754 for that principle as the authority, and the term reinsurance doesn't appear at all, nowhere in the bill. And so part of my concern is that the Fair Plan, again, there's this kind of misinterpretation of what the bill says we can and cannot do within the department and the Fair Plan. And so I want to make sure that, we get together and figure out what the actual statute says, because we want to be clear that we're operating under the same kind of information in terms of the statute. So, I just wanted to say that for the hearing. And also, as we're talking about the time it takes to approve these filings, and I know that has been a concern, and just to push back, some are often incomplete. And these filings often, it takes a long time to get information back from the Fair Plan so that we can complete these filings. And so I know, and obviously I'm not involved in the day-to-day each filing, but that's when I often ask the same question, why are these filings taking so long? And maybe it's you and I sitting down and having a conversation, is that these filings are incomplete. Maybe this could be a point where we collaborate closely to make sure that that we're getting the information we need to figure out, making sure that these filings are done in an appropriate time. So again, just want to thank you for that. You don't have to respond. You can respond if you want, but I just want to make sure that, again, we're operating under the same understanding of the statute. And when we talk about the statute that, as a former legislator, statutes are amended and modernized all the time. And so the roles that once we deemed appropriate in the 60s, for example, no longer meet the need for what we are going through now. And so I understand that you are beholden to that statute, and our opportunity here is to figure out how we modernize that statute to meet the needs that we are currently all facing in this unprecedented time that we're all facing. So thank you again.
And I appreciate your comments on all three topics. And I know when we met back in March, when I first
and I
took
know
on
you
the
just got here
position,
too.
right? I know, right? I've been here 4 months. I'm working on it, right? So, but when we met back in March, I, made the offer, and I continue to make the offer to sit down and have these discussions. I think that, we've shown that when we work together, we can get things done. And we want to work collaboratively with you. And I think all three of these are good talking points to sit down and work through together.
Agreed.
So thank you.
Thank you. The time is now 2:11. We are going to take a short 10-minute break, and we will reconvene at 2:21. Thank you. Just an internal reminder that we're going to go back live and being recorded. So if you'd like to take your seat. Hi, good afternoon and welcome back, everyone. We are now going to be entering the afternoon public comment session. Again, I thank everyone for their patience. This is a hybrid meeting, and so we will be hearing from public commentators both live as well as virtually. Again, I think at this point, I just want to note that I'm going to have to be, I've been told that I need to be a little bit more careful and request that speakers try to keep their remarks to 5 minutes so that we can get through all the speakers who'd like to speak. However, given the amazing response we have to today, I want to just note that we do have a hard stop at 5 p.m. for the court reporter, but I am going to extend the submission of written comments until tomorrow. And you can submit your written comments to abigail.meraz@insurance.ca.gov. And that is spelled ABIGAIL.MERAZ@insurance.ca.gov. And so for those of you who aren't able to speak virtually or in person today, please submit your written comments to us. And so now our next speaker, who I believe is here, is Mr. Rick Murray.
Present.
Excellent, sir.
I should be able to stay within 5 minutes unless you ask questions. Because I'm an insurance broker and I know how to answer. So I've been a California insurance broker for 34 years, specializing in farm, ranch, commercial insurance. I have hundreds of customers in the Sierra Nevada mountain region. And through all this new world we live in, I've come to find out that I'm the largest farm and ranch insurance broker in the Sierra Nevadas by far. And so with this, I've had to, because so many come to us as experts in the business, so we've had to help lots and lots of other brokers up in the Sierra Nevadas. My agency does business with 8 out of the 10 major farm owners insurance companies in California. And being in this business so long, it's basically always been hard for farmers and ranchers, if they get non-renewed, to ever find insurance with another company. For my California customers only, we are experiencing the wildfire crisis. We have no options but to place many customers in the California Fair Plan. In the California Fair Plan on a farm owner's policy is the most unique, complex insurance policy there is in insurance. It's the only policy in insurance where the farm owner has his personal activities, his personal home, and his business on the same policy. So the majority of clients are flat declined by all the admitted and non-admitted companies, which in the farm market, there is hardly anybody that does farm business in the non-admitted market. This is leaving major gaps in coverages and major exposures for consumers and companies. The Fair Plan commercial coverage is now, and I was asked to come and speak about the commercial part of the Fair Plan, is just name peril for building coverage. And they also, because of some, basically, it's just building coverage in commercial and bottle stock coverage. So for a winery and insuring a winery and everything in a winery, It's just bottle stock coverage, and there's lots and lots of other things in a winery to insure, many things on a farm to insure besides just the building. And then they come back with the fair plan and they're not going to cover anything. The way to get around or to basically add to that is just have what all the commercial companies have is business personal property coverage. So you have business personal property coverage. It covers the stock in a grocery store. Just use a grocery store as an example. Covers the grocery store stock. Everything that's not permanently attached to a building is business personal property. And so there's many other things besides in all businesses. And then it comes to pass that basically businesses in places like Placerville, if it's not a lesser's risk, which a lesser's risk is basically just the building for the landlord, but all the people that are in the building, all the businesses, and they're basically tenants, they get non-renewed, they have no place to go. And the fair plan has no place to put them. So there's, so all insurance companies and industry understand this about business personal property coverage. Another problem on the commercial fair plan policy is the extra surcharge. So on the personal fair plan policy, there is not a wildfire surcharge. On the commercial policy, there is. And because of that, they go from what they had with regular insurance to as much as 10 times more premium on the fair plan commercial policy that they had on their policy that got non-renewed. Another suggestion would be to add one or more of the named perils with the fair plan. So basically, in working with them, you could just, take baby steps instead of, and so, if they did add theft, that would be nice. But another thing that hasn't been talked about so far, we're up in the mountains and every place where there's trees, it's falling objects coverage, and that's not included on the fair plan. And that would be tree branches and trees falling on people's houses in windstorms, and just because a tree decides to do it one day, it falls down.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. At this point, you're at your 5-minute mark.
Okay.
You want to make some concluding?
So, okay. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Our next, hi, good afternoon, Ms. Scott. Our next speaker is AJ Scott.
Thank you for having me. I am here on behalf of CAI CLAC, which stands for the Community Associations Institute, California Legislative Action Committee. We are a volunteer committee dedicated to monitoring legislation, educating homeowners and our state leadership, and representing and protecting the interests of those living in community associations in California. In 2020, 36% of California's population lived in community associations. According to the Foundation for Community Association Research, there were over 49,500 associations in California, containing over 14 million residents out of the state's 39 million people. Approximately 65% of those associations are condominium projects. So that's 32,000 condo associations in California. Condos are typically set up as nonprofit corporations, even though they exist solely to represent a group of homeowners. They're not commercial entities as you or I would typically think of them, but they buy commercial insurance. Past efforts to increase access to insurance for California homeowners have understandably focused on the personal insurance market. That's the source of individual homeowners policies, so that makes sense. But if you are a condominium owner, You need both the personal homeowners policy to address your interior exposures, and you must contribute to the commercial policy held by the HOA to insure the buildings. As Bryant mentioned, this dynamic does not fit neatly into the California FAIR Plan as it exists currently. And this has resulted in confusion, frustration, and frankly, inconsistent communication and application of eligibility guidelines and underwriting restrictions for condominium associations. We have prepared and submitted written comments to the department, which includes specific practical and technical suggestions as to how these issues can be addressed by the FAIR Plan to promote transparency and make the program more equitable for condominium owners. Bear in mind, condos are a form of affordable housing in California and across the country. Many condo owners are first-time home buyers. Many others are seniors on fixed incomes, and they've really been underserviced by the current California FAIR Plan just due to an oversight, a donut hole in the program. I'm not going to rehash our technical comments here. I know they'll be reviewed. I want to spend the balance of my time sharing some true stories of associations for whom the FAIR Plan has not functioned as the insurer of last resort and whose homeowners were left without fair access to insurance requirements. This is just a sampling from my personal experience. Like Richard Murray, I'm an independent insurance broker specializing in community associations, not in farms. But there are many more stories I could share. I know some of my colleagues in attendance have many additional stories they can share. One of my clients is a 108 unit condo association in Southern California. They were non-renewed in December 2020 due to the perceived wildfire exposure at their location. Their premium went from less than $41,000 to $180,000 to $244,000 to $266,000. And adding insult to injury, that high pricing comes with a deductible of $1.65 million per occurrence for wildfire or wildfire smoke. I have another association client with 125 units. Their property insurance premium went from $71,000 to $190,000 to $300,000. And that $300,000 premium included $43 million for standard perils, except for wildfire, which was sublimited to only $10 million, less than a quarter of the estimated total values. And that coverage was subject to a $2 million wildfire deductible. We were told that if that HOA wanted to include coverage for wildfire up to the full $43 million, the premium would be $900,000 if we could find the capacity, which was by no means a given. So $900,000 divided by 125, that's $600 a month just for the HOA's property insurance. If you own a townhome valued between $350,000 to $450,000 and your HOA dues are $800 or $900 a month, you can see how that's not feasible for this population. It's not sustainable. Finally, last June, I was approached by two neighboring condominium associations, also in Southern California. One had 91 units, another had 121 units. Both had been entirely without coverage for 3 weeks because they'd been non-renewed by their previous carrier. And in the weeks leading up to the expiration date, there was a 1,200 acre fire burning in their zip code. The fire didn't touch these associations, but it didn't matter. Neither the standard markets nor the surplus markets were willing to offer them anything in that period. And the FAIR Plan was not an option due to the values per location. So they were bare. Their volunteer board was doing everything they could. They had 7 different brokers working on their account and 0 quotes. Ultimately, those associations weathered a 6-week lapse before they were able to secure replacement coverage. So thank you for your attention. Thank you for your time and your efforts. Most of all, thank you for your consideration of the written comments that were submitted by CAI CLAC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Our next speaker is Michael Gunning.
Thank you. No, my comments had good morning on it, so now it's to say good afternoon, Deputy Commissioner Wang, and I do have to give a shout out to Deputy Commissioner Martinez. I understand he's not feeling well, so I do want to say hello to Michael. My name is Michael Gunning, and I'm with the California Building Industry Association, and we are a statewide trade association that represents over 3,000 builder members who are involved in residential and light commercial construction. Our membership is responsible for over 85% of all the new homes built in California each year. We really would like to thank the department for holding this public hearing on the California Fair Plan, addressing the ongoing wildfire challenges. And frankly, we want to partner with you. We want to be part of any solutions that affect home buyers because, as everyone knows, insurance is critical to the home buying purchase. I'm probably a unique individual in that, one, I worked for the department and I used to represent insurance companies. So now that I represent home builders, I've had an opportunity to look at both of these policy issue areas. And I think I'd like to just help connect some dots today between insurance and the housing crisis, and then offer some suggestions on how I think the department can address both of the issues given California's ongoing wildfire crisis. We've heard a lot today about the history of the creation of the FAIR Plan. I was 7 years old in 1965 when the Watts riots happened. So I remember it directly and knew that so many people lost insurance and couldn't cover it. But the creation of the FAIR Plan as a insurer of last resort is clear, and a number of people have said that today. Secondly, I was a consultant in the Capitol when 1754 came up. So I have intimate knowledge of that bill. In fact, I work closely with then Insurance Commissioner Chair David Knowles. And I think it is clear in the bill that the legislature wanted actuarially sound rates. They did not want to have the rest of California's consumers subsidize losses incurred by the FAIR Plan, which ultimately results in an indirect tax on the rest of us. In fact, I know the quote was up there, but since I was part of this, I do want to share and read from the analysis. According to the author, these shortfalls have resulted in $260 million in assessments on property insurance companies in the past 4 years. Just for context, this was after the Northridge earthquake, and that was the crisis at that time. The author further states that these assessments have resulted in the subsidy of FAIR Plan policies by every homeowner and commercial property insurance policyholder in California. The author believes that the bill is necessary to protect the solvency of the FAIR Plan and to remove what is in effect an indirect tax on property owners by making FAIR Plan rates actuarially sound and by capping the exposure of the FAIR Plan. So it's really clear that the legislature did not want non-FAIR Plan homeowners to subsidize FAIR Plan losses incurred in inner cities, specifically in the 1990s, and that the same rationale could apply today, just in different settings. In other words, the legislature would not want to have homeowners in urban areas like Oakland and Watts subsidize second homes and homes in high fire risk areas like Tahoe and Malibu. For our guys, and I really appreciate the comments of the previous speaker, because that is precisely what our homeowner associations are seeing. They cannot find insurance to cover their properties. One of our projects in Rancho Mirage, it's $100 million. So the $8 million with the department is just not covering it. But we've heard a couple of narratives from our members. One narrative is that some carriers cannot get adequate rates approved from the department, so they are no longer providing coverage to HOAs. Another narrative is that HOAs can access coverage through the surplus lines, but that is so expensive, it's just unattainable for them. With that in mind, we really see three options, and that's what I want to focus the remainder of my comments on. The first one, if we look at the FAIR Plan, we understand that the FAIR Plan also covers HOAs, as I said, but it's not really a viable path since the FAIR Plan is costly because of its highly concentrated high-risk fire pool coverage. If you think back to the map with all the triangles, that's exactly what we're talking about here. And if the FAIR Plan cannot get the department's approval of actuarially sound rates, the cost of homeowners insurance throughout the rest of the state will go up. Essentially, it is an indirect tax to subsidize coverage in areas of high risk of wildfire. One of the great analogies, and I know Joel's back there and I want to see what he says, is a balloon analogy, that if you imagine insurance coverage like a balloon, when you squeeze on one side, it has to expand on another side. That's been a common analogy we've used here. And so some would say suppressing rates, pushing down on that balloon just naturally increases on the other. To draw the conclusion further, the analogy further, if you imagine a low-income blue-collar worker who saved up to buy her first home in Los Angeles, we know she has to buy homeowners insurance to cover her mortgage. If the FAIR Plan has inadequate rates and cannot cover catastrophic wildfire loss, it has to assess all carriers in California's homeowners insurance market, which ultimately will increase the cost of homeowners insurance for the private market and for this person who is trying to buy her first home. This is an indirect cost shift that AB 1754 attempted to address. Also, if the FAIR Plan cannot cover losses and has to assess the market, local or regional carriers are economically forced to pull out of California altogether, further reducing options for the homeowner in the voluntary market. In sum, going directly to the FAIR Plan as a first insurer is not really a viable path. Option two, the surplus lines market. Since surplus lines and non-admitted carriers have little rate regulation, they are cost prohibitive as they stand. And we've seen a difference in premiums as much as 10 times that of the standard admitted insurance company. That's that Rancho Mirage example I gave. The third option is a broader, more financially sound private market. And this is what I think it is. And we've heard a number of people talk. It's really about balance, that California needs a competitive admitted market so consumers benefit when private carriers compete with the prices they charge. A larger pool of carriers also spreads risks much more effectively, so no one carrier is burdened with high concentration of insured properties clustered in high wildfire risk areas like the FAIR Plan is. Going back to my balloon analogy, the department has to find a way to increase or expand the balloon so HOAs and other consumers have more choices in the market. The solution includes the department approving appropriate rates for admitted carriers to adequately cover risk. And yes, higher rates of 10 to 20% may be more expensive at the outset, but carriers can at least compete amongst each other, which will give consumers a better chance of assessing rates that are more affordable than the FAIR Plan or the surplus lines can provide our HOAs. Doug Heller, he sits on the CART board. And just to give an example of that, the CART board is a high risk for auto, just like FAIR Plan for homeowners. And what happens is insurers, namely Progressive, figured out, hey, maybe we can write drunk drivers and speeders. We just charge them a little more. And so you've seen less use of the CART program now because insurers have figured out to be more active in that marketplace. So I think the same thing could apply here with the FAIR Plan. Surplus line rates increases have been 900 to 1,000% more than admitted carriers with much higher deductibles. This is a double hit for condominium owners, like the last speaker said, who have to pay this enormous increase on their own units' insurance costs, and then double pay the exorbitant increase in the HOA costs.
And Mr. Gunning, I'm sorry, I don't mean to break your flow, but
I'm closing.
Okay.
All right. Let me close with this. The CDI can help Californians achieve their dreams of owning a home by working with insurance carriers to make the industry more competitive, resulting in better coverages at better prices. We all know about the high cost of materials, the high cost of building. The last thing we need is to increase the cost of insurance, which impacts homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gunning. Good afternoon, Ms. Farley. Our next speaker is Carla. Our next speaker is Carla Farley.
Good afternoon. Actually, I want to give a big shout out to Michael real quick. I agree with everything he said. My name is Carla Farley, and I serve as the immediate past president and the current chair of the Government Affairs Committee for the Greater San Diego Association of Realtors in San Diego, which is the largest trade organization in that county, representing more than 20,000 collective members. I'm sure that I am speaking For many, when I say that, we are grateful for the opportunity today to be able to present before you. We all know how important it is to be heard, and even more importantly, how it is to truly be listened to. So this is a great opportunity for us. With devastation after devastation over the past few years, we know the wildfires, housing shortages, homelessness, and being plagued by COVID-19, just to mention a few. Californians are hurting. They are hurting terrible. We are at a time where people are looking to you, those who are governing programs and making policies, those who were committed, appointed, seated, put in place, those that they trusted to aid those who are struggling. So here we are. The insurance is now one of those factors that I just mentioned above that are plaguing us. One of those things that are ravaging through communities and bringing about more devastation than help. We come here today to ask on behalf of Californians, both renters and homeowners alike, what is it that the California Fair Plan and we as the people can do collaboratively to help get the Fair Plan back to where it is truly doing what it was intended to do for California? The domino effect of the exorbitant rates, sometimes triple, quadruple, more than the pricing average policy, the lack of coverage, which causes one to still have to seek additional add-ons, and those can be quite costly. Adding on to that, just to even have protection, but the lack of transparency when they're being dropped from coverage, and the inability to properly handle claims in a timely manner has become yet another plague of the California dream. And of course, obviously, as a realtor organization, unfortunately, we also get to see some other effects of the insurance crisis that others don't really realize until they're in that thing. And so many don't realize that thousands and thousands of dollar increases, which impact rental properties, generally get passed on to the tenant. A tenant who can't come up with the additional costs, they add on to, they're already being suppressed by the inflation of the economy today. The pathway to home ownership, as you heard Michael even talk about, is impacted tremendously, not knowing that you can't close your dream. A lot of people don't know that when you're in escrow, you can't close without having your insurance policy in place. And so for a lot of people, that changes the name of the game. When you get in and you find out what map overlays are, wildfires, the lack of providers willing to write in a particular area, prior coverage history in that area, that ultimately brings them to the California Fair Plan. That's their last resort. A plan that says, even in its title, it's fair, right? And so they get quotes that are beyond any threshold imaginable. And that in turn does what? Change the payment. And when you change that payment, it changes what they qualify for. So now you're sitting in escrow, you got your dream home, you can't even qualify it now because your payment has changed drastically. And if you're looking to find a new property at that moment, try that in California. We know what the housing crisis looks like right now. So homeowners, you know, they're receiving cancellations out of nowhere, astonishing increases, overwhelming. They're left with little to no resources available to save their homes. The California Fair Plan was not created to stifle home ownership. As stated on your website, it was established to meet the needs of California homeowners who were unable to find insurance in the traditional marketplace. In fact, in one place, it actually refers to it as a temporary safety net. So while we thank you for this investigation, because it is indeed urgent, we're seeking an assurance that this is not just a look at what is happening to California property owners, but a clear intent with measurements and accountability to stakeholders that action will be taken. The effects are far greater than many would anticipate, and the cost far greater when it becomes people's homes, their dreams, their lives, their legacies. Let's not let the plan that was instituted to be a safety net to property owners become a stepping stone to more devastation, causing the inability to even provide for their families in many ways. I thank you in advance for the actions you've taken today and from this day forward at restoring the California Fair Plan to its intended purpose, providing quality, thorough, and affordable coverage for Californians and keeping the dream of the California home ownership alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Farley. Our next speaker is Michael Haney.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Haney, and I'm the Executive Director of Sonoma County Vintners Association and Sonoma County Vintners Foundation. Our Sonoma County Vintners Association represents over 300 separate wineries here in Sonoma County alone. And I want to thank you for this time and this opportunity to speak to you today about the California Fair Plan. As you know, like so many businesses and families across California, our Sonoma County wine community has been greatly impacted by wildfires, especially since 2017. In addition to this enormous challenge, our wine community has been impacted by smoke exposure, power cutoffs, floods, labor and drought issues, and of course, pandemic related impacts. Now, to add to this significant challenging list of impacts, wineries face the prospects of not being able to acquire or purchase insurance protection for their businesses, or face extraordinary rate hikes while obtaining significantly less coverage. Wineries report to me each and every day that if they're lucky enough to get any coverage at all, they see rate increases of 350 to 500% without the same rates of coverage that they've received in previous years. Consequently, the California Fair Plan has become the last resort for many wineries across Sonoma County. Now, wineries have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars on wildfire mitigation. These include increased defensible space clearing, fire suppression systems, improved emergency water access, staff training, private fire suppression contractors, and many, many more. In addition to these improvements and investments, CAL FIRE itself has also told us that vineyards themselves are one of the best natural fire breaks that we have. So with these mitigation efforts and vineyard protections in mind, our wine community would like to see their protective investments not only increase the protections for their property, but to translate to improved insurance rates and coverage, simply like discounts for a homeowner that would put in a sprinkler system, a smoke alarm, or a burglar alarm. Finally, coverage for winery buildings alone is not adequate enough to protect the multi-generational wine community and their businesses. We'd like to see the Fair Plan extended and extend coverage to winery inventory and stored wine as well. As many of you know, many wines need age before they are released for sales to consumers. And the protection of this future revenue stream is critical for winery survival and their continued growth in the future. Of course, our state wine community is a leader and driver in our state's tourism and economic growth, and Sonoma County Vintners is committed and happy to partner with the Commission and many others to help bring about effective improvements and change. And we thank you again for this great opportunity to talk today.
Thank you, Mr. Haney.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Our next speaker is Carrie Carrier.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Perfect, thank you. Hello, my name is Carrie Carrier, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Topanga Town Council. Topanga is an unincorporated area located in the heart of the Santa Monica Mountains in Los Angeles County. Our community falls entirely within a wildland-urban intermix, with most of our 11,000 residents living on large parcels with multiple dwellings. Objectively speaking, we are one of the most wildfire prepared communities in the state, with 4 local organizations devoted to keeping the community safe. We officially became a FireWise community in 2021 and are on pace to exceed our requirements by at least 400% in 2022. And yet, we are among a growing number of communities where private insurers are canceling policies and forcing residents onto the impossibly expensive and frankly, woefully inadequate FAIR Plan. The FAIR Plan challenges facing residents fall into 7 basic categories, ranging from soaring rates to unrealistic caps. I will briefly describe some of these now. Number 1 is affordability. Residents' rates here have been rising 30 to 50% per year ever since the Woolsey fire of 2018 tore through Malibu, but not Topanga. These relentless rate increases have a compound effect. And after 4 years of them, residents now have premiums that are double, triple, and even quadruple what they were in 2018. This is neither reasonable nor sustainable. All age groups are being impacted. Seniors on fixed incomes are being forced out, and young families who are already struggling with expensive mortgages and childcare can no longer absorb these rates. With housing affordability at crisis levels, these premiums are pushing homeowners over the edge. Renters are suffering too, as landlords pass these breathtaking costs on to tenants. The second issue revolves around coverage exclusions. The FAIR Plan omits several key types of coverage, including water damage, liability, and theft. This gap forces residents to purchase wraparound policies that add considerably to the bill. Commissioner Lara must compel the FAIR Plan to provide coverage that is as comprehensive as a traditional plan, so that people in higher risk areas are not discriminated against in the options they can obtain from a single policy. The third issue is the dwelling unit limit. Most parcels in Topanga contain multiple structures, including 1 or more guest houses. But the FAIR Plan does not cover multiple units at a single address. Even if it did, the current 3.1 million cap would render most of those structures basically uncovered losses if a fire did break out. The FAIR Plan must be required to cover all structures on a parcel. Issue 4, the coverage cap is simply too low. The current cap should be raised from the current 3.1 million to at least 5 million to reflect actual real estate prices in LA County and much of the state. It does not help residents if a commissioner requires the FAIR Plan to be more comprehensive without also raising that cap limit. Issue 5 has to do with receiving real credit for mitigations. Topanga's 4 emergency preparedness groups spend thousands of hours each year educating the community. The Fire Safe Council shares data-driven best practices on home hardening, while our local resource conservation district conducts home ignition zone inspections for free for residents. The community has also written a 100-page guide on how to prepare for wildfires called the Topanga Disaster Survival Guide. We also have a state-of-the-art helispot in Topanga called 69 Bravo, which makes more than 32,000 gallons of water available to firefighting helicopters at a moment's notice. Individually, homeowners spend thousands of dollars hardening their homes by installing new windows, replacing siding, and overhauling their landscaping. Please refer to Exhibits A and B of my letter, which I'm submitting, for specific examples. I don't have time to go into them today. Issue 6 is opacity in the ratings. We must compel the FAIR Plan to be fully transparent in how it determines rates and the extent to which it factors mitigations into premium reductions. We hope this issue becomes a moot point soon once Commissioner Lara's recent mitigations regulation takes effect. And finally, item 7, inclusion. How mountain communities like Topanga prepare for wildfires has an outsized effect on the entire region. Local groups have pioneered an impressive and effective wildfire preparedness model that saves lives, spares homes, and reduces risks. We would like to see this model implemented more widely across the state. To that end, we want our community to be formally included on the advisory panels that inform the insurance commissioner and FAIR Plan on wildfire mitigation strategies. In conclusion, residents in Topanga and other high-risk areas are being forced onto the FAIR Plan in droves, and we're being pummeled by its policies. We have details here, not only the challenges that residents face, but also how the commissioner could address them. Our goal is to ensure that our communities remain safe and that wildfire insurance remains affordable and accessible to all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Jose Olivares.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioner Lara and everybody attending. I am an insurance broker in the Sherman Oaks area. I represent a lot of the customers in the high value home areas like Bel Air, Beverly Hills, Topanga, Westlake, and all those areas that are extremely difficult to insure. So the last speaker, I agree with her. There's a lot of things that we cannot do for that community. And unfortunately, the FAIR Plan is the last resort. Now, let me start by saying that the California FAIR Plan is a key player in our current market. We do need them, and they are providing the best rates at this time. I know it's hard to believe, but their current rates are approximately, to give you an idea, 25 cents to 35-cent rate, and that's per 100 of coverage. Now, if you were to compare those to the surplus lines market, Lloyd's of London, Scottsdale, and all these companies that offer an alternative solution, we're looking at 80 cents to $1.25 rates. Worst case scenarios, I've seen them as high as $3 to $5. So while that is impossible to sell or buy for the average consumer, we do need the California FAIR Plan to stay in the affordable market in this current condition. Now, if they cannot stay fluid in this condition, this can result in a catastrophic disruption, which will then trickle down to industries such as the banking industry and the real estate industry, right? Because without insurance, you cannot fund a loan. Without a loan, you can't buy real estate. So these three go hand in hand. So this is why I think the California FAIR Plan is a key player in our market condition. And I just would like for them to do a few things. Increase the limit. I know everybody's been saying that $3 million total limits for a single family residence is not enough, especially for the high value homes that we represent. Right now, if they could push it to 5 million, it would be a great deal of help, simply because the surplus lines markets are no longer able to sustain anything above $5 or $6 million. They are not able to offer good terms. So a lot of the times consumers are left with the only choice of doing the FAIR Plan. Unfortunately, on these larger homes, 3 million ends up being allocated to the structure alone, which is the main structure. And the California FAIR Plan places the loss settlement at actual cash value. That is not very good in terms of contract. We would like them to allow them to have the $3 million at replacement cost. I believe Steve Young brought this up already, and I think it's a good thing to have if they could do it. The other thing we would like for them to add is give us the ability to make the building ordinance an optional item for newer homes. On older homes, I understand the need to have it, but on newer homes, the building ordinance doesn't really make sense because any house built within the last 5 years is unlikely to use the building ordinance cap. And that 10% of the value could come in handy for other coverages like personal property, loss of use, or other structures. Instead, it's being eaten up within the policy and it serves no purpose. So I would like for them to consider that making an option on newer homes. The other thing that we would like for them to reconsider is the roof. The roof situation is that if the roof hasn't been replaced in the last 25 years, the California FAIR Plan forces you to have an actual cash value policy. That's not fair to the people that have a clay tile roof, a slate or a cement tile roof. Normally, those people don't replace those roofs until they're 40 years old or more. So you're forcing these consumers to have an actual cash policy on a roof type that really doesn't merit that. They should really have the replacement cost added to those. I don't know if there's a way to build into the system the ability to perhaps put it as an exception for the roof type. The other things we would like to ask the FAIR Plan is to offer other billing plan options. Right now, there's only a 4-pay plan. We would like to see maybe a monthly option or an 8-plan option. The reason being is because when we maxed out the $3 million limit, these premiums are about $10,000 annually. For a lot of people, that's a lot of money. And having to break it down in 4 chunks is still a lot. By offering it on a monthly basis, it will make it more affordable to the consumer to buy. Lastly, ease of doing business with the brokers. We struggle with this a lot. Every time we get a quote approved by the California Fair Plan, if we want to make a change on a deductible or add a mortgagee, the process has to start all over again. We got to submit the application. We got to submit photos. We got to do everything all over again. Either allow the quote to come in with multiple deductible options or allow us to edit the deductibles for mortgagee once the quote has been approved. I believe that could make a lot of difference in the amount of hours that are spent in the system, either by the brokers or by the California Fair Plan underwriters or techs that are helping release these quotes. Anyways, this is all I wanted to address. I thank you for your time and have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Olivares.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is here in person. Good afternoon, Ms. Aurora Mallet.
Millette.
Thank you.
Well, she said, I'm Aurora Millette. I am a local California insurance broker. I also volunteer my time to train agents across the state with the California Fair Plan. I mediate through the Firewise communities to help them establish their communities, teach them the different ways that they can speed that process up. And then I also volunteer my time with the admitted insurance carriers to help them create new wildfire products to bring to market. So I wear a lot of hats within this, and there are a lot of things that I've heard today. I was brought in to really kind of talk about the lack of the smoke coverage that is in there. I think that that's been pretty much hit upon today. And then also the lack of replacement cost coverage on the mobile homes. I think that has also been addressed today. But what I have heard today through here is a lot of misconceptions on what is happening, what is allowed with the California Fair Plan, limitations with the California Fair Plan that I'd like to address really quickly. One of them just happened where Fair Plan does not offer multiple dwellings on a site. That is absolutely incorrect. They do offer multiple dwellings on a site. There is a cap per the actual parcel number, but you can have a main home, you can have a granny flat on there, you can have these different structures that are on there. So that is not a limitation within the coverage that is there. About almost a year ago, the California Fair Plan brought out a memo to brokers that said the commercial process is changing and to expect and give yourself 2 to 3 weeks process time for this application to get through. Unfortunately, we have a lack of education in this state with our brokers and no oversight to make sure that those brokers are mitigating and learning what it takes to go through the California Fair Plan process. It's very simple. The contract is very clear. And a lot of the underinsured issues that we have, a lot of the claims, what they are calling as claims negations by the California Fair Plan, almost always lead back to the uninsurance by the broker by either leaving coverage off or explaining the coverage incorrectly. The contract is very clear. The last thing I want to focus on is the HO3 portion of this. We continue to press to do an HO3 to have a comprehensive policy for the California Fair Plan. This will lead to so many more gaps of coverage for a consumer and both loss of discounts and loss of what we call the high frequency losses that they are asking that the California Fair Plan be responsible for. All of these options are very prevalent in the difference in conditions policies. And again, the misconception that there are no difference in conditions policies or there are lack of difference in conditions policies out there is completely erroneous. There is not a single home in this state that we cannot find a difference in conditions policy for. What is happening in the difference in conditions market as a direct result of the lack of oversight and the rate filings from this department with the insurance carriers is the insurance carriers are double surcharging these homeowners through the difference in conditions policies. If I go and I write a difference in conditions policy with a home that has a fire hydrant and a fire department, it will come out to $600 to $700. If I switch that there is no fire hydrant or fire department, it's going to jump to over $2,000. The reason for this is the insurance companies do not have a way to separate out the rate perils for fire and some of the other deductibles. And so therefore they just credit the policy. They're double surcharging and there's nothing happening at the Department of Insurance to regulate those DIC policies. And so they are continuing to penalize, and that is creating the very chatter that is forcing you guys to say, hey, we need an HO3 policy. The HO3 policy is not needed in the FAIR plan. Proper regulation of the rate filings for the difference in conditions policy is what is needed. On top of that, the lack of education and the lack of licensing requirements, any broker can step off the street without a day of insurance experience and sell a California FAIR plan. It is a very limited policy and it needs to have a lot of explanations for the possible gaps that can happen. There is absolutely no recourse that is happening for the direct writers and direct agents that are simply slamming everybody into the California FAIR plan and not making so that the diligent search is happening and we release the overburdening of the California FAIR plan currently. If somebody does an underinsurance, it's blamed on the California FAIR plan for lack of paying out on a claim instead of going over to the errors and omissions. When it goes to an errors and omissions, they are told that there is no fiduciary responsibility to that client and there's nothing that can be done for that person that client has been underinsured by their agent, and nothing is being done by the Department of Insurance to make sure that those agents are getting the proper education before selling this product. So my ask is that before we start to continue to break the dam that is happening within this industry and forcing the California FAIR plan to be the insurer of first resort, is to start fixing the misegregious steps that this department has taken by not doing the proper rate reductions on all these subsequent policies that can keep the California FAIR plan as a secondary option, to look at ways to bring the admitted carriers back into the market by forcing them to do rate mitigation plans. A lot of them are willing to do it. I sit in with them, but they are being blocked and they are not being forced enough to come out with those alternative coverages. There are an enormous amount of actions that we can take before trying to force the California FAIR plan to be the solution that's going to ultimately end up like the Florida market is.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hopefully everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rob Hazard. I'm Fire Marshal for Santa Barbara County Fire Department and was asked to provide some comment to today's hearing regarding some of my experiences down here in Santa Barbara County. And I'll just preface with I'm a firefighter, so I'm not an insurance expert. I do receive a lot of input and consternation from the citizens here in Santa Barbara County regarding some of their issues with getting policies. And the common theme that I'm hearing from residents down here is that, particularly with the FAIR plan, but this goes beyond just the FAIR plan, and I would say that this applies just to the broader market in general. And in my view, I think one of the things that could actually help the FAIR plan is fixing the issues in the broader market. And I know that there's already legislation to do that. And so I'd encourage that be pushed through and implemented as robustly as possible. And so what I'm hearing from stakeholders down here is that there's a lack of consistency in rates, assessments, and mitigation discounts across policyholders. Either in some cases they're neighbors, in some cases they're in communities that are very similar, but there's just an inconsistency in what they're paying for their premiums. There's also a lot of frustration because they feel, the homeowners down here feel like there's a lack of transparency in these rate settings, the risk evaluation. In some cases, home and property evaluations, they're being done, they're not home, they don't know who did the evaluation. And in other cases, they actually did have somebody come down and do their home evaluation. And these inspectors were had very little knowledge in defensible space regulations, wildfire mitigation strategies, home hardening mitigations. They honestly didn't seem to have a lot of knowledge in the actual risk that the home faced. And of course, I'll just echo what everyone else has, is that frustration over the FAIR plan's coverage and frustration over the high premiums, which is of course to be expected if you're on the FAIR plan. From my point of view as a 35-year wildland firefighter, born and raised in this county, and actually grew up in a high fire hazard area in a home that we could not get fire insurance for, I would say that everything starts with the hazard and risk assessment that's being done. And I think that's probably the most critical source of kind of failure in the insurance industry, is adequately assessing wildfire risk. And so I heard comments from people earlier today about catastrophic wildfires, the climate change. And while all of that is true on a broader sense, when you hone down into the fine scale of neighborhoods, oftentimes there are neighborhoods that are being considered high fire hazard that in fact are possibly high or just moderate, or in some cases have very little fire risk at all. And when we actually drill down to where a lot of homes have been destroyed in the last decade, I'll give an example of Coffey Park in Santa Rosa, where 1,400 homes are destroyed and none of them were in a high fire hazard area. They were all exempt from 7A building construction standards, and they are being rebuilt exempt from 7A construction standards. And so again, back to some of the comments made about FAIR plan not subsidizing, or the broader market not subsidizing FAIR plan holders, I would argue that in that case, the policyholders in Coffey Park, they're being subsidized by high rates in high fire hazard areas, because I'm sure they were not assessed nor insured as dwellings in high fire hazard area. So some of the ideas that we float around down here in Santa Barbara, and I am a member of our local fire safe council, and the council brings this up quite a lot, is that wildfire risk and hazard assessments need to be objective and science-based. And of course, we all know that CAL FIRE has the fire hazard severity zone mapping, but we also know that that fire hazard severity zone mapping was done fairly uniform and across the board for the state responsibility areas, but is woefully inadequate in local responsibility areas. And a lot of that was political decisions to not accept moderate and high fire hazard designations for LRA jurisdictions. And so in addition to that, property and structure assessments need to be more transparent and consistent. So when people are coming out and evaluating the risk of a given potential policy, they should apply, industry current inspection practices. CAL FIRE does thousands of defensible space inspections. My agency does thousands. It's very defined how you do a defensible space inspection. All of our inspection data includes an assessment of the structure and its construction features. And I'm not seeing any of that from the insurance industry. It may be they're doing it, but they're not sharing it with us. They're not asking us questions. And when I say us, I mean the fire service. Very rarely are we ever, do we ever receive inquiries about risk of a given structure, which I might add used to be fairly common 10 years ago, that I would get phone calls at the fire station asking about a certain property.
Thank you, Chief Hazard. I just wanted to let you know that you were about the 6-minute mark. So
Okay.
if you want to make some concluding statement. Thank
So
you.
my final recommendation would be that statewide, that we increase the level of hazard mapping and apply consistent risk mapping to give insurance companies the tools they need to make these assessments, and that it's applied objectively and scientifically. Because everything starts with risk modeling and it should be accurate. For example, using zip codes and proximity to a previous fire would not be efficient ways to measure risk. And current risk modeling is also not taking into account recent fires that actually decrease fire risk for quite a long period of time, by burning off the flammable vegetation. So I would just encourage that across all the agencies in California, CAL FIRE, Board of Forestry, that we pursue, better risk modeling and mapping tools and apply them to the local responsibility areas.
Thank you, Chief Hazard.
And Ms. Wang, this is the court reporter. I would request a 10-minute break, please.
Okay, at this time, why don't we take a 10-minute break? It is 3:24, and let's reconvene at 3:34. Thank you, Mr. Court Reporter. All right, everyone, we're going to get started again. Our next speaker is live or in a person, Michael Cran.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for holding this hearing, and thank you for your work in addressing the very real concerns that homeowners across California face and business owners. I am both of those. I want to state on the record, I'm very disappointed that Commissioner Lara left at 2 p.m. This hearing is not over.
Hello, this is Bryant Henley from the California Department of Insurance. Again, we appear to be experiencing technical difficulties. We are working quickly to try to get you back into the live feed in the hearing room in Oakland. Please stay tuned and stand by.
Thank you and welcome back. Our current speaker is Michael Cran.
Thank you for having this hearing and the work you're doing on behalf of homeowners and business owners across California. There are a couple of things. As a homeowner, I bought my property in April. Fair Plan sent me a notice of non-renewal stating that I had to have my siding and roof replaced, which I did at great expense to myself. I decided to go full hog and I put on Class A fiber cement siding and a Tesla solar roof at an enormous expense. And I stretched my budget for the next 10 years to make that happen. They chose not to renew, saying that the repairs hadn't been done. That got resolved after about a month, at which time I didn't have coverage, and simply because of the fact that the fiber cement siding looks like wood, despite the fact that I provided receipts and a written statement that this was all Class A fire rated material. So little things like that, but there's a larger picture that I think needs to be addressed here. The word in the hills. The word in the hills is, it's getting ugly. People, homeowners and small business owners are under the perception that the government of California and the insurance industry has engineered a stent into our bank accounts and is sucking them dry with no benefit. There is a simmering anger amongst our community in California It is a simmering anger, and you can read it all over social media. I read a comment yesterday after I mentioned that I was going to be here at this hearing. Someone said, yeah, please tell them this, that, and the other, and they should know that heads will roll. So fair plan representatives, DIC, that is the rhetoric on the streets and in the hills of California. We are being squeezed and squeezed and squeezed. And I don't advocate that kind of language at all. I'm a pacifist. That's not my style, but that is the rhetoric on the streets. What happened on January 6th in our capital, that kind of anger is real and sweeping through the nation, and problems are not getting solved. Commissioner Lara mentioned that there was a directive from the DIC to Fair Plan in 2011 that homeowners get a reduction in premiums based on fire hardening work. Here we are in 2022. That's 11 years later. That's not happening. I'm not getting a premium reduction for the higher fire hardening work I did on my home, not to mention the $20,000 I've spent clearing brush on my property. Okay. That's not okay. You've had 11 years to address that, and it hasn't been done. I've had 2 brokers deal with this. Neither of them were aware that that you had a mandate to provide reductions based on fire hardening work. Okay, so get on it. Get that done tomorrow, because people are mad. And you know, part of the anger is that it really looks like from the, I know insurance is a vastly complex industry, and I think, and it looks from the street level that it is designed to be extraordinarily complex so that we can't do anything about it. The insurance industry can come at us with defense lawyers when we have a claim, a valid claim, and I've had this experience, or you just get fought tooth and nail for money that you deserve out of a justifiable claim. Okay, so the perception on the street is that the system is rigged, and that you all are organized to take money out of our pockets. That's what the feeling on the street is, and in the hills. You should be aware of it, because people are mad.
Thank you, Mr. Cran. You're at the 6-minute mark.
All right. And enough with the DIC's slap on the wrists. What it's like, I need one more minute will be my closing point. The oversight structure that is in place between the DIC and Fair Plan and other realms of the insurance agency is like having a diabetic kid with a grab bag of candy and that has a sweet tooth, letting them self-regulate. I don't know any responsible adult who would do that. Yet the DIC allows the insurance industry to largely self-regulate because they're the experts in the room. They've engineered the stent that is in our wallets, drawing our lifeblood, and that's got to stop. We need real regulatory oversight. 11 years on the, you had a mandate 11 years ago to deliver premium reductions based on fire hardening work, and that has not been done. So clearly the regulatory framework is not sufficient.
Thank you, Mr. Cran.
Thank you for hearing me.
Our next speaker is Michael Miller. You're on mute, Mr. Miller.
Is that working now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Good afternoon. I am Michael Miller with the California Association of Wine Grape Growers. I want to thank Commissioner Lara and staff for hosting this important hearing today. I will be very brief. I know you've had a lot of time already, so be very aware of your time and respectful. I won't get into the market dynamics, as we all know the problem that property owners face in getting insurance. I mean, simply stated, Fair Plan is the only option available for many of our growers. We associate ourselves with the previous comments from Farm Bureau. Jim Houston did a great job of laying out the unique experience in agriculture, including wine grape growers and winemakers. We also agree with the written comments provided and the oral comments provided today by Steve Young with the independent insurance agents and brokers. Our members have found that getting policy approval through Fair Plan is not a quick process. Additionally, the type of coverage available through Fair Plan is somewhat limited. It would be very good for Fair Plan and the department to come together to address the realities, these realities as soon as possible. Our members are also somewhat frustrated that no coverage was available under SB 11 for several months after SB 11 was signed into law as an urgency measure. This delay appears to be a byproduct of the long-standing war between Fair Plan and the department. Let me be clear that that delay does not serve the public interest. When Fair Plan and the department are shooting at each other, the public gets caught in the crossfire. Frankly, we asked the department and Fair Plan to take a more collaborative approach. It may be time for your organizations to wave the white flag and begin working together for the public good. In that vein, it might be time for Fair Plan and the department to look at the authorizing statute for Fair Plan. That statute needs to reflect the marketplace today and what's happening, especially relative to wildfire. If you look at the workers' comp challenges that we had under the Schwarzenegger administration, that model may be something we want to explore today here with Fair Plan. It's also important to look at when we have fires and we have efforts to harden a property, that there are often regulatory and financial costs that just get in the way of making that happen. While you can deal with the financial costs here, you can potentially take on some of the regulatory problems. For example, if you've had a fire in a wooded area near a vineyard in Napa or Sonoma, and the property owner wants to clear out some of the dead trees and do some maintenance of that property, they've got to go through regulatory challenges, including potentially CEQA issues. While you're going through that, in the meantime, invasive plant species are taking over that property, which will then serve as fuel for the next wildfire. So it might be an opportunity for regulators like the Department of Insurance to weigh in on reforms necessary to help harden properties, prevent wildfires in the future, reduce the risk, and increase the availability of insurance in the marketplace. Again, I want to thank you very much for your time today. I know it's been a long day for you all. I want to offer ourselves to be of service to both Fair Plan and the department. If there's anything that you need from us in the future, please don't hesitate to call. We look forward to working with you. Thank you again. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Our next speaker is here, and that's Miss Sarah Maple.
Thank you so much for listening. I'd also like to state how disappointed I am that the commissioner is not here to hear what I have to say. Michael and Carla spoke earlier about first-time home buyers, the dream, the California dream. And I was that person in 2018. I found and fell in love with my home in Boulder Creek. It was this beautiful historic redwood structure that needed a lot of love, but I was okay giving that. I was buying that on my own. And I thought I did all the right things. I got the insurance. The next year, I was dropped from the insurance. So I got another insurance. The next year, I was dropped from the insurance. I reached out to all my neighbors, everyone I knew in the community that could give me some direction. I've never done this before. I had no idea how to proceed. I found a really great broker, very helpful. He shopped and shopped and shopped and said, we can do a homeowner's insurance policy. So all of that is covered. I cannot find anyone that will cover you for fire insurance. We have to go with California Fair Plan. So it was last resort, yes, but it was the only resort, like the only option I had. The day before the CZU Lightning Complex fire, my father suddenly passed away. I drove out to be with family the next day. I took my dog and a bag of clothes, and I never got to go home. It's been 2 years next month that that fire happened, and California Fair Plan did nothing to help me. Sorry, trying not to get emotional. I had the insurance. I did what I was supposed to do. I fought. I called every day. They did no inspection, no repairs. I took it upon myself to hire an industrial hygienist that went to my home and told me that it was completely unlivable and toxic, and that I should not spend any time in there whatsoever, that it was dangerous to my health to be present in that space. California Fair Plan did not do a thing. I sent that report to them. They told me, unless my home had physical damage, I don't know how chemical damage from fire and smoke is not physical damage. They were going to do nothing. So as soon as power was restored, as soon as water was restored 4 months after the fire, they told me my house was habitable and that I should go home. And they cut off my benefits, my living expenses. So I was rendered homeless in a pandemic. I was almost hospitalized for anemia because of the stress that you guys put me under. And here we are 2 years later, a year and a half after that letter was sent to you guys about smoke damage, and your response was completely inappropriate and dehumanizing, and it felt awful. And none of you will look at me, and that is awful. I decided that I needed to move forward with my life. I paid for the remediation for my home. It was never brought back to what it was. I threw away all of the contents, aside from the wood furniture, that I was told to Swiffer and deodorize. And I'm trying to rebuild my life. And I want this to be better. And I want this story to be heard, because my brother and his wife and their little girl live in Idlewild, that community that was discussed earlier. And if they were to go through this, like, I would just, my heart like won't stop racing thinking about it. So I am so disappointed that the commissioner is not here listening to this. I think it's real and human, and I'm so glad someone's finally listening, but we need to make action. We need to do something to help people going forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Roger Isom.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. My name is Roger Isom. I'm the president and CEO of the California Cotton Ginners and Growers Association and the Western Agricultural Processors Association. Those two organizations represent the cotton industry, including all of the cotton gins and cotton growers in California, as well as over 175 tree nut hullers and processors of almonds, walnuts, pecans, and pistachios. Over the last several years, these facilities have been hamstrung by the inability to get sufficient property and stock insurance to cover their facilities, their operations, and the products they are processing. And while not a single one of these reside in the forest fire prone areas, the recent wildfires in California have either driven away insurers or forced them to pick and choose who they cover. As a result, our seasonal operations have been forced to go with multiple policies to piecemeal enough coverage, or in many cases, simply go uncovered. That is not a choice. The agricultural processing industry, including my members that I represent and the wineries and others that you've heard from today, need help. We applaud the commissioner and his efforts to find solutions, and we're especially appreciative of the recent increase in the FAIR program coverage accessible to our members. Unfortunately, it simply isn't enough. Our members range in coverage needs, but need at least $20 million in coverage. We would respectfully ask that agricultural processing facilities and their corresponding needs be considered. With the loss of so many critical carriers, the agricultural processing industry is left without adequate and necessary coverage. We agree. The FAIR program is not the first choice and should not be the first choice, but right now it's our only choice. So again, thank you for the hearing today, and thank you for considering our comments.
Thank you. I just want to make a quick note that at this point, all of our speakers are virtual and in the queue. So if there's anyone in the room who wish to speak, can you come up and provide your name? Our next speaker is Max Kramer.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Mr. Kramer.
Perfect. Yes, I'd like to start by saying thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Max Kramer. I run an insurance agency in Topanga, California. We are part of that 2.5% of forced FAIR plan clients, as there are no other realistic options for most of the people in our area. I don't believe that this issue is just a FAIR plan issue, as stated by many today, and I think we do need to work to get private insurers back in this area. Without FAIR plan, my community would not have any options, so we are thankful they offer coverage, but we look forward to sharing how we think we can improve upon the policy that is offered. I think it's also important to look at what's at stake here. I've had people move out of the area, homes falling out of escrow due to the additional costs, individuals on fixed income electing not to insure their home, which is their main asset and legacy for their children, individuals underinsuring their homes, belongings, outbuildings due to rate limits, people electing not to take a DIC, and opening themselves up for many other risks and losses. Ultimately, I think a lot of damage has already been done. Since 2018, the majority of individuals have seen their rates triple and in some cases quadruple. Many DIC carriers are forcing you to match their coverage on your FAIR plan, which then puts people over the limit. So it's making it difficult, not impossible, but definitely difficult. When it comes to surplus lines carrier, as we move down that list that FAIR plan had shown us when they had their time to speak, moving to the surplus line carriers, they've added a lot of new underwriting restrictions. They've increased their rates 10x, which ultimately, remove them as an option as well, which is why, although not the first, resort, as they were trying to state, they are last resort for us, and I see that daily. Over the years, there's been some solutions. We've seen an increase from 1.5 to 3 million. This did help people, but only the individuals fortunate enough to have a home of this value. We've seen the 1-year moratorium. In my opinion, all this did was postpone renewals. It did not solve the issue. I heard the commissioner's office tout multiple times that there's a 10% decrease in non-renewals over the previous year, but that's just because we're comparing it to one of the largest spike in non-renewals we've seen in the industry. It's still a big issue, and I deal with this, almost every day. Recently, they added the extended dwelling coverage. Again, there's another option that helped with the coverage side of things, but not the rates. So we look at possible solutions, and from many meetings that I've had with individuals from the commissioner's office, there's a lot of conversation, one of it being the possibility to increase to 5 million. Again, this would help many individuals, but only individuals fortunate enough to have those high values of homes. And it seems to continue this trend of, hey, here's a way to pay us more money, we're giving you higher options. Yet I think we need to look at it from a rate side as well. When it comes to that rate aspect, my community went through the whole Firewise process, we got approved, and that did help the community get a little bit of a discount, which was nice. I think that solutions going forward on the rate side would be to look at homes as individual risks, not just an area, and give discounts for those who do take an extra step to protect their homes. This exists in the traditional market with alarm systems, sprinkler systems, and the other mitigation options presented by the commissioner's office. Hearing from Fair Plan that's in the talk. Only time will tell. I can only go off what's actual fact now. Also, if there's some way to have some kind of increased rate control, I think that would be nice. To see some individuals get hit with 100% increase from one year to another year seems very unreasonable. So if there is a way to control the increase of the rate, I think that would be beneficial. Now, on the coverage side of things, we aren't asking Fair Plan to be the first resort. What we are asking is for those of us that you are the last resort, provide coverage that we need. I listened to them compare a DUI driver pays more than a non-DUI driver, but that's not a valid comparison. The DUI driver is paying more for the same coverage as the non-DUI driver. And that's not what's going on in the insurance situation. Individuals are paying more for less coverage. I know in my community, they understand that or even expect to pay more because of that risk, but for how much more and what protections is the main concern. Also, in terms of the limits, I think they should apply per home, not just the address. Yes, you can insure multiple properties on or multiple structures on one property, yet that maximum limit applies to the whole property, and people are having to choose, do I just not insure my guest house? Do I split the coverages between the two of them? So I think that could provide a solution there. In terms
Mr.
of,
Kramer, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to let you know you're at the 5-minute mark.
not a problem. In terms of broker issues, my only thing was to try to have a paperless option. We don't want to see our trees burned or turn to paper if they don't need to be. And it also seems like they can cut down costs on their end with that. And then lastly, again, being selfish as a broker side of things, being able to have individuals pay for their companion policy online would be beneficial. So thank you for your time. If there's any way I can help going forward, feel free to reach out.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer.
Can you hear me?
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Culleton.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you just fine.
Great. My name is Steve Culleton. I am the manager of the Paradise Performing Arts Center in Paradise, California. We are survivors of the 2018 Camp Fire. We had over 300,000 trees taken out of our community, although we're still considered a woolly wildland urban interface community. This building has been up here about 30 years. I'm also a city councilman of the town of Paradise. And we're having problems all over our town as people buying properties trying to rebuild. They can't get insurance. The current thing that I'm representing this here is the Paradise Performing Arts Center. And it's a place that was built about 25 years ago. It's an all metal building. We had fire burn right up to our marquee and destroy a lot of the landscaping, but it did not destroy or damage the building whatsoever. We were insured with the NIAC, with the Nonprofit Insurance Alliance, for numerous years. Our building was insured at $5.8 million. And in March of this year, we were told they would not renew our insurance because their reinsurers would not write coverage in our zip code. So we were forced to go to the FAIR plan. My insurance used to cost me about a little $10,000 to $12,000 for $5.8 million of building coverage, as well as my liability and everything for the building. We're a local nonprofit theater that seats 765 people that serves the community. Under the FAIR plan, I was only allowed to buy $3 million worth of insurance, fire only, and it cost me $18,000. We recently had the inspection, the FAIR plan. First of all, trying to talk to anybody at the FAIR plan or communicate with anybody at the FAIR plan is nearly impossible. They don't talk to you. They sent out an inspector. They don't communicate very well. I had an inspector here who was fully identified, credentialed, clipboard, identified himself, took pictures inside, did all of that. I was not told I would have more than one inspection. And about 2 or 3 weeks later, you have to understand, after the fire that destroyed our entire town, we had all kinds of people coming in and taking advantage of our community. So I'm a little leery of people showing up in my parking lot, and I question them. So a couple of weeks later, another inspector shows up, no identification, no credentials, didn't offer any, tells me he's going to take pictures of the outside of the building. I already had a report in hand from the first inspection team from the FAIR plan that had pictures of both the inside and the outside and addressed both the inside and the outside. As a result of this second person's report, which was erroneous, it said that I had a wooden building. You know, it's a completely metal building, metal studs, metal siding, and roofing. So we contested all that. So they have now scheduled a re-inspection. As a result of those first two inspections, though, especially the second one that was grossly in error, I have a surcharge of $14,000, you know, on my policy. I mean, it's more than it's costing me for the insurance. So there's just no options for us. What we suggest is, like, do what you do with some of the other things. If my building catches fire from something internally, I'm not even sure the FAIR plan covers that. Maybe it does. But what everybody's worried about is fire, wildfire. So do like earthquake insurance, do like flood insurance. You know, let homeowners buy insurance and look at individual properties. Like our community just passed an ordinance. We got involved with the IBHS team. And so now that you can have nothing combustible within 5 feet of your home. Our ordinances require everything to be WUI compliant. We are no longer a WUI community, but we're still being charged that way. There's only 2 insurance companies that are beginning to write insurance in our community again, but it's still more expensive. We have no choices other than once we get dumped into the FAIR plan, we have no choice. And they don't communicate with us. And there's a real misconception out there. A lot of people think that the FAIR plan is a state, California state government thing. It's not. You passed a rule some years ago that created this. It's just a bunch of people getting rich out there. And other insurance companies, when the commissioner tells them, you must do this, you must do that, they just pack up their tent and leave, go to another state, create a new company, and then come back and double charges. The FAIR plan, what happens if you make them do things that they're supposed to do? You know, they're not fair to us. We, as a nonprofit that serves our community and is trying to rebuild, we simply at some point can't afford it. Somebody earlier spoke about people are canceling their insurance. Our board of directors actually looked at that possibility. Should we become self-insured? There's no way that the $3 million coverage that I currently am paying $18,000 for would rebuild this building if it were to be destroyed. Yet they won't allow me to. I asked my broker, see, because after we bought the insurance, then they upped the amount you could buy. So apparently now I can buy $5.8 million of insurance for this building, like the Cotton people talked about. They need people with $20 million for the coverage. So the problem is, so I asked my broker, ask them for a new quote for the $5.8 million, right? So I got a letter 2 days ago from the Fair Plan that says, no, you can't, it's just bogus. It says, we're denying your request, to up your coverage, because until your current policy expires next year, March or May of next year, they're not gonna let me increase the limits. It just doesn't make any sense. I mean, if it was a conventional insurance company, I could call up my broker and I could say, hey, look, I want to add another $1 million coverage to my policy. To give me a quote of the premium and I pay it. They're telling me I can't even increase it. Am I out of time?
Thank you. Yep, Mr. Collins, you're at the 6-minute mark.
Okay, listen, I just want to thank you guys for having the hearing. I hope it's been a long day for all y'all. You guys aren't the bad guys. It's a problem we all need to face, but we need to come up with a solution, because people won't buy lots and move back into our community, because when they move out of the valley where they have insurance and they call their agency, I bought a property in Paradise and I want to build a new home there. The agent says, we don't write insurance there. So the deals fall through. So it's impacting the industry all over the place. So I hope you can find a solution for it, and I hope you can get the Fair Plan right and reeled in. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. I believe our next speaker is here. Ms. Sandra Watts.
Hi, my name is Sandra Watts. I'm an insurance claim consultant and an expert witness. I'm an IICRC certified master smoke restorer, and I do represent a few policyholders with Fair Plan claims. I'm really disappointed that the Fair Plan representatives haven't stayed here. I'm really disappointed that there's a lot of policyholders out there. So this picture right here, I don't know if you guys can see it. This is Mitzi. She's 96 years old. Okay. She's been on the line all day today. Okay. With her daughter, Astrid, took the day off work to speak at the hearing. This picture was taken in July, 1 year after the CZU fire. And if you could see it, this is a center ridge beam. Lightning hit her house, smashed her center ridge beam, destabilized the entire house. She's sitting, it's a very small like cabin type of house. She's sitting under 2 supported poles. She had a contractor pull up because the Fair Plan told her she didn't have any loss of use coverage. They gave her a month, and they led her to believe that that was kind of out of the kindness of their hearts. They sent an independent adjuster out a month later who saw the situation in this house. And 1 year later, nothing had happened. Her contractor called me. I happened to be in town. I went out there and I said, well, what do you mean nothing happened? She's like, they've been out here twice. Nothing's happened. It literally, I called and I said, I don't know what's going on. And nobody at the Fair Plan knew what was going on either. They, FedExed some money. And here we're a year later and we're still not settled. The claim is not settled, and they don't understand how to adjust a claim. I spoke to, the adjusters changed 4 times. The adjuster the other day told me that they didn't know what the California Fair Claim Settlement Practices regulations were. I said, look, we re-inspected this in January. It's been 6 months. We've been waiting. The work is done. The contractor needs to be paid, and they still haven't done it. So that's the one thing I want to talk about. Claim handling, I think it's woefully inadequate. The other thing we need to talk about is the fire provision. It's, the market conduct survey really hit it hard, but nobody's really talked much about how that impacts people today. The survey talked about the Fair Plan's position that routine cleaning is not physical damage to the property. I am an IICRC certified triple master. I'm going to tell you that smoke damage is not remediated with normal cleaning. Okay. And it's very well known everybody knows it. There's case law out there that talks about smoke is physical damage. The idea that the FAIR Plan is continuing to take this position with respect to smoke is just, it's unconscionable. And I'd like to know, I'm just going to really quickly read the one paragraph, and this is representative of the types of letters that I've seen by FAIR Plan policyholders. This was written by a FAIR Plan attorney. So this wasn't a adjuster. As my prior correspondence explained, many of the items in the inventory by definition could not qualify as a total loss because they did not sustain fire damage. Okay, so they're parsing words. Smoke is fire. Okay, last guy just walked out. So such items include a broom, kids' pool, board games, puzzles, yoga mats, rollers, tents, camping supplies, Christmas ornaments, baseball mitts, various balls. These can all be wiped clean and thus did not sustain direct physical loss within the scope of the policy. FAIR Plan refused to pay for even the wiping of these items. So they're saying that if it can be wiped off, there's no damage. Okay, and we know that that's not true. The law is reasonable expectations of an insured, and when a policyholder buys a FAIR Plan policy, they expect that they're going to be covered for fire and smoke, which is a direct byproduct of fire. So my question is, this person that I read this off of, she had one of the only mobile homes in a big mobile home park that burned in Southern California. She was surrounded. Everybody around her was burned. And they told her that her property wasn't damaged. It was charred all around her. And she didn't want to go through litigation like nobody, most people don't. And so she settled her claim with the FAIR Plan for a very low amount of money. And so my question to nobody, because there's nobody here anymore, is what are they going to do about these claims that have gone since 2017? You've got Woolsey fire, you've just got tons of fires where this has happened for years. And there's a whole bunch of people who don't even know that this is wrong. They just went away when the FAIR Plan told them this. There's people whose claims are so small that they can't get an attorney or public adjuster to help them with their claim because the cost to litigate these claims is so high that it's the cost is higher than their claim. So they have to go away. So, I think that there should be some sort of reopening of these claims, including the claims that were settled by release. So the FAIR Plan took a release on this person's claim based on an illegal provision in the policy. And I really think that these things need to be looked at more. I'm super disappointed. I'm sorry for Mitzi and Astrid, who have been sitting all day. Astrid took a day off of work and she's been sitting here all day. And I'm really disappointed that, the policyholders' voices were left until the end of the day. And I understand that the industry representatives, they represent a lot of constituents and a lot of districts, but these are real people who were affected by this, and they're sitting there and they're not getting their say. So that is my.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Saren Taylor on behalf of the Personal Insurance Federation of California. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I know it's been a long day for everybody. We did submit a letter and I will try not to be repetitive, but after listening to the discussion today, we remain concerned about potential policy changes that would disrupt the historic role of the FAIR Plan as the insurer of last resort. We're very sensitive to the fact that more Californians have turned to the FAIR Plan as wildfires have devastated California, and some insurers, to protect their solvency, have pulled back from these markets following years of multi-billion-dollar losses. But it's very important to remember that unlike traditional insurers, the goal of the FAIR Plan is attrition, not growth. And for most homeowners, the FAIR Plan is a temporary safety net just to support them until coverage is offered by a traditional carrier. As noted by Mr. Henley, the FAIR Plan's mission is to encourage maximum use of the traditional insurance market. It was never intended to serve as a competitor to the admitted market or be the insurer of first resort. Yet, as CDI pressures the FAIR Plan to expand coverages and policy limits, that seems to be the direction this is headed. Now, California law states that rates for the FAIR Plan shall not be excessive, inadequate, or unfairly discriminatory, and they shall be actuarially sound so that premiums are adequate to cover expected losses. Despite this legal requirement for actuarially sound rates, the FAIR Plan stated today that their rates are grossly inadequate because CDI has not approved the indicated rate need in recent years. And earlier, Mr. Henley essentially said CDI believes the assessment on admitted carriers is free reinsurance for the FAIR Plan to cover losses from those inadequate rates. Now, that's extremely concerning, right? Because it appears that the FAIR Plan would compete with admitted insurers by using the existing assessment on those same insurers to subsidize their inadequate rates. And that's an absolutely untenable approach that will make the current market challenges worse and force insurers to consider their options in California. I mean, just ask yourself a simple question. Why would an insurer want to increase market share in California if it just grows their share of an almost certain FAIR Plan assessment? Now, on these assessments, which will likely be passed on to policyholders, often low and moderate income homeowners in urban areas, will be an unfair subsidization of the higher risks in the WUI. Increasing the policy limits will bring more affluent homeowners into the FAIR Plan, thereby further increasing the likelihood of an assessment that disadvantages lower income Californians. In addition, the subsidy would encourage more Californians to move into sensitive WUI areas because there's not an appropriate market signal regarding the risk to lives and property due to wildfire. Now, this just perpetuates the cycle of loss and undermines the state's climate-related goals, such as more transit-oriented development, lower vehicle miles traveled, etc. So the fact is, and it remains, that insurance prices must appropriately reflect risk for the system to properly function. Californians throughout the state will suffer if CDI fosters insurance market dysfunction by disconnecting risk from price and adopting policies that suppress the cost of insurance in high fire risk areas and consequently drive up the cost of homeownership in low risk areas, right? Encouraging growth of the FAIR Plan through rate inadequacy and coverage equivalent to the admitted market doesn't address the regulatory and climate driven issues that are causing challenges in high fire threat areas of the state. In fact, it would likely undermine the private homeowners insurance market, which is currently working with CDI on new regulations that reduce risk and loss from wildfires by incentivizing individual and community mitigation and also helping consumers better understand their risk scores. So, we believe a better approach would be to work collaboratively with the FAIR Plan, with the admitted insurers to identify and address any of these concerns and challenges. If there's a mutual desire to achieve a more healthy and competitive insurance market in California, then we look forward to working with the commissioner and CDI on how to best realize that goal. And
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
thank you.
Our next speaker is Kimberly Lilly.
Howdy. I disagreed with a lot of what Saren just said. Full disclosure, I do agree that we cannot disconnect the risk from the price, but there was a lot of faulty reasoning there. I want to back up everything that AJ Scott said about condominiums and not having access to this insurance, in part by an oversight. It's commercial insurance, but they're not treated as the residential units that they are. And it's not these moderate risks. I'm wondering if maybe the California Fair Plan, it's the insurer of last resort when one condominium who pays $40,000 a year is renewed at $460,000. So each unit owner has to make up that difference in cost. I was on the phone with somebody, these are condos, so first-time home buyers as well as retirement folks. I was on the phone with somebody who this is a first-time home. She had saved up a lot of money so that she had backup, but she had gone through every bit of her savings in order to pay the increased cost for her insurance. She'd gone out and looked for the insurance herself. There was nothing available. Her insurance for that association, they couldn't get insurance to value. They could not get insurance to value. And the Fair Plan was not an insurer of last resort for them. They would not take them at all. So she's telling me she's going to have to sell this place that she was so thrilled she could, because it's affordable housing, right? That she could finally afford to buy. And I had to be the one to tell her that because her association did not get insurance to value, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac were not going to be backing any loans there. And the odds were that if she wanted to sell that association, that unit, she would have to get a cash buyer. And that's going to make everything harder. I remember the crisis in 2008, the housing crisis and the financial crisis. And one of the big things was that people were stuck in their homes. They couldn't sell and they couldn't afford assessments. And that caused so much financial hardship for everybody because an association just collects enough money to pay for their grass to get cut and their insurance to be paid and those kinds of things. They don't need to make money for any other reason but to pay for their expenses. So they don't budget for a $420,000 increase over a year. So this is hitting real people really hard. It is a crisis. It is absolutely a crisis. And like AJ Scott mentioned, CAI did submit some comments that make some real suggestions about how to make this better that I think would really work. And we're more than happy to sit down and have conversations about this, as the DOI already knows. So thank you so much for doing this. We appreciate the time.
Thank you, Ms. Lilly.
Hello, my name is Marilyn Sparks. I'm a Los Angeles County Insurance Commissioner and insurance agent here in Los Angeles County. There are a few things that I'd like to address. It's my understanding that Commissioner Lara has left the meeting, and it is disappointed that an elected official who called this hearing would not be present for all of it. The first item is the affordability of the California Fair Plan. Even with basic coverage, we have several homeowners in Los Angeles County who recently experienced 100% increase of a rate hike, making home ownership unaffordable. And I know that affordable housing is a current topic, but it really seems to be a buzzword and not really something that's actionable. If you are a client of the California Fair Plan, customer service is awful. If I treated my clients the way the California Fair Plan treats their clients and their representatives as far as like agents and brokers, they would be out of business. It's also a forced monopoly. We need to open up the marketplace so that there's competition. And when there's competition, costs go down. It's Econ 101. And so if something is the last resort, it really puts people in a very tough position. In Los Angeles County, more than half of the residents are renters. And so the cost to rent a property is definitely impacted when there are high costs to own or take care of that property, whether it's insurance or property taxes or maintenance. And so we have a major part of Los Angeles County are foothill communities, but the underwriting restrictions for standard carriers is tightening up, making it so that either the secondary market is unavailable or cost prohibitive, and then it forces people into the California Fair Plan where they're skipping out on the companion, wraparound, or DIC policies. And to correct a previous speaker, having those two policies, the Fair Plan and a DIC, does not make a whole policy. It does not match the coverage of an HO3. There are many gaps in those two policies. The limits of 3 million are not enough. It is definitely inadequate, especially with the rise in cost of building materials. And I never thought I would say a labor shortage in California is also increasing those. I think that's it. My last item is do not expand coverage of the California Fair Plan. They should not be a competitor in the marketplace. And again, I strive to please open up the marketplace so that consumers have a better chance at competitive pricing. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Shannon.
Hello, my name is Astrid Shannon, and I'm going to look at a few notes here. I am a California Fair Plan consumer, and I would like to start by thanking Commissioner Lara for holding the hearing, although I am disappointed that he is not there and that the California Fair Plan group isn't there either, to hear some of these stories towards the end, because they're all really important. I am here speaking on behalf of myself and my mom, Mitzi. You might have heard Sandra mention her earlier. She's 96, and I just would like to speak on her behalf. And I did feel it was really important for me to take time off today to be part of this meeting, and I've really learned a lot. I do want to share our personal experience with the California Fair Plan. Our story started with the CZU lightning fires that came through and damaged our home. The damage we sustained was a broken main ridge beam, and the California Fair Plan sent out an adjuster right away and did know the condition of the damage. It was pretty immediate that he came out. Mitzi, my mom, was in the home for over 1.5 years with exposure to the elements, with only a tarp to stop the rain and other elements from doing more damage. We actually had to have it retarped 3 times because it just took so long. And the weather conditions, over the course of that time, it's going on 2 years now, the weather has gone, through changes. So the adjuster never really escalated the claim, and it was very stressful for my mom. And there were other personal things going on in our lives as well that just added to that stress. Plus, having to deal with a home that's broken and posts holding up the roof. Yeah, it was crazy. And every time we thought we made some progress with the adjuster, we would get assigned a new adjuster and we would have to start all over again from square one. It was very frustrating. So this is now August. It will officially be 2 years in August, and there's still no resolution, and the home isn't completely finished yet either. I hope that the commission will consider this lengthy education process and a lack of continuity as an area of concern for all CFP consumers. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you for sharing your story.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dom.
Well, good afternoon to you too, and thank Commissioner Lara and the staff and all the participants for hosting this open meeting among stakeholders today. Obviously, it's an important issue. I'm going to, excuse me, bring up issues that have not yet been raised and would ask for 4 different things at the end of it that perhaps your counsel, Brian Henley, can provide in written format some responses. I'm speaking on behalf of myself as an individual and prior homeowner association member in Truckee, California, near Lake Tahoe, and not on behalf of any organization. Although I have, full disclosure, lobbied for HOAs for 24 years. And as you know, there are approximately 50,000 of them within California. And one out of 4 Californians are either permanent or second home owners within these 50,000 HOAs. So that equates to 10 million people. So right now I'm semi-retired after 35 years and representing over 3 dozen organizations. To begin with, years ago, I do recall that CAL FIRE and the Forest Department crafted a map, a fire-prone map, and it was drawn up by those 2 organizations. Although it was contested as being inaccurate, it nevertheless was very quickly adopted as an emergency regulation coming out of a fire at the time. I'm going to suggest that this map be reconfigured or remapped now and every 3 years to reflect climate change risks. And as the fire officer recently testified today, where you have had a major fire, that area is no longer fire prone, and so should be excluded from that fire prone map. So I think that needs to be reconfigured. And secondly, based on the map, the fire insurance plan at the time, as I recall, assessed a $160 fee for every property owner's structure. But the irony is that an apartment building owner, which may have 100 units in it, pays that one fee, regardless of the number of units. And in contrast to that, every condominium owner of a common structure pays the same fee, even though those structures are owned by the nonprofit HOA corporation. So the unfairness, the inequity is that you may have a 100-unit apartment complex paying $160 or whatever the fee is today, and yet every condo owner has to pay $160, and they don't own the structure. So it's an inequitable assessment formula and imposes a financial hardship on the owners. The third point I want to bring up is that the public structures, as I recall, I'm going back 8 years, exempted public structures like rest areas, visitor centers, etc., alongside highways leading up into the Tahoe area and other areas. Why are they exempt? So I guess my 4 asks boil down to this. And in closing, I would ask that your counsel, Bryant Henley, issue a memo confirming whether that map still exists, whether or not the CDI should consider revising it more accurately with GPS and prior fires that have existed. Number 2, that the HOA fee versus the apartment landowner fee be re-examined in terms of equity. Thirdly, confirm whether public buildings pay no fee at all. And lastly, that my colleagues, AJ Scott and Michael Gunning from CBIA, their written submittals be sent out to all the stakeholders who participated today, because they sounded to me like they have some very good statistics and rationale. So with that, I'll close. And again, thank you very much for having this public open meeting.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, we have Ms. Karen Collins.
Great, yes, thank you. Hi, I'm Karen Collins, Assistant Vice President of Personal Lines for APCIA, a national trade association representing insurers who write over 52% of the property casualty insurance here in California. Insurers are very concerned about proposals to expand the coverage limits and exposure of the fair plan.
Excuse me, Ms. Collins, this is the court reporter. If I could please ask you for clarity's sake to slow down just a bit. Thank you.
Sure. Expanding coverage under the FAIR Plan is the wrong solution for consumers. The FAIR Plan does not have the expertise to write large commercial structures with limits up to $100 million. And in fact, there's not a single FAIR Plan in any state offering a commercial structure limit higher than Louisiana's at $5.5 million. Maryland, the next highest state, offers $2.5 million, and most from thereafter are $1 million or less. Separately, any suggestion of not allowing the FAIR Plan to purchase reinsurance is alarming. Most private insurers will not underwrite a single $100 million risk without some type of facultative reinsurance on the specific structure, let alone insuring multiple such structures in their insurance portfolio without such reinsurance and an excess of loss reinsurance program. So this would significantly strain private insurer capacity and increase the risk of assessment, substantially adding to costs, which insurers are currently trying to manage through. Adequate rates are necessary to pay for future claims and also send an appropriate signal that the risk is too high, so that property owners in turn take action and reduce their risk and potential losses, keeping rates affordable for all. However, personal and commercial lines insurers have struggled to gain necessary and timely approvals for rate increases, while the costs and exposure have rapidly and significantly grown. This includes, for example, 8 of the 10 costliest insured wildfire losses in the world, having occurred in California in just the last 5 years. The losses from 2017 and 2018 wildfires alone actually wiped out 20 years of profits for insurers. The environmental conditions have also changed dramatically in recent years. Hotter and drier conditions due to climate change and worsening drought is leading to fires igniting more easily and spreading more rapidly, with fire season now year-round. At the same time, the state has continued to add thousands of new homes in these high-risk regions, while also passing a number of laws that expand policy coverage for homes affected by wildfire. That means that if the same record-breaking losses that happened in 2017 and 2018 were to happen today, the losses would result in substantially higher claim costs, not yet taking into consideration the recent severe spike in inflation for property reconstruction, costs that are more than 40% higher than just a couple years ago, along with other increases in reinsurance costs. Collectively, these have contributed to the substantial increase in catastrophic exposure and pressure for insurers in the state as costs have rapidly and significantly grown. Yet insurers face significant delays in securing approvals for rate increases to account for these increases in costs, while also facing the additional constraints from non-renewal moratoriums, which further limit their ability to manage growing exposure. There's a saying, doing more of the same will only get you more of the same. The tremendous amount of volatility and change in such a short period of time has created a very difficult regulatory environment to pay future claims, leading to the influx of insurers making the difficult decision to reduce the number of exposures in high-risk areas that they can responsibly take on and remain financially solvent. These are the real underlying issues that have resulted in the current insurance market crisis. In introducing more volatility as suggested by this hearing and earlier actions to expand the FAIR Plan, this is going to further reduce market confidence, which may have the unintended consequence of more insurers exiting the state or choosing to operate on a non-admitted basis. This is not your goal, and this is certainly not the desire of insurance companies who would like to continue serving California consumers. Instead, insurers need greater regulatory flexibility and stability to manage this growing wildfire risk and the true cost of claims that we're facing, while continuing efforts to reduce wildfire risk through mitigation, such as allowing time for the state's recently launched Safer from Wildfires and separately IBHS's Wildfire Prepared Home programs to reduce wildfire risk and overall losses. These are the solutions that we believe are going to be the most impactful to consumers in California and more responsibly address the issues that have been raised and the concerns raised earlier today and the challenges that we're facing in this market. Thank you, and we hope to work with the department to find real solutions, again, that balance financial solvency while also promoting improved availability and affordability of insurance for consumers.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. At this juncture, the time is 4:49 and we have 9 further individuals in the queue. The court reporter has graciously offered to extend his time another 5 or 10 minutes beyond our stop at 5. However, I want to note that given the amount of interest in people who still have comments, that we are going to open the ability to provide written comments to us for another 24 hours until tomorrow at 5 p.m. So if you are participating virtually right now, please use the raised hand function. I think we will probably do another few more people, or you may email us your comments at cdiregulations@insurance.ca.gov. And now I'm just going to wait a moment to see if our queue decreases a bit. But since we already have Ms. Catherine Davies available, I'm going to let her go ahead and start. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you just fine. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. And I am sorry the insurance commissioner and the California Fair Plan reps aren't still there, but it's a long day for you and everyone else. I'm a liaison to our homeowners association in northeastern San Diego County. We are 300 manufactured homes in a senior community located in a definitely WUI fire risk area and next to the Cleveland National Forest in an absolutely beautiful area where many of us, including myself, have retired, although some of us are still working and commute from way up here. We've had several other folks already speak from San Diego County, and I agree with much of what they've already said on behalf of our community. Our biggest pressing issue that the insurance agents that are writing policies for our community right now is that the only new plan available for homeowners that are selling and new homeowners that are buying is the California Fair Plan. And as the previous real estate folks mentioned, many deals have fallen apart in our community. New people have wanted to move up here, and that has not been possible due to they explicitly due to they could not afford the current rates of the California Fair Plan. For those of us, most of our policies were canceled by Foremost Insurance in 2019, 2020, just because of our 92086 zip code alone. No one looked into anything further, nor did they seem to care. Those that have been able to renew that bought in the last couple of years with the California Fair Plan being the only plan available have reported at our recent meetings that their rates have increased at least 60% or more as their renewals came up. Many of our homeowners are seniors. This is their only investment. We are the most affordable community in Orange County, Riverside, and San Diego County, where you actually own the property, that we are not on leased land. So we own the property as well as own our manufactured homes. So it's forcing many people to have to sell and move out of state or move with family or go back to renting in their senior years, which is certainly something no one ever expected to have to do. And to go without insurance is, and this is your only investment, is absolutely unconscionable. And that is happening to many of our owners right now. We are very concerned in that the agents have told us some of the reasons for the increase have been we have 78 fireboxes for 300 homes. I can look out my window and there are 4 fireboxes within a few steps of my home. This was set up by the developer over 20 years ago on purpose, given our location. Now we're being told these fireboxes are viewed private and that there's new regulations saying they're not public, they're not on city water, we're on well water, of course. We're out here in the country, in the backcountry of San Diego County. This is absolutely outrageous to all of a sudden be recategorized with our fireboxes when even our developer, before the large wildfires, had foresight to see this, how important it was to have fire hydrant boxes. Secondly, we've also been told that our ISO rating, and those ratings, by the way, according to our insurance agents, are very inflexible, has jumped from a 3 to a 9 this year, partially due to not accepting our fire hydrant boxes. This is a huge concern to us. And as many people previously stated, and I'm glad to hear it's in the pipeline, hopefully it happens soon. Other pro things that homeowners are doing and that our greater community of Warner Springs are doing, including our community of Warner Springs Estate Stone Ridge, these should all be taken into consideration for allowing and considering great discounts in our rates, especially as a senior community. We are located close within several miles of 2 CAL FIRE stations, 1 US Forest station. We are between 2 attack air bases, Ramona and Hemet, and planes and helicopters can drop water and get here within minutes. We have a large lake on our property as well. And then there's also Lake Henshaw, not far away, which would again take minutes for water drops. This is not being taken into consideration, as well as we work with our whole community, with the State Fire Safe Council. And I'm told there's a national organization that is the one that gives you the reduction in rates, and that the California State Fire Safe Council has not even been taken into consideration on the state level or the county levels for reduction in rates. This is absolutely outrageous. We also work
Ms.
with
Davis,
Okay,
I apologize, Ms. Davis. I just want to let you know you're at the 6-minute mark.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I had can I finish my last sentence?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So sorry. I also want to say that myself and several other members of our community are also actively and have worked with SDG&E, who has been way ahead of Northern California PG&E in being proactive and more fire safe for communities. And we actually helped set up the protocols for public safety power shutoffs out here. Again, all of this should be taken into consideration, as well as our fuel mitigation efforts in the entire, our community of Warner Springs Estates Stone Ridge, as well as the entire community of Warner Springs. Thank you. Sorry for going over.
No, very good. Thank you. We only have time for our two last speakers, so noted, and they will each have about 5 minutes. Good afternoon, Mr. Scudero.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine.
Hi, my name is Frank Scudero. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the Christian Churches of Northern California and Nevada, Disciples of Christ. We own a 400-acre summer camp in near Auburn, California. We had our insurance. This is the same story everybody has, I think, where we used to pay $12,000 a year for insurance. It went to 22. This last year, they asked for 54, which we could not pay. So we are uninsured. But everything that I would have to say was said early this morning, I think, by Gabriel Valencia and Diana Kelly. So I'll leave the rest of, they said it well. But what I'd like to say is thanks to Commissioner Lara. I'm sorry he couldn't stay. I think it would, I hope he watches the last half of the video because there's a lot of good information and a lot of people's feelings and important things for him to see in this last half. I think a lot of this testimony was great. I was disappointed in the FAIR Plan testimony that they gave. That was a very good presentation, but the most important thing is the personal urgency that people are having to deal with. They're losing their homes. Michael Cran and Sarah Maple and Steve Colleton and Sandra Watts, and some of the last ones, all told us the kind of things that's happening. The FAIR Plan folks didn't even address that those issues of what's happening to people and what they're losing. I agree with some of the insurance folks, especially Karen Collins, about the fact it has to be a solution that is produced by all of the stakeholders. It has to be the state and the legislature, as well as the insured and the insurance companies. There has to be more accountability, as Doug Heller said this morning. We have 9 voting representatives. All of them are the insurance people. There's got to be some kind of reform there. The FAIR Plan people brought up the little map with the green triangles and the green and red triangles. Well, the fact that the insurance companies get to pick and choose who they insure makes it profitable or not for them. So if they're profitable, well, great for them. But what about the rest of us? If all the red triangles are taken out And that's what the insurance companies are willing to provide insurance for. Well, everybody's going to end up now in the FAIR Plan with the new paradigm that exists in this state. If the regular insurance companies would take a few more of those red triangles, then they would, the FAIR Plan wouldn't have to take all of them. The FAIR Plan is not going to compete with private insurance. The FAIR Plan only represents what, 2% of all the policies, and that's doubled. Well, can you imagine what it's going to be like, a few years from now? What if the FAIR Plan had to cover 10 or 20%? What do those insurance companies think is going to happen? They're threatening to leave all the time. So they can't make money. Well, so the solution is we got to do this together somehow. I think that there's a tsunami coming. People, you're going to see, if this continues, a lot of people are going to lose their homes or go without insurance. They won't be able to sell. They'll be stuck. So I hope that Commissioner Lara and all of you who work with him can work with the insurance companies, the state, the executive branches of the state, and all of us insurance holders. We need the help. We've got to have the help. This is urgent. This is critical. Time is not on our side here. I hope you do well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Scudero.
Hello, can everybody hear me okay?
Hi, good afternoon. Is this Tomas Hernandez?
Yes, it is.
Very good. We hear you loud and clear.
All right, thank you. And like some folks, I've been on the phone since 9 o'clock, and I know we didn't start till 9:30 due to technical duties or issues. I'm a small business owner, and for anyone that runs a small business, being gone for an hour is one thing. Sitting on a phone for 8+ hours is extremely difficult trying to run both operations. So with that said, I've listened to everything that's been said, and I have to agree with most of the participants. The FAIR Plan, it is basically the last resort. Just the term alone doesn't have a good connotation to me. I have no choice but to. In our particular case, I had State Farm for 30 years. Literally moved around the corner. I'm in an HOA to get a larger home to accommodate my mother-in-law, and they said they would not cover me. They covered the secondary home, my primary home, my vehicles, etc. But after 30 years, didn't make any difference to them. So long story short, like most other folks, we had no choice but to go with the FAIR Plan. Living in an HOA, we have some extremely strict fire regulations, where we get fined pretty heavily if we don't follow along. So we have to do that every single year, but yet we don't seem to get any type of benefit out of that. Looking at our insurance costs, kind of wonder, why should I bother? Obviously we do because it's the right thing to do, but it's extremely frustrating when we look at what we pay, the effort that we have to put into it. And again, being in an HOA, we have additional regulations we've got to comply with. We look at the insurance companies as a business. We understand, like any other business, they've got to make a profit. But it would be interesting to find out what that profit has been if we scale it over the past several years. Just like the oil companies of today, they're making extreme profits, and yet we are paying the price as the consumers for that. Lastly, what I would like to ask from Mr. Lara's committee, being a past manager in my prior career, we documented everything. It would be nice from my perspective, to see a spreadsheet that, we would term as transparency. Let's see what the issues were that were brought up. Let's see who's going to own that issue, and let's see what the status is so that we can track it over time. Otherwise, we're going to be sitting here doing the same thing next year. I'd like to see that accountability. These are elected officials. Let's put that on the screen. Put your money where your mouth is, so to speak. You say you're going to do great things. Let's see it. Let's hear it. Let's feel it. Because today, I don't. I do want to thank everyone for their time. Thank the committee. I know, you get to hear quite a few perspectives, and it's not always a pretty sight. But again, it's disappointing that Laura, from that position on something so critical that means so much to so many different people, either homeowners, businesses, or both, that he couldn't stay for this particular meeting. I'd love to know what was so important that you couldn't hear the people that put you in office. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. At this point, I would just like to thank everyone for attending today's hearing and really being patient, because I know it was an incredibly long day. And in particular, thank you to those who participated today by providing comments. As I stated earlier, for those of you who wish to speak and did not have the opportunity to do so, we are going to extend the time for providing written comments until tomorrow at 5 p.m. and that you submit them via email to cdiregulations@insurance.ca.gov. This will conclude the public hearing on today, Wednesday, July 13th, 2022. The time is now 5:08, and this hearing is adjourned. Thank you.